As the man kicked and punched his younger brother, he cursed himself as a scumbag, unaware that his brother saw through his facade entirely. The inspirational male lead from idol dramas gradually turned into a possessive younger brother with a sickly attachment. In order to revive a classmate who died because of him, Wang Yi transmigrated into a book, assuming the role of a villainous older brother. While verbally abusing him and calling him a mongrel, he desperately wanted to hold him tight and shower him with love. Qin Xian, who saw everything, remained silent. Upon receiving a call from his father to come home for dinner, Wang Yi instinctively grabbed the child and began to clean him up. Delighted internally that their father was finally coming home, he knew his stepmother wouldn't skimp on the child's food today. Normally in the kingdom, they only fed the child gruel, which pained his heart. This scene was clearly observed by Qin Xian, who said, "What are you looking at? Hurry up, go change your clothes and come down for dinner. Quickly change out of those wet clothes, don't catch a cold." Qin Xian was the son of Wang's father and another woman, born with the ability to see through people's hearts. My father verbally showed affection but deep down resented me as a burden. While my mother appeared kind on the surface, she wished deep inside that I would die. Only Wang Yi, despite his disparaging words, truly cared about me. Today is the day the female lead makes her entrance. According to the setup, I must bully the male lead terribly. To create an opportunity for their first encounter, Wang Yi started looking for trouble with a peach in hand, saying, "I heard you complained to dad wanting fruits. What audacity you have to even make demands." He then stomped the peach into a pulp. The juice splashed all over Qin Xian, making him look filthy and wretched. This way, even without hitting, the setup for their initial meeting is ready with him all dirty. Before leaving, he reminded, "The bathroom is under repair. If you want to get cleaned, go to the garden fountain." For the lead's first encounter, I also placed a large fruit basket beside the fountain. When Qin Xian arrived at the garden, he saw a very cute little girl. She was Wen Xiaoro, the female lead from the book. As the heroine approached like an angel, Qin Xian completely ignored her and walked past, leaving Wang Yi and the system so dumbfounded from the sidelines. Qin Xian crouched in the corner looking for something. Sure enough, there really was a big fruit basket. My brother didn't lie to me, his heart is true. Ignoring the heroine's attempts to chat, Qin Xian now just wanted to find Brother Yi. He left the heroine alone and disheveled by the wind. It was supposed to be a beautiful moment of their first meeting, but the male lead ran off. Seeing the girl crying her heart out, Wang Yi had no choice but to step forward and comfort her. Little did he know that Xiaoro would cry even harder. Out of desperation, he handed the nearby sew to the girl, which finally stopped her crying. "Big brother, you're so kind," Xiaoro said, liking him. Meanwhile, Qin Xian, who had been running around, finally found Wang Yi. Wang Yi was instantly torn. What kind of chaotic scene was this? He had to maintain his villain persona and yet not scare the heroine. He pushed the two together. "Qin Xian, you stay here and play with Xiaoro. I need to take the cat to get neutered." "Excuse me." Just after returning to his room, Qin Xian suffered the punishment for failing the mission, electric shock. To save the plot, he could only use points to exchange for a wig that could be styled in specific colors. In order to help the female lead increase Qin Xian's favorability, he even had to dress up as a woman. The work pressure of the malicious male supporting character was too much. However, in order to revive the dozens of lives that died because of him, he had no other choice. He must earn enough points to exchange for the time reversal item. When Qin Xian opened the door, what he saw was the harmless-looking Wen Xiaoro. "Little brother, Xiao Ru wants to give you the snacks mom bought. Can you please not dislike Xiao Ru?" Qin Xian looked at the girl in front of him with a face full of question marks, until he saw the girl's pink heart. "Hurry up and take it, you little rascal. Don't you have any gentlemanly demeanor? Why would Yi Ji's heart appear in this girl? If I don't get the female lead and this kid to get along, I'll be electrocuted to death, right?" At this moment, Qin Xian's eyes widened. "Brother got electrocuted for me?" In order to play the role of the evil brother well, Brother Yi beats up his brother every day, cursing himself as an idiot inwardly. However, he didn't know that his brother had the ability to see through people's hearts since he was young. The boy who should have been healed by the female lead is now interested in his own brother. In order to help the female lead gain favorability, Wang Yi had to wear a wig that could play a specific role to gain favorability in front of the male lead. Even though the girl he saw today was just a little girl, he saw Brother Yi's pink inner world on her, and Wang Yi's face was frozen with a smile. Why isn't this guy picking up? Could it be that the wig transformation is so mocking me? Seeing the inner limitation of Qin, he finally breathed a sigh of relief as he took the snacks. "Then Xiao Ru will go back first." She was about to leave but was stopped by the child tugging at her dress hem. "Stay and eat with me." Wang Yi was momentarily stunned. The child had finally come to his senses. "Yay, Unexpectedly, the unreliable advice from the system actually worked. This child had a tough life before and probably hadn't had much snacks. Watching Brother Yi's inner world, Chin stretched his hand to accept the chips he offered. Watching the child eat, Wang Yi cheered inside. How does it taste? This was his favorite flavor as a child. Just as Wang Yi was overwhelmed with joy, Chin unexpectedly handed him a chip, immediately moving him to tears. It was so touching, he really wanted to hug him tightly. Thinking that I am now in the identity of Wen Xiaoro, does that mean I can openly dote on the child? Wang Yi turns around and directly eats the chips from the boy's hand. He also gives the boy a kiss on the cheek, saying, "Thank you, big brother," causing the little fellow to almost blush with embarrassment. Although bearing the face of Wen Xiaoro, inside he still has the personality of Brother Yi. Before he could figure it out, the girl got up to leave. Qin Xian hurriedly follows her. He must find out what's going on, but as soon as he chased out, he saw Wen Xiaoro in the garden downstairs. Wang Yi turns back to look at Qin Xian chasing after him. Could it be that he can't part with his childhood playmate? No wonder, Qin Xian's childhood was very miserable, not only tormented by his brothers but even restricted from leaving the large mansion. The only person who was kind to him was the female protagonist. "Don't worry, big brother, I will come back to play with you," she promised. Yet, he didn't know that Qin Xian had already seen through his real identity, and once exposed, the wig would become ineffective. At this moment, in Qin Xian's eyes, there is the very real Wang Yi. In the following time, to quickly heat up the romance between the male and female leads, Wang Yi decides to become a villain whose actions are completely against common decency. He takes off his shoes before kicking someone, wears cushioned gloves to hit someone, and even plants a bush in advance to push someone downstairs, just to ensure the kid won't really get hurt. It's really tough, huh? You still couldn't be killed after all that. Qin Xian cooperates very well. If little Xian did something wrong, brother, just say it. I will definitely change. How do you want to change? You didn't do anything wrong at all, because your very existence is a mistake. After saying that, he quickly retreats to his room, thus completing the "deny the male lead's life" mission. In this way, we are one step closer to the next plot point. Although the plot is cliché, the recent mission status is exceptionally good. In the original story, it was after hearing Wang Yi's speech that Qin Xian completely lost trust in his family, becoming gloomy and violent. Now is the perfect time to take advantage of his vulnerability. Time to put on a wig. Wang Yi eagerly ran to find Qin Xian to play, bringing along a bunch of toys. Qin Xian was speechless, having just pushed him off the rooftop, and now coming to play again. At this moment, the two started playing a game of playing house as mom and dad. Wang Yi hugged the boy tightly, kissing him. "Welcome home, dear," then hugged and rubbed him in his arms. Playing house is so nice, you can openly show your love for him. This also reminded Qin Xian of his mother and that man. This suddenly made him feel extremely disgusted. But his brother seemed to like it. The boy turned around and stared blankly at his brother. He was so lost in looking at the other's lips. Since he likes it, why not just kiss? Qin Xian actually kissed his cheek. The man diligently played the role of the wicked brother, to help the female lead gain favor. He even had to wear special effect wigs to go to the male lead. Unaware that his identity had already been exposed, he originally wanted to play house with Qin Xian to get closer to the female lead. Who knew that the other person would actually kiss directly? Wang Yi quickly stepped back 3 meters. You actually kissed me." Suddenly, he felt a surge of ecstasy. After trying so hard for so long, the male lead finally showed interest in the female lead. But it's still a bit too early for developing the romantic plot. "Little brother, shouldn't we wait until we grow up to do this kind of thing?" It's not that Xiaoro doesn't like it, she likes it too much and that's why she wants to cherish it. Qin Xian had already seen through all his thoughts and simply nodded in agreement. Next, the real Wen Xiaoro would take her place. In one breath, Wang Yi sent Wen Xiaoro over directly. Little did he know, the girl was not good at lying and completely forgot what she was supposed to say. "Did Yi brother force you to come here?" the girl quickly denied. The young master didn't force Xiaoro, it's just that he seemed a bit troubled lately, so Xiaoro wanted to help. Thinking about it, Yi brother really only bullies her. For Xiaoro, the young master not only gives her delicious snacks but also makes her beautiful flower crowns. In her eyes, Wang Yi is indeed a very gentle person. Just as Brother Yi thinks, this girl is also straightforward at heart. They agreed that they would absolutely not speak of today's events and would pretend to be good friends in front of Brother Yi. That way, Brother Yi would be very happy and could continue to bully me without worry. At this point, the protagonist has already started to go astray. After his mother remarried and left the Wang family, Wang Yi is now 15 years old and still speaks kindly to Qin Xian. If it weren't for not wanting to disturb them, he would have liked to say a proper goodbye to Xiao Ru. "Is Brother Yi here to punish me?" but the wounds from yesterday haven't healed yet. Wang Yi's heart suddenly ached. He had asked Xiao Ru to bring ointment after all. He looked up at Father Wang in the corridor, thinking that there was still a task today. Father Wang came over with a smile. Both of you brothers are here. I've already handled the admission procedures for Xiao Xian. Starting next week, you can go to school together. Qin Xian had long seen through Father Wang's intentions. It was just because he saw that his mind was bright and wanted to cultivate him well. Wang Yi quickly stepped forward to block Father Wang's path. Don't worry, Dad, I will take good care of him. After sending off Father Wang, the malicious elder brother came online immediately. He grabbed the boy's hair fiercely. Don't think that going to school will allow you to take away my inheritance rights. No way. Although he looks fierce, his punches always feel weak. Qin Xian is just playing along. I didn't mean to steal my brother's stuff. Really? Then would you dare to kneel and swear? Swear not to make friends at school. Swear not to achieve good grades during exams. Swear never to go against my wishes. Qin Xian knelt on the ground, blindfolded. Wang Yi stepped on the boy's head with his scraped and bleeding foot. Remember, you are my dog. In the original story, this brutal bullying pushes the protagonist to resist for the first time, which logically leads to him being locked in a closet, afterward developing claustrophobia. This sets the stage for a love story where he is healed by the female lead. Indeed, Qin Xian breaks free from his foot. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He was about to get angry. Come on, bite fiercely, at least to atone for your previous misdeeds. Who knew that instead of resistance, they would hear a dog bark? Wang Yi doubted his ears and took a closer look. Isn't the male lead on his knees the very one imitating a dog's bark? Blindfolded, Qin Xian has no idea about Yi Ji's thoughts. Why isn't there any reaction? Could it be that I'm not barking loudly enough? He quickly resorts to a bootlicker's desperate measures. Rubbing against his brother's leg and barking incessantly, Wang Yi is too scared to move at this point. Something is off. Shouldn't he have jumped up and started pounding on me by now? Why is this happening? Unable to see his brother's inner thoughts, Qin Xian starts to guess what his brother might be thinking. His brother loves to speak in sarcasm. As long as he does the opposite of what his brother says, there should be no problem. Wang Yi is frustrated to the point of despair, slapping the boy's face trying to provoke him. How can you be so useless? If you're a man, fight back. The boy firmly responds, Xiao Xian will not fight back. I swear I will obediently listen to you. This leaves Wang Yi completely dumbfounded. Who the hell asked you to swear? Could it be because of his overwhelming nurturing, the boy's masochistic trait has been awakened? That's not right. The male lead is definitely a normal person. He's going to become a cold and aloof school hunk in the future. He grabs the boy, pinning him by his shoulders. Bite me hard. Vent all you want. Bite until it bleeds. The boy struggles desperately, determined to do the opposite. In the midst of the struggle, he falls backwards. Just as he's about to hit the back of his head on the ground, Wang Yi quickly reaches out to protect him. Fortunately, the boy isn't hurt. In this awkward position, they are caught in the act by Wang Yi's mother, who has just returned. The woman instantly splits open. Wang Yi hurriedly steps forward to explain, Mom, it's not what you think. While cross-dressing to gain favor in front of his brother, he binds someone up for arbitrary LR. All to provoke the male lead and smooth the plot's progress, but his brother not only does not resist, he even shows tendencies of attribute awakening. The scuffle between the two is accidentally discovered by Wang's mother, a crucial childhood trauma in the original work. He must be bitten while resisting, staging the scene where Wang's mother finds out. Thus, it would logically lead to being told that Wang Yi is not the child of the Wang family. But now not only is he unharmed, he's also mistaken for having some unspeakable fetish. He must quickly steer the plot back on track, thinking bullying Qin Xian would make him bite. Unexpectedly, the plot develops differently from what he imagined. Wang Yi binds Qin Xian and humiliates him. According to the original plot, he would rush over and bite him. Just as expected, at that moment, Qin Xian got up and charged towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi felt that, given how he had bullied him over the past 2 years, his resistance must be fierce enough to seriously injure himself, which would serve as atonement for his own misdeeds. So, he stretched his neck out towards him. However, what came was not Qin Xian's anger, but rather Qin Xian acting as obedient as a dog, barking at him, and even rubbing up against him. Wang Yi was dumbfounded. Something was definitely off. Wang Yi grabbed Qin Xian's head. Shouldn't he be angry and furious, jumping up to beat the hell out of me? Because his eyes were covered, Qin Xian couldn't see into Yi's heart, and he had been silent the whole time. Qin Xian felt he might have misunderstood. Perhaps Yi didn't want him to act like a dog but was speaking ironically, given that he couldn't see his heart. Without seeing what's inside his heart, doing the opposite might actually be right. At this point, Wang Yi starts to slap his face, trying to provoke him with reverse psychology to bite himself. Meanwhile, Qin Xian's brain begins to work. If he does the opposite of what Brother Yi says, that means he shouldn't resist, right? So he moves closer and says, little Xian won't resist. Little Xian swears to study hard and listen to you. Wang Yi is petrified on the spot, wondering if his abuse has awakened this kid's masochistic traits. But he quickly convinces himself that the male lead is a normal person and couldn't possibly have such tendencies. Then he pulls Qin Xian up, stand up. Then he says fiercely, bite here, vent however you want, bite until it bleeds. Qin Xian tells him that's not possible. Wang Yi firmly holds his head down, it has to be possible. Thinking that being bitten and bleeding is a necessary condition for this villain task, otherwise he would get electrocuted again. Qin Xian suddenly throws him off. Using too much force, and with inertia, he falls backward, just as his head is about to hit the ground. Wang Yi quickly moves forward to protect him, finally managing to save him. At this moment, his mother opens the door and comes in. Seeing such a scene, the smile on Mom's face instantly froze, and Wang Yi was also stunned. He quickly went up to explain to Mom, who was about to scold someone, telling her to get out quickly. In the original work, this childhood trauma plot is very important. It completely shuts down Qin Xian's senses. Abuse is just the beginning. The most crucial part is when Qin Xian violently bites Wang Yi. Wang's mother happens upon this scene, making it natural to be informed of the biggest scandal in the Wang family's history. It's not the secret that he's not a Wang family child, but at this moment, everything is in chaos. Wang Yi didn't create any wounds before his mother burst in. He needs to quickly wrap up the storyline. So, Wang Yi went to explain to his mother, don't be angry, Mom, this is all a misunderstanding. I was just bullying Qin Xian. There's nothing wrong in that aspect. I'm not a pervert, don't worry, the Wang family won't die out. Mom is still furious at this moment, die out? He was never a Wang seed in the first place, leaving Wang Yi utterly confused. Thrilled beyond words, the plot thickens. Now that I've said it, I won't hide it anymore. Thinking it's time you knew the truth since you're grown up, I'll tell you honestly. Wang Yi hurriedly asks what happened, remembering he still has to check on the child. He had hastily stuffed someone into the closet and wasn't sure if it was properly closed. His mother tells Wang Yi that he is the child she had with another man. It's possible that Qin Xian is the true son of the Wang family. The reason Wang Chengpeng never suspected anything is because I paid the doctor to falsify the DNA test. We forged a paternity test. If you still want to stay in the Wang family and enjoy this luxurious life, then shut your mouth and use every means to completely turn that child into your accessory. After hearing his mother's words, Wang Yi doesn't care about the details. The next 7 years of the story in the original work are glossed over, which means the villain can't make much of a splash. So, it's better to lay low, or else risk causing some butterfly effect. Then, he goes to check the closet, wondering how the child is doing. Has he stayed quietly inside, increasing his psychological shadow? He looks very uncomfortable. Indeed, as a human, he can't stand the loneliness and helplessness of the dark room, not knowing when he will be let out, feeling the fear. Sensing someone outside, Qin Xian immediately guesses it's Brother Yi. He hears him calling. Wang Yi quickly covers his mouth. No, he can't respond. If he makes a noise here, the mission will be completely ruined. Qin Xian keeps shouting, brother, from inside. Is that you? I'm in so much pain. Xiao Xian knows his mistake, having been confined in the dark room by brother. The younger brother starts to turn dark. An hour ago, Qin Xian was locked in the dark room by Wang Yi, recalling that recent scene. Because he didn't understand what Brother Yi meant, causing him to be called away by his stepmother, who seemed very angry. Thinking back to his mother's accusations against him earlier, Qin Xian begins to doubt himself. Brother Yi is right, my birth was a mistake. Although Brother Yi said this verbally, he didn't really think so in his heart. Can I become the savior for Brother Yi? In an instant, Qin Xian no longer doubts himself. Although Brother Yi is always harsh with his words, he never looks down on me in his heart. To treat me well, he even risks getting shocked, but I have let down his expectations. Is he being beaten by his stepmother now? Thinking about this, Qin Xian wants to break free quickly. It's been so long, Yi Zhe hasn't come back yet. Could he have abandoned me? Just then, hearing the sound of the door opening and feeling someone approaching, Qin Xian thinks it's Yi Zhe. He will surely let me out like he always does. Then I can see Yi Zhe's gentle heart again. I can feel him right outside. But why doesn't he open the door? Because his eyes are covered, Qin Xian isn't sure if it's Yi Zhe outside. So, he tentatively calls out to him. Wang Yi almost responds when he makes a slight noise and immediately turns his head to cover his mouth. Qin Xian knows it's him outside, so he keeps slamming his head against the cupboard door. I'm in so much pain. Little Xian knows his mistake. Please let me out. Outside, Wang Yi is also in great pain, thinking that as long as Qin Xian gets through this, he will not resist whatever he does in the future. Qin Xian starts crying inside. Just let me out, and I'll do whatever you say, though he says this with his mouth. In his heart, Qin Xian already had other ideas. If he chooses to ignore me, then he can't blame me for not fulfilling any of his expectations anymore. In order to complete the plot mission, Wang Yi still didn't release Qin Xian. At this moment, the system announced to him, "Congratulations, host, for successfully completing Qin Xian's phobia mission." Worried about Qin Xian, Wang Yi didn't sleep at all that night. Hearing this news, Wang Yi suddenly got up, meaning, I can finally let the kid, who's been locked up all night, out. He then ran to open the cabinet, only to find Qin Xian had fainted inside. No matter how Wang Yi called him, there was no response. Wang Yi was terrified and hurriedly carried him out, noticing his skin was icy cold. He had almost gone a day without food or water. He was really tortured. After continuously patting his cheeks, Qin Xian finally slowly opened his eyes. Wang Yi, still in the tone of a bad brother, said, "Really pathetic. How did you end up like this after being locked up for just a short while?" Seeing him so weak, Wang Yi quickly handed him water. However, Qin Xian didn't drink, just staring blankly at Wang Yi's inner frame. Seeing him avoiding the water and not drinking, Wang Yi was about to scold him, but his heart ached terribly. All these were seen by Qin Xian. Seeing him constantly refuse to drink water, Yuya started to get anxious and tried to force-feed him. Qin Xian just wouldn't comply. After being force-fed a few sips, he kept coughing, looking so aggrieved. Wang Yi felt that this must have completely maxed out the dislike meter. He felt a sense of relief, thinking that after this, no matter how sweet this kid is, he wouldn't be foolish enough to approach me. In the next 7 years, the novel doesn't have any depiction of the character of Wang family's evil young master, so I don't have any tasks to complete. Before the main plot begins, I might as well give him a peaceful life. As long as I don't interact with him, I won't need to bully him. Qin Xian, who was beside, was shocked after reading his thoughts. Qin Xian was extremely shocked after looking into his heart and abruptly got up and rushed forward to embrace him. Wang Yi turned his head, puzzled. Qin Xian told him that he would be very obedient from now on and asked him not to confine himself anymore. In fact, Qin Xian had already turned dark at this moment. Because he did not score full marks on the exam, the younger brother took the initiative to bring the paper to his older brother, asking to be punished. Looking at the cat outside the window showing affection, the system did not want to have too much contact with him, as a cat from another world would not have a good outcome. Turning his head, he saw Wang Yi sitting there, seriously looking at something. The system wondered what he was doing. Wang Yi told him that his original self was a high school student who needed to study. The system thought that he could simply use a potion that allowed him to master knowledge immediately and reach the peak of a hacked life. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi knew he was being tricked into spending all his task points on working. "You sneaky little kitty. No way, in these years before the main task starts, I will definitely keep my tail between my legs and study hard every day, be a happy and contented homebody." Seeing his state, the system doubted his mental state, wondering why he was not enjoying the privileged life of a born rich individual and just focusing on studying. Wang Yi looked as if he couldn't be happier with his decision. Not possible? The system expressed that it was just surprised, thinking that he would prefer to go out and play with friends. Wang Yi told her that he indeed is, but he also said earlier that because he doesn't belong to this world, if he accidentally develops any inappropriate feelings, that would be truly terrifying. At this moment, he heard someone knocking on the door outside. The system informed Wang Yi that the male lead had returned from school, but Wang Yi had no intention of opening the door. If he met Qin Xian now, he would have to maintain his persona and bully him again. Even so, it's a bit noisy as is. Finally, Wang Yi couldn't bear it anymore, went over, and suddenly opened the door. "So noisy, what are you doing? Do you want a beating?" He saw Qin Xian holding a test paper and looking at him. "Brother, I went to school today." Yi looked speechless. "And then? You disturbed me just to say this?" Qin Xian then handed him the test paper. "I will work hard to train my body, always get full marks, grow as tall as you, so you can't bully me anymore." After witnessing his series of actions, Wang Yi was left standing there dumbfounded, not knowing what he was up to. Is he challenging me? The system thinks he has awakened the male lead's consciousness and started to refuse being bullied. It seems that completing the mission is hopeful. The next day, he heard knocking again. Wang Yi went to crack open the door. Then, Qin Xian handed over a test paper. "Brother, I accidentally didn't get a perfect score today. Please punish me." Wang Yi was almost doubting his ears, trembling. Qin Xian shook his head, indicating he didn't like it, but being bullied was inevitable by your side. In fact, Qin Xian wanted to meet his brother, so if he was bullied by him, he could bear it. After hearing his words, Wang Yi began to be somewhat afraid of him. Knowing he would be bullied but still coming, he's really sick. "Get lost, don't bother me," he said, throwing him to the ground. Then, with a bang, he shut the door. However, unlike before, Qin Shihan did not cry but calmly picked up his books from the ground. Suddenly noticing that novel, the book seemed to be stuffed over by a female classmate of mine, saying something about how the characters inside were a lot like me. Curious, Qin Shihan opened it and saw. So this is what the so-called male protagonist is like. The next day, Qin Shihan came to Brother Yi's door again, but this time, what he brought was not a test paper, but a bouquet of flowers. Brother Yi looked at the flowers in his hand. Wang Yi was completely puzzled by his actions, wondering why he would give him flowers. Then, mimicking the male lead's lines from the novel, saying Brother Yi and the flowers matched well. "Oh my gosh, what's with this younger brother?" Wang Yi directly slapped the flowers out of his hand, saying, "Have you taken the wrong medicine? Mocking me for being as delicate as a flower?" Then, turning around in a huff, at this moment, Qin Shihan was observing his inner turmoil. Even though the first time giving brother a flower ended like this, Qin Shihan still didn't give up. The doll he made in craft class later, he also specifically brought back to give to him, inviting him to his elementary school graduation ceremony. After entering middle school, he would still come to ask him questions about his studies, but Wang Yi always kept his distance. He knew very well that he couldn't provide Qin Shihan with the warmth he wanted. It's not just because their worlds were different, but also because there was a very important matter to accomplish. The original purpose of signing the contract with the system, accumulate enough points to exchange for a time reversal tool to save those classmates who died because of him. After the younger brother grew up, he was no longer afraid of his older brother. With one move, he subdued him. That day, while having a meal with friends, Wang Yi suddenly lamented that time flows like water and the years are like a song. His friends thought he had been through some kind of emotional shock. Wang Yi told them he was just expressing his feelings. He couldn't believe that college was almost over. It had been 7 years since the last mission from the childhood phase of the cold school heartthrob fell in love with me. Wang Yi tried every means to avoid encountering Qin Shihan, even giving up his former major and, just like in the novel, got into the School of Economics. Thinking about this made Wang Yi angry. Why does a malicious supporting character need such a high level of education? The system told him that usually, the most vicious characters turn out to be the brightest minds in the entire story. Wang Yi was skeptical, but the system added that to create a sense of alienation for the readers. Such villains are often portrayed as high-ranking or wealthy schemers. They have power and wealth but are selfish, only looking to cause trouble for the protagonist. Thus, they are eventually defeated, serving as a way for readers to vent their frustrations. However, not all villains are designed to dramatically lose their intelligence before the big showdown or die from talking too much, willingly turning their lives into stepping stones for the male and female leads. Therefore, the system reminded Wang Yi to stick to his role and replace the original villain to ensure a thrilling story ending for the novel world to function properly. Wang Yi sighed in resignation but understood that the more exciting the story, the more task points he would receive after its conclusion. The system told him he can't remain comfortable any longer and needs to prepare for the upcoming main storyline. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion ahead. For some reason, there was a crowd at the door. Both Wang Yi and the system were stunned by the people they saw being watched. It was Qin Shihan. At this time, Qin Shihan was already 17, in his second year of high school. Now that he had been discovered, the best chance to escape had been missed. Wang Yi had no choice but to step forward and apologize. "Dear classmates, my little brother is a bit shy. Please don't be too enthusiastic." Upon learning that these two were brothers, the young ladies instantly became intrigued. Wang Yi still maintained a teasing older brother tone. "My obedient little brother is really causing me trouble by coming here. Can we step aside to talk?" Qin Shihan asked with a slight smile. Following Yi Ji's lead, they moved to a secluded area. Wang Yi asked him why he suddenly came from his own school and why he wasn't wearing his uniform. Qin Shihan explained, "I got out of school early today and thought about going home with Yi Ji, so I didn't wear it. Is that okay?" Hearing his tone, Wang Yi was instantly annoyed. Then, with a disdainful expression, he said, "I don't want to go home with a bad kid who doesn't follow school rules." Qin Shihan saw all his inner feelings. Hearing Yi Ji suggesting going to a bar, Qin Shihan couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed him and said, "Don't go. I'll wear my uniform at home for you." Hearing this, Wang Yi quickly withdrew his hand, thinking, who would want to see a grown man in a uniform? Surprisingly, the boy was very strong. It seemed that ever since he started to grow taller, he wasn't afraid of being bullied anymore. But no matter what, Wang Yi, the villainous character, must not fall apart. So, Wang Yi lifted his foot, intending to step on him. Qin Shihan stood still, with no intention of dodging. Wang Yi didn't actually step on him, but just stomped beside him to scare him, thinking that although now there's no longer the advantage of strength like before, the insulting actions are still easy to execute. The cold-hearted school heartthrob from the original work would certainly not be able to stand being treated this way and would leave on his own. However, these thoughts were all seen by Qin Xian, who then told Wang Yi to stop messing around and grabbed his foot. Wang Yi panicked instantly. In the next second, Qin Xian pinned him against the wall. Yi brother is always saying one thing and meaning another. Just when Wang Yi didn't know what to do, the system suddenly rushed over and bit Qin Xian, giving Wang Yi the chance to escape. Taking the opportunity, he pushed Qin Xian away and quickly made his getaway. Qin Xian didn't chase after him. Looking at the cat in his hand, he thought this must be the system that Wang Yi frequently mentioned in his inner monologue. Because of its existence, Yi brother had to pretend to be a bad guy and carry out some plan to make me fall for the female lead. But in those literary works, the vicious male supporting characters never end well. They either get seriously injured, go abroad, or go mad. Qin Xian unexpectedly found his way to the bar. Wang Yi decided to teach him a lesson, and the system quickly caught up with the escaping Wang Yi. Why does the male protagonist feel more and more evil? Wang Yi also doesn't understand himself. With his physical condition, he must be cheating. He just grabbed my leg and asked the system, facing such a cheater, can he really complete the task? The system tells him that playing the villain grants generous rewards, and difficulty is normal. But the method to complete the task varies from person to person. There was a legendary player who created the myth of completing the task 100% without any props. Wang Yi is curious. What props did that person take back to his own world? The system can't be sure. After all, it's been too long. Rumors say that after he acquired the ability to read minds, he became a sage in his era. But there's also a rumor in Zone A saying that back in his original world, this ability drove him insane, leading him to destroy his own soul, scattering it across the world. Hearing this, Wang Yi was stunned. Was it that tragic? It seems that this golden finger really does corrupt the heart. Then he prepared to go out and have a blast, meeting other rich kids in a private room. Zhuang Chang was surprised to see Wang Yi here, but Wang Yi didn't think much of it. He heard that there were some nice girls in the shop. I just wanted to have some fun, that's all. Zhuang Chang got excited when he heard it, decided to call a few more over. In fact, Wang Yi came here also because of a mission, in the soon-to-happen main storyline. After the female protagonist, Wen Xiaoro, transfers schools, she will work in this shop as a waitress. Due to the malicious male supporting character's difficulties and the adult Qin Xian, a chance encounter leads to a heroic rescue. Thinking to familiarize himself with the place before the story unfolds. In a short while, he hears the boss knocking and opening the door, then the boss brings a group of girls over. Zhuang Chang tells Wang Yi, this shop is a bit different from others. Not only does it have girls, but it also has young masters. Seeing the person who comes in, Wang Yi is stunned for a moment. He is that so-called young master. The boss lets them take their time to choose. Wang Yi doesn't know what to do for a moment. Zhuang Chang points at that young master. That guy looks a bit like your brother, huh? Wang Yi feels complicated. It's not just a bit like, that's exactly Qin Xian himself, okay? Knowing Wang Yi really dislikes his brother, Zhuang Chang decides to let off some steam for Wang Yi. Right now, Wang Yi even feels like hitting him. That young master is my lifeblood. You dare to lay a hand on him and see. Then he tells him there's no need. The young master prefers to fend for himself. Especially towards my brother. The boss quickly let Ah Xian go over when the tall, dark-haired young master asked for him, and quietly told him that securing a big customer on his first day of work is a must. Qin Xian comes up to Wang Yi, looks at him, then squats down to pour him a drink. Faced with this scene, Wang Yi is almost unable to sit still. Everyone else started playing. It would be weird if he didn't join in. Especially with this kid. At this moment, all his thoughts are visible to Qin Xian beside him. Just as Qin Xian is about to say something, Wang Yi reaches out and yanks him over. You little brat, what are you doing here? Qin Xian starts to act with him. What is young Master Wang saying? I don't understand, pretending like he is still playing dumb. Wang Yi immediately gets angry, then grabs his collar and starts to verbally abuse him, thinking this would drive him away. Unexpectedly, Qin Xian suddenly hugs him. Bro, is it just to come to places like this that you won't accompany me home? Wang Yi struggled to break free, but he was no match for him. Seeing how disobedient he was, Wang Yi couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed his collar forcefully. Qin Xian, you really think I wouldn't dare to do something to you? And then he ripped his collar apart. Wang Yi went out of his way to set Qin Xian up with the female lead, only to find out that he ended up with the supporting actress. Accidentally tearing Qin Xian's clothes, Wang Yi quickly covered his eyes. Worthy of the male lead, what a divinely sculpted physique. Coupled with the delicate face that drives the ladies crazy, everyone else was stunned by Wang Yi's action. The next second, Wang Yi hurriedly helped Qin Xian button his clothes, pulled him up, and then picked up a wine glass. He poured the wine directly over Qin Xian's head while verbally humiliating him. But seeing Qin Xian like this, Wang Yi actually felt a bit thrilled, wondering what was going on, hoping the door to these strange thoughts would never open. Qin Xian licked the spilled red wine and said, "The guest is right. So, may I ask what else I can do for you?" Wang Yi suddenly felt a bit flustered. Is this guy addicted to role-playing? Seeing that no one is paying attention here now, Wang Yi quickly pulled Qin Xian out and took him to the bathroom. "Hurry up and wash up, don't disgrace the Wang family." Qin Xian retorted, "Wasn't it you who made me like this?" Wang Yi immediately got angry. "That's because you're causing trouble. Even risking being recognized and facing expulsion, you still want to make things difficult for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xian suddenly splashed a glass of water on him. "You're clearly the one trying to make trouble," Qin Xian said. Wang Yi was stunned, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Qin Xian took off his jacket and threw it at him. At that moment, Qin Xian took off his coat and threw it to him, while helping him dry his hair. "I know you don't want this either, but I'm about to break down." Wang Yi thought of his childhood, how he didn't like to smile, and how his dad and mom would come over to teach him that people should smile when they're happy. Wang Yi thought of how books say humans are social animals, and if one can't blend into the community, they might be eliminated by society. But up to now, he still didn't understand. Also, why Qin Xian said he was about to not hold on. If he can't hold on, wouldn't that mean he's directly doomed? The system thought he was going crazy. Wang Yi expressed that he felt very bad right now and even doubted if the original story given by the system was reliable. Qin Xian's frequency of finding fault was getting higher, not like how the novel described him as indifferent to his brother. The system also had a bad premonition. Wang Yi decided to figure out why Qin Xian had become like this. Following the system's suggestion, Wang Yi disguised himself and went to Qin Xian's middle school. The system told him the school was the easiest place to find out about the main character's recent situation. At this moment, the white cat set its sight on the system and chased after it directly. The system panicked and fled. "Anyway, host, keep it up, I'm going to hide." Wang Yi was speechless. As expected, villains are always lonely. Then he arrived at the teaching building. Thinking that he was not too old, he could barely pass as a high school student. He suddenly heard the conversation of a female classmate nearby. "The Lily," they mentioned. Could it be the supporting female character Chen Li from the book? In fact, it indeed is Chen Li, the heiress of Chen Corporation. Chen Li turned to Qin Xian behind her. "Do you like my new hair clip?" Qin Xian didn't even look before answering her. Wang Yi, watching this scene from afar, was instantly petrified. "Well done, Qin Xian, really making your brother proud at the critical moment when the heroine is about to return. Qin Xian playing basketball is just too cool." After that strange gate opened for Wang Yi, it never closed again. To figure out the relationship between Qin Xian and Chen Li, Wang Yi quickly found those two girls to inquire about the situation. The girl told him that the campus heartthrob and the school belle are naturally familiar, but it's because Chen Li always pesters him that he occasionally says a few words. The girls see Qin Xian as very cold and often fantasize about the day they might see him smile. Seeing their infatuated looks, Wang Yi is at a loss for words. It seems he's the only one who has seen Qin Xian smile. Just then, the girls ask if he's also a member of the Heartthrob's fan club, not giving Wang Yi a chance to explain. The girl immediately tells him that Senior Qin is great at basketball and even has quite a few male fans. As soon as she finishes speaking, the basketball game is about to start. Wang Yi intended to sneak away, but unexpectedly, the girls directly caught him. "Why leave? Don't you want to see the heartthrob in action?" In fact, more than that, Wang Yi wants to see him tearfully call him brother. However, if there's a lot of physical activity, even Qin Xian would end up all messed up, panting painfully and drenched. That would actually be quite cute. Basketball really is a great sport. When he saw Qin Xian taking a shot, Wang Yi was momentarily stunned. That basketball reminded him of the mistakes he made in his past life. A bus full of classmates died in front of him. At that moment, Wang Yi was incredibly calm. Only one thought remained in his mind. Why wasn't he the one who died? Did the system say this accident was caused by you? He then used a metal suitcase to protect himself and jokingly caused the accident. A skillful murderer? The match over here is already finished. A loud cheer erupted throughout the venue. A girl, feeling happy, noticed Wang Yi seemed a bit listless. She approached Wang Yi out of concern and told them he had a bit of heat stroke. "Right, Qin Xian sweated a lot and might catch a cold. Can you help me bring him a towel?" The girls were stunned on the spot, thinking, "Damn, we lost in terms of thoughtfulness." Then the two of them brought the towel to Qin Xian. "Senior Qin, you played so well today. This is a towel as a token of appreciation, please accept it." Looking at the towel, Qin Xian didn't really want to accept it as a player came over to take it. During the process, Qin Xian suddenly smelled a familiar scent and quickly snatched back the towel. He picked it up and sniffed it. Who gave you this towel? Someone wondered what was wrong with him today, as he kept looking around. Qin Xian recalled earlier in the classroom, and combining this with the towel, he then told them he had something to do and wouldn't return to class just yet. Wang Yi came alone to sit by the wall, while outside, Qin Xian was looking for him. At this moment, seeing Wang Yi inside, Qin Xian came over to ask if he was stuck. Wang Yi bluntly told him to go away. This confirmed for Qin Xian that the person following him today was Brother Yi. Seeing his inner turmoil, Qin Xian squatted in front of him. Brother, are you unhappy? Wang Yi smiled helplessly. Are you a masochist? You always get mistreated whenever you come near me, yet you still always rush towards me. Hearing Qin Xian call himself gentle, Wang Yi was completely caught off guard. Have you ever seen a gentle person who delights in seeing others show a look of unbearable pain? Have you ever seen a gentle person who kills all his friends in a car, yet can't shed a single tear himself? Then he just turns around and leaves. Wake up and feel free to hate me. I don't deserve anyone's gentleness. Wang Yi comes to this club again. Zhuang Chang finds it odd that he seems less enthusiastic today. In fact, Wang Yi is here only to complete a task. He really didn't want to come. According to the plot provided by the system, Qin Xian will be invited here by his classmates today. He keeps himself clean and certainly wouldn't engage in any pleasurable activities, but he will end up playing the hero to save the beauty by chance. In order to supplement her family's income, Wen Xiaoro, the female protagonist who works here as a test server, finds herself with the villainous male supporting character. All he needed to do was first get his pants dirtied by an accident with Xiaoru, then bully her using that as an excuse. Then, by chance, Qin Xian would appear and beat him up badly, eventually landing him in the hospital with serious injuries. It all seemed pretty simple. Listening to Zhuang Chang asking if he wanted something to eat, Wang Yi started ordering the desserts needed for the plot. Sure enough, it was Wen Xiaoru who came to deliver the food. This unassuming girl is indeed the female lead. The other rich second generations nearby were immediately attracted to her too. Wang Yi was momentarily stunned, then proceeded to help her out, but still had to maintain his persona, so he boldly claimed, I've taken a liking to her. This prompted Zhuang Chang to quickly send someone over. Xiaoru, startled by his action, lost her balance and the beverage she was holding spilled all over. Wang Yi, smiling happily as it matched the storyline, hadn't expected the drink to spill in such an awkward place, and it was also cold. Wang Yi was about to lose his mind. Xiaoru quickly apologized and offered to wipe it off for him. Wang Yi immediately stopped her. Don't, I'll do it myself. Unflustered, Xiaoru apologized profusely. I'm very sorry, dear guest. I will immediately inquire with the manager to offer a compensation dish and waive the charge for your private room. I'm extremely sorry for disturbing your pleasant rest time. The store also provides a dryer. Please follow me. Listening to her, Wang Yi was dumbfounded. In the original work, Wen Xiaoro, during this scene, shouldn't be clueless and too panicked to speak, right? What's with this impeccable PR response now? All for the sake of a smooth storyline. For the plot to proceed smoothly, Wang Yi had to forcefully adopt the role of a disreputable rich second generation, then angrily grabbed her collar and was about to go find their boss. Xiaoru was completely baffled as she was just talking about wanting to find the manager. Wang Yi directly told her to shut up. You embarrassed me today. What will you compensate me with? Just then, Qin Xian happened to pass by and saw Yi Zhe making things difficult for Xiaoru. What are you guys doing? Hearing Qin Xian's voice, Wang Yi finally saw his savior. Although he verbally told him to get lost, deep inside he was hoping that he would quickly come and save the female lead. Seeing Yi Ji's inner turmoil, Qin Xian realized that Wen Xiaoru was the female lead. Wang Yi raised his fist towards Wen Xiaoru, hoping Qin Xian would come to stop him. Sure enough, the next second, Qin Xian grabbed him from the side. It seems the plot is progressing smoothly, Qin Xian said as he lifted Wang Yi's hand. He asked him what happened to his body. Wen Xiaoru explained that she accidentally spilled lemonade on him. Don't worry, it doesn't contain alcohol, it's just a bit cool. Wang Yi was petrified on the spot and was immediately grabbed by Qin Xian. During the scuffle with Qin Xian, Wang Yi accidentally got injured. When he woke up again, he only had memories of his past life. Suddenly being dragged away by Qin Xian, Wang Yi angrily shouted, thinking he wanted to play the hero saving the beauty. Qin Xian told him no, he just wanted to check if he was okay. Be careful not to freeze there. Enraged, Wang Yi cursed out loud, but this was all part of the plot. If only Qin Xian hit him now, this part could end. Qin Xian, who was just following the plot, was now unmoved. Brother, making me angry is useless. How about we see who can hold this pose longer without stepping away? Wang Yi was instantly at a loss for how to respond. What kind of new move is this? It's flashy and annoying. Hurry up and hit me. If this continues, we'll end up bumping into each other, won't we? Wang Yi tightly closed his eyes as Qin Xian suddenly stepped on an ice block on the ground. He was about to slip and fall, and at the last moment, he quickly let go of Wang Yi's hand. Wang Yi realized that he didn't want to hurt him by falling together, but at this moment, there was a corner cabinet behind him. So Wang Yi tightly grabbed him and switched places with him during the fall. Then he hit the corner cabinet. Wen Xiaoro rushed forward to check on him, and Qin Xian was terrified. Brother Yi's head started bleeding from the hit. Wen Xiaoro was quickly told to call an ambulance, and Qin Xian picked Wang Yi up. At this moment, Qin Xian felt extremely guilty. Brother Yi purposely cushioned my fall. I never thought something like this would happen. We're almost at the hospital. Hold on. Wang Yi's consciousness started to blur. It's okay. The person who was supposed to get hurt was me. The malicious supporting character, the evil young master Wang Yi, is an early antagonist in the novel The Cold School Heartthrob Fell in Love with Me. The catalyst that pushed him to gradually exit the plot was a comprehensive examination stemming from this fight. After Wang Yi's father saw the test results, he discovered that Wang Yi wasn't his biological son, so he confronted Wang's mother and then kicked both of them out of the Wang family. Qin Xian thus became the eldest son of the Wang family, inheriting all of Wang Chengpeng's estate. However, in reality, his father came over and scolded Qin Xian, insisting that the doctor give Wang Yi a thorough checkup, leaving no stone unturned. Qin Xian sat blankly in the chair, never expecting the outcome to be like this. He was merely trying to change his fate of being treated violently. He didn't follow Brother Yi's wishes, but it seems that things have gotten even worse. While lost in thought, he suddenly heard Wang's mother calling him next to him. Qin Xian, did you hear me talking? Look at you, the illegitimate child growing wings, thinking you can inherit the Wang family without Wang Yi? As she was about to slap Qin Xian, he quickly grabbed her hand. Are you mistaken about something? I never intended to touch the Wang family's property, but the premise is, father hasn't discovered Brother Yi's true identity. Hearing this, Wang's mother panicked instantly. What do you mean? I warn you, don't talk nonsense. Qin Xian did not explicitly state it but was indeed hinting at Wang's mother. The tests the doctor did on Yi might reveal things that shouldn't be known by father. Right now Wang Mu is still being stubborn. What things shouldn't be known? But I have something to do, so I'll leave for now. I'll deal with you when I return. After Wang Mu leaves, Qin Xian goes to Yi's hospital room. Although he knows Yi has sacrificed a lot for this mission and is ready to be expelled from the family, he doesn't want Yi to leave. Seeing Wang Yi get up, Qin Xian quickly goes over to check on him. Unexpectedly, it seems like Yi doesn't recognize him. Looking at his inner state, after losing his memory, Wang Yi, wanting to repay Qin Xian, even agrees to wear women's clothes for him. Wang Yi wakes up confused. Wasn't he on the bus? Looking at his inner state, Qin Xian is baffled. At this moment, Wang Yi feels a sharp pain in his head, thinking maybe something went wrong during the expedition. Based on Wang Yi's state, Qin Xian believes it's due to a head injury that caused his retrograde amnesia, making him unable to remember the past. He then tells him that he wasn't on the bus, but instead collapsed at an entertainment club, and that it was him who brought him to the hospital. Although he felt it was unscientific, Wang Yi still wanted to check in with his family first, so he asked Qin Xian to borrow a cell phone. At this moment, Qin Xian felt somewhat guilty. Wang Yi first called his mother, only to find out the number was disconnected. Then he called his father, the call went through, but it wasn't his dad on the line. There was no other option. Wang Yi had no choice but to ask Qin Xian to let him stay a bit longer. Qin Xian was stunned for a moment. Wang Yi awkwardly said, "You might not believe this, but I think I'm a time traveler." After hearing this, Qin Xian found himself unable to argue. Wang Yi, after some analysis, came to this conclusion. After all, his parents would never play such a pointless prank. Qin Xian thought he might as well play along for now, asking him if it was like the time travel scene in TV dramas. Wang Yi had no better explanation. Qin Xian gave a slight smile and said, "I see. Well, I believe you. Do you want to stay at my place?" It seemed that after losing his memory, Brother Yi had lost his hostility, forgot his mission, and no longer pretended to be someone else. Finally appeared in front of him safe and sound. In the following days, due to Qin Xian's intentional arrangements, Wang's parents were busy with social engagements and didn't visit the ward. Qin Xian took Wang Yi to his rented apartment. As soon as they entered, Wang Yi praised the place. It's surprising that such a handsome Qin classmate doesn't have a girlfriend. Qin Xian smiled and replied that he didn't, which is why he brought him back. Wang Yi didn't think much of it and thanked him again. Qin Xian told him no thanks were needed and took a wig out of the cabinet. "I need your help," he said. Wang Yi came closer, curious. Help with what? Then he was stunned at the sight of the wig. He started stammering. What is this? Qin Shion asked if he remembered when he called him brother before. He wore this wig, and then I had a reaction. Wang Yi got goosebumps all over after hearing this. You have thoughts about your brother? Qin Shion shook his head. I only have those thoughts when he's dressed as a woman. In fact, Qin Shion was lying to him because he had earlier learned from Wang Yi's subconscious. Previously, from Wang Yi's internal monologue, we learned that if he, as the malicious supporting male character, shows ambiguous behavior with the male lead, he might be punished. The safest way would be to disguise himself as the female lead. Qin Shion told Wang Yi that he looked very much like his older brother, so it should work. Wang Yi asked him, do you want me to dress as a woman to satisfy some bizarre curiosity? Qin Shion replied, saying that the favor he mentioned earlier would suffice, and assured Wang Yi that he wouldn't go too far. After some hesitation, Wang Yi agreed. Seeing Wang Yi put on the wig, Qin Shion's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Wang Yi was also quite happy to be able to help him and asked if there was anything else. Since Wang Yi asked, Qin Shion pointed to the dress and said, can you change into that instead of pants? Wang Yi complied, thinking he had never worn such a thing before. It felt quite breezy. Qin Shion looked at him with great satisfaction. It looks great. Then he lifted Wang Yi's foot and said, I told you I wouldn't go too far, right? While Wang Yi and the system were fretting over how to complete the upcoming plot, Qin Shion returned and voluntarily offered to help them. Wang Yi was a bit at a loss about Qin Shion's request to step on him. It turns out that heaven is fair. Even the cold and handsome school idol has unspeakable secrets. Wang Yi then told Qin Shion that although he said he would try to help, if possible, he still didn't want to engage in violent acts. Qin Shion didn't understand why. Wang Yi continued to explain, didn't I tell you before? My perception of some things is a bit different from others. For example, when I was young, my friends and I saw a stray cat's body, and they all felt sorry for it, but I was indifferent. Rather than mourning the loss of life, I was more curious about the distorted expressions on my friends' faces, and I kept watching them. Of course, as I grew older, I understood more and wouldn't be so impolite. But some little quirks are hard to change. So even if it's just for fun, I don't want to go overboard. I try hard to act like a normal person. Listening to Wang Yi's explanation, Qin Shion thought he probably had certain tendencies. Since he said that, Qin Shion didn't push him further, especially since he wasn't really into that kind of thing either. Then just let me hold you for a bit. When Qin Shion hugged him, Wang Yi found it quite strange. It was as if, in all his life, it was the first time he had been embraced by a man in this way. For Qin Shion, it was also the first time since childhood that his brother responded to his hug. If there were no barriers between us, if Yi Ji didn't have to finish those damn tasks, then Yi Ji and I, could we stay happy together forever? One day, a new student transferred into Qin Shion's class at school. Hello, everyone. I'm Wen Xiaoro, a transfer student. I hope we can all study happily together. Please take care of me. The teacher glanced around and saw an empty seat next to Qin Shion, so she had Wen Xiaoro sit beside him. Chen Li was furious when she heard this. Her desk mate quickly comforted her, Lily, don't be angry. She's not as pretty as you. After Xiaoro sat down, she started greeting Qin Shion. Qin, we meet again. Thank you for keeping my part-time job a secret. However, Qin Shion didn't even glance at her, which made Xiaoro feel awkward. But she still asked him about Wang Yi. Yi Ji seemed badly injured that day. I'd like to go see him. Qin Shion's expression changed instantly upon hearing that. No, over here, Qin Shion. In a rental house, the system found Wang Yi. The system was speechless about his situation. You are probably the first fool in history to lose your memory just as you were about to complete a quick transmigration task. After being scolded, Wang Yi grabbed it and said, speak properly, no personal attacks. So I'm not actually transmigrating, but completing tasks in a novel world? The system felt things were very odd now. Originally, you were supposed to follow the plot. During a full examination at the hospital, you would be discovered by Mr. Wang due to a blood type mismatch, leading to exposure and being kicked out of the house. But somehow, not only was the fake blood relation not exposed, you even inexplicably started living with the male lead. If you can't complete this last task, you won't be able to leave here to finish all the tasks in the next world, which is necessary to leave without pain. Otherwise, even if you don't want the remaining task points, you can only switch worlds through death. With so much information at once, Wang Yi felt overwhelmed. How could it be so absurd? Just a moment ago, I felt like I was joking with classmates. But speaking of which, didn't the male lead Qin Shion say he felt something for his brother in women's clothing? Was he actually saying that to me? At this moment, the sound of the door opening was heard. The real Qin Shion was back, and Wang Yi panicked immediately. The system had to tell Qin Shion you were back. Look, a cat got into the house. But Qin Xian didn't say a word. Instead, he kept staring at Wang Yi, then loosened his tie. If you want to complete the task and leave this world, I can help. As soon as he said this, the system and Wang Yi were shocked. Could he be an ally? Qin Xian reassured them that he wasn't a monster or a transmigrator, just someone who can see others' thoughts. I've known for a while that you want to complete the task, and the prerequisite for completing it is to ensure the story's excitement, right? But the situation isn't optimistic because I have no desire for the heroine. Hearing this, the system was about to break apart. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Qin Xian told it. I explained to Brother Yi earlier, I'm only interested in men in women's clothing, so it's clear that even if I force interactions with the heroine, I can't perform the blushing, heart-pounding scenes they need. Now Wang Yi felt doomed. His brain couldn't handle so many things beyond his comprehension. He felt like he was the only one going crazy at the moment. That explains everything, right? And Qin Xian saw the wilderness of my heart, then replied to Wang Yi, you're not crazy. If needed, I can fully recite all your thoughts. The system quickly went over to cling to him. I believe. You just mentioned helping. What did you mean? Qin Xian grinned mischievously. After all, Big Brother has a wig that lets him play the heroine. If he could cross-dress and act out the next scene with me, maybe I could get excited too. After everything is settled, I can help by telling father that Wang Yi isn't actually a child of the Wang family, and that should solve all the problems. Wang Yi didn't understand. What benefit do you get from doing all this? Even though I've lost my memory, based on your role as the malicious supporting character, our brotherly bond can't possibly be strong enough for you to help me for free, right? Qin Xian told him, of course, it's not for free. Precisely because you used to be so lousy that I wanted to experience the real tenderness of my big brother. I wasn't going to say any of this, but when I thought of that day when Wen Xiaoro said she wanted to see Brother Yi, it left a bad taste in my mouth. Knowing that Brother Yi doesn't dislike him, Qin Xian felt really happy. Though I always felt there was something odd about it, this cat is just too hard to deal with. Wang Yi can't do anything about it. The system is about to remind him why he agreed to this task in the first place. The contract on Qin Xian's side is ready. Brother Fan, come over for dinner. This kid used to pretend to be a stranger, but now he has started to call him brother. Qin Xian directly responds to Wang Yi's thoughts, yes. Qin Xian directly responded to Wang Yi's thoughts, saying, yes, I still prefer this nickname. Realizing Qin Xian had read his mind again, Wang Yi found his reaction quite amusing. He asked him if it isn't possible to read minds, reacting as if mind reading during meals was quite convenient. Wang Yi didn't expect such a response. Qin Xian thought he was always odd. Normal people would feel nauseated being constantly seen through, wouldn't they? Wang Yi felt that Qin Xian was implying something about him. Am I not a normal person? I don't need a cross-dressing pervert to remind me, Qin Xian replied with a slight smile. But truly, Brother Yi and I are a perfect match. Wang Yi was instantly speechless. Young man, the world is full of beauties, why pine for your older brother? Qin Xian asked if he disliked it, and Wang Yi said it wasn't that severe, but he might also not like Qin Xian. Yet, Qin Xian felt it was okay, this was enough for him. Compared to the nightmares of being cursed again and again, this situation was much better. Qin Xian wondered if he should feel fortunate that his brother was also an undeniable oddity. That day, Wang Yi wore a wig and changed into a girl's school uniform, ready to complete the task dictated by the system, but he felt uncomfortable. Wearing this in broad daylight is really out of place. The system tells him it's fine. To outsiders you look exactly like Wen Xiaoro. Please don't hold back your superb acting skills. Wang Yi just wants to get it over with quickly. The system tells him that the next scene is Wen Xiaoro being bullied by Chen Li and pushed into the pool, coincidentally witnessed by the male lead Qin Xian. So the drenched Wen is taken home by Qin Xian, where they have a misunderstanding and ambiguous romantic moments. By this time, Wang Yi is prepared, and Qin Xian goes to stop the real Wen Xiaoro from coming over. Meanwhile, Chen Li sees Wang Yi disguised as Wen Xiaoro and starts picking on her. Wen Xiaoro bumped into me, doesn't she know how to apologize? Wang Yi looks puzzled. I didn't bump into you, did I? Chen Li doesn't care, how dare you argue? Don't think that just because you're close with Qin the school heartthrob, I wouldn't dare to deal with you. Her companions also chimed in. So Wang Yi steps forward. Then tell me, what should I do to make you calm down? Chen Li was a bit surprised by her actions, then became angry. It's not your place to question me. How infuriating, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. With that, she tries to push her, but despite pushing for ages, Wang Yi remains completely unmoved. Suddenly she realizes that this is the part where she's supposed to be pushed into the pool, but her strength is just too small. If it's faking a fall, that doesn't seem right. Chen Li is tired of pushing. At this moment, Wang Yi grabs her. Push here. It doesn't matter if you use all your strength. Chen Li is momentarily confused by her actions. This damn woman. How did she suddenly become so charming? Is her brain broken? Who would care to push you? But Wang Yi clings tightly to her hand. Chen Li gets so frustrated that she uses both hands to break free. Wang Yi seizes the opportunity and falls into the nearby pool. Seeing Wen Xiaoro fall into the pool, Chen Li panics a bit. You told me to push you. It's not our fault. Then she hurriedly runs away. At this moment, Qin Xian comes over. Seeing him standing there making snarky comments, Wang Yi almost wants to curse, but still follows the script. When Qin Xian sees her inner thoughts, he follows along and reaches out to help her up. Wang Yi, looking at his cold face as he kindly helps, can't help but find it a bit alluring. When Qin Xian sees her complimenting him inwardly, his face instantly blushes. After helping him up, seeing Wang Yi dressed like that really added a unique flair. Then, Qin Xian took off his coat and draped it over him. My house is nearby, come and change your clothes. At this moment, Wang Yi's acting skills explosively erupted. Qin Xian quickly averted his gaze, following the script. Wang Yi followed Qin Xian to his house and then prepared to take a bath. Everything went smoothly, leading to the next part of the scene. The main character, mistakenly entering the bathroom while delivering clothes, inadvertently witnesses a scene. Although the plot is cliché, thinking that both are men and a quick glance wouldn't matter. Just as he undressed, suddenly Qin Xian opened the door. Wang Yi froze instantly, then shouted in panic, "What are you doing?" Qin Xian gestured for him to be quiet. Everyone else is asleep outside. He continued with a mischievous smile, "Go on." It turned out that Wang Yi had fallen into Qin Xian's trap right from the start. This time, under his instigation, he even bit him. Unexpectedly, Qin Xian made an early appearance. Wang Yi was so angry he almost resorted to violence. Qin Xian whispered in his ear, "It seems, brother hasn't yet realized what he really should be doing." When the system is not around, the consideration isn't about following the script at all. Instead, it's about how to make the story more exciting. Hearing this, Wang Yi thought it made sense. Doing as he said, the story would probably be quite explosive, but then he realized it wouldn't just be explosive, it would be downright twisted. He quickly tried to push him away, only to be unexpectedly refused. It seems he's not so easily fooled. Yi is an easygoing person, usually agreeing to requests if asked twice. But the more he compromises, the more people take advantage. They want to do even more excessive things to see how far they can push his limits. Qin Xian entered the room, looking at the system sleeping soundly on the bed. In the next second, he slapped it away and then tidied the bed. The next task is to share a bed. In the novel, whenever the female lead visits the male lead's home, it always rains. The male lead would let the female lead stay overnight. In the original work, Wen Xiaoro was afraid of thunder, so naturally, she developed feelings for Qin Xian that night. This plot seems quite simple. However, after coming to Qin Xian's room, he felt a bit in danger. Everything is normal for now, so the system doesn't disturb them. Suddenly there was a thunderclap, and Wang Yi quickly put on an act, throwing himself into Qin Xian's arms, pretending to be very scared. Qin Xian showed concern and asked what was wrong. Was the thunder too loud? Another thunderclap followed, and Wang Yi pushed too hard, knocking Qin Xian over. Qin Xian felt that this position was not good and wanted him to get up. But Wang Yi was still lost in his act and couldn't extricate himself. At this moment, Qin Xian's face was already red. If Wen Xiaoro is afraid, she can sleep with me. Thinking that if it doesn't end soon, he really won't be able to take it anymore. Wang Yi got up, feeling happy for achieving his goal. Suddenly, he saw Qin Xian's expression and thought, "Oh my, what kind of expression is that?" Although it looked painful, it seemed more genuine than anyone else ever did, making him want to tease him a bit more. After seeing Wang Yi's inner turmoil, Qin Xian was sure that Yi Zhe indeed liked seeing people's chaotic expressions, just like he said. At this distance, Wang Yi could clearly hear Qin Xian's breathing. He thought he needed to control himself. There was no reason it was possible before, but not now. However, Qin Xian didn't plan to let him go. He grabbed his hand, causing him to still feel scared, but it couldn't hurt too much or he would cry out. Under his temptation, even though Wang Yi kept telling himself it was wrong, he couldn't control his actions. After biting down, he left a bite mark on Qin Xian. And now Qin Xian finally understood. So this is what Yi Zhe always thinks about. At that moment, Wang Yi recalled the previous scenes. It turns out that what he had been trying so hard to hide had already been exposed in front of him from the very beginning. All those pitiful expressions were deliberately shown to him. The next day, Wang Yi took off his wig and hurried to apologize to Qin Xian. Clearly, there's no need to bully you anymore, but I still did something excessive. I'm really sorry. Qin Xian asked him if he had regained his memory. Wang Yi told him, not completely. I still don't remember the reason for the time travel, but I do remember how terribly I treated you in the past. Please hit me until you're not angry anymore. Qin Shion stepped forward to comfort him, saying, there's no need for that. It was all for the mission. But Wang Yi was still filled with guilt, fearing that he might become violent in the future and turn into a scumbag. Qin Shion asked if he was worried about hurting someone in the future. Wang Yi wiped away his tears and said, yeah, but I'm feeling much better now. When I was a kid, I didn't even know how to smile. Qin Shion sighed, you seem so cute like this, Yeesh. How about this, if you're really determined to atone for what you did in the past, then from now on, I'll be the one bullying you. While applying medicine to Qin Shion, I saw his reaction. The strange door of Wang Yi is about to open again. Qin Shion suggests that he should bully his brother in the future. Wang Yi was puzzled. How to bully? Qin Shion asked him if he could endure punishment to suppress his own sadistic instincts. Wang Yi thought for a while and told him it's okay as long as it's not too excessive. Qin Shion prepared to adopt a similar control method to curb Wang Yi's sadistic impulses. With his ability to read minds, he can preemptively stop Wang Yi's violent tendencies, but this is still not addressing the root cause. Therefore, after his brother makes a mistake, I will also give him corresponding punishment, making him remember with his body that once he cannot control himself, he will be punished. Although this can't guarantee to be effective in the long term, it should at least make him think twice about troubling me. Wang Yi wondered, is it that simple? Qin Shion told him there's also a precondition that his brother must completely obey his commands. Now Wang Yi understands, meaning he needs to trust him wholeheartedly. Qin Shion told him he could terminate the agreement anytime if it becomes too hard. Seeing that Wang Yi didn't respond, Hu Yiqin felt he was too reckless. Never mind, just pretend I didn't say anything. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Wang Yi agreed. When things get out of control, there's no turning back. So even if there's the slightest possibility, I want to try. And so, the agreement was made. It seems Brother Yi has a serious psychological shadow about potentially harming others. At this moment, Wang Yi grabbed Qin Shion's sleeve. By the way, Qin Shion, thank you for not minding the foolish things I've done in the past and always helping me. If you have something you want, or if you need help, you can tell me. Qin Shion asked if he could say anything. Wang Yi said as long as he could do it. Actually, what Qin Shion wanted was for him to stay in this world forever. Just as Qin Shion was about to speak, the system suddenly came rushing over in panic. Interrupted, Qin Shion was so angry he wanted to hit it. Seeing the system like this, Wang Yi also panicked. The system told him it was a big deal. Wang Yi thought it was because the biting incident from last night had been exposed. At this moment, the system popped up a screen saying, "Host, look quickly. Last night's task points have doubled. Doubled. Did you do anything special last night?" At this point, Wang Yi turned to look at Qin Shion behind him and then recalled the awkward scene from last night. He started playing dumb with the system and asked, what usually causes such a point increase? The system told him that generally, the more exciting the story, the more points, but a sudden spike like this was rare. However, the system still praised Wang Yi's performance, telling him that it would apply for an even worse role for him in the next world. At this moment, Qin Shion picked up the system. Qin Shion asked it what the next task would be, since he himself was quite looking forward to it. According to the system's storyline, Wang Yi would continue to pretend to be Wen Xiaoro. When bullied, Qin Shion would come to the rescue like a hero saving a damsel in distress, and then Wang Yi would tend to Qin Shion's wounds. Later on, in school, the female supporting character Chen Li would lock Wang Yi in a dark room, where he would unexpectedly bump into Qin Shion, who was sleeping inside. Then the two of them began the classic scene where the male lead puts a coat on the female lead. However, Chen Li didn't let her off and pushed Wang Yi down the stairs. Wang Yi accidentally fell onto Qin Shion, crushing him badly on the spot. She quickly got up to check if he was hurt and then took him to the infirmary. His back was really red. "Sorry, Qin," she said. "Xiao Ru will apply medicine for you." At such a close distance, Qin Shion could hear Yi Ji's heartbeat. When she touched the ointment to his back, Qin Shion made a pained sound, which made Wang Yi feel embarrassed. She kept reminding herself not to get excited, that she was just applying medicine. But this feeling was too something. Eventually, Wang Yi couldn't control herself and poked Qin Shion's wound. Seeing his reaction, Wang Yi almost went crazy. Noticing Qin Shion's gaze, Wang Yi realized she got too absorbed in applying the medicine and accidentally touched his bruise. So he quickly apologized to him, but the next second he was pinned down by Qin Shion. Qin Shion looked down at him like this, and Wang Yi just asked casually. Unexpectedly, Qin Shion admitted his feelings for him directly. At this moment, Wang Yi was being asked by Qin Shion to accept punishment. Hearing that he had to take the initiative to kiss him, Wang Yi was completely shocked. Although to the outside world, they are the legitimate male and female leads. Qin Xian asked if he was going to refuse. Since he had already agreed to him earlier, Wang Yi could only grit his teeth and go for it. But this was his first kiss. At this point, Qin Xian saw his inner struggle. He directly reached out to stop him. Wang Yi was taken aback immediately. Qin Xian told him to continue like this and save the first kiss for the right person. Unexpectedly, Qin Xian was quite innocent, but the more he was like this, the more Wang Yi wanted to tease him a bit more. Following Qin Xian's instruction not to stop, Wang Yi started to improvise, and Qin Xian was stunned by his actions, thinking he was too skilled, not at all like it was his first kiss. So he asked him if he had any romantic experiences, to which Wang Yi replied he did not. Wang Yi admitted he was only excited by expressions of pain, a bit of a freak. So, Qin Xian suggested he try it with him. After that, Qin Xian bought Wang Yi a milk tea, and right after finishing that sentence, the scene abruptly ended. Wang Yi found it quite awkward and started to initiate conversation. However, after Qin Xian responded, both fell into silence again. Then, Wang Yi asked Qin Xian if he had developed feelings for him, which immediately unsettled Qin Xian. Seeing his reaction, Wang Yi wondered if he had guessed right. After a while, Qin Xian recovered and exclaimed, "You're just realizing this now?" This left Wang Yi stunned, and he quickly sought confirmation from Qin Xian if he really meant what Wang Yi thought he meant. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with your request." Rhetorically asking, isn't what Wang Yi wants a distorted relationship? I won't get hurt, and I can satisfy Yi Ji's preferences anytime. We are compatible and should be together. Seeing him speak so earnestly, Wang Yi asks if he really likes him. It seems Yi Ji still doesn't believe it. Wang Yi feels he cannot sense even a bit of the romantic atmosphere he used to feel when girls confessed to him from Qin Xian. He tells him that perhaps it's just a Stockholm syndrome developed from being bullied by his brother when he was young, but Qin Xian doesn't think so. Seeing him get up to leave, Wang Yi quickly catches up. "Can you give me some time to think? I'm still recovering from the orthopedics." Qin Xian agrees. Compared to Wang Yi's confusion about this relationship, Qin Xian is very clear. He wants to seize the only goodwill around him and make it completely his own. This is a kind of possessiveness, regardless of whether Yi Ji's kindness to me is out of habit or pretense. Now it's time to take responsibility for my feelings. Perhaps my heart is even more distorted than Yi Ji's. I won't let you escape. The system congratulates them. The plot of my novel, Cold Campus Heartthrob Falls in Love with Me, is more than half over. Now, he has earned a lot of points and is very happy. Qin Xian then reminds him of the matter he mentioned considering before. As soon as this is mentioned, Wang Yi instantly becomes like a frostbitten eggplant. The system tells Wang Yi that the next plot is the most important scene in this work. That is the romantic study trip between Qin Xian and Wen Xiaoro. Hearing this, Qin Xian is full of anticipation. However, after seeing Wang Yi's inner turmoil, Qin Xian suddenly becomes unhappy, thinking about playing hard to get a little. If he doesn't want to go, then forget it. Wang Yi asks him if he really doesn't need to go. Qin Xian, sulking, gives him a definite answer, still thinking Yi might change his mind. Unexpectedly, he really isn't preparing to go. So, Qin Xian angrily slams the door and leaves. Wang Yi sees that he is angry, then quickly gets dressed up. The system wonders what he is up to. It turns out Wang Yi was just deceiving Qin Xian, worrying about letting Qin Xian act out the plot alone. This time, he decides to go as an observer, bringing the system along for the vacation. Oh no, now the female lead has her eyes on Yi. Qin Xian is jealous again. Wang Yi and the system have arrived at Chongqing Mountain, where Qin Xian is studying. When Wang Yi is out of breath from exhaustion, the system is completely relaxed. The system notices how efficiently Wang Yi has been progressing in the storyline lately. It asks if he has recovered all his memories. Wang Yi is puzzled by the question. The system explains that, based on his behavior before recovering his memory, he seemed to like Qin Xian a lot. It figures he would want to linger and not rush to complete the task. At this moment, Wang Yi starts to doubt himself. Speaking of liking Qin Xian, he admits there might be a little bit of truth to it, although he can't quite understand why. If he could have a younger brother, he wishes it would be someone like Qin Xian. Unfortunately, compared to his friends' lives, the choice is clear. He just hopes that during the time he has left, he can make up for some of what he owes this child. Suddenly, the system spots the female lead. Wang Yi looks in the direction the system points. Unexpectedly, he ran into the next plot by wandering around. The system informed him that the next storyline involved the malicious supporting female character and Wen Xiaoro being randomly assigned the task of chopping wood. However, Chen Li pushed all the work onto Wen Xiaoro, causing her to get injured. Fortunately, Qin Xian arrived just in time to save her heroically. He took her to get bandaged and provided meticulous care for her during their subsequent school life, laying a solid foundation for the final confession. Though it was explained this way, Wang Yi was puzzled. Clearly, it was her arm that was injured, so why the princess carry? The system showed an expression of speechlessness. You don't understand the romance of a girl. At this moment, the plot began. Chen Li was complaining, saying that the school must be crazy to have students chop wood and cook for themselves. Xiaoro thought it was quite fun, so Chen Li let her do all the work. The system informed Wang Yi that the protagonist's emotions must be very low at this point, and she would soon sprain her wrist while chopping wood. However, Wang Yi felt something was off. In the next second, Wen Xiaoro raised the axe and chopped the wood with ease, leaving both of them astonished. Chen Li was also stunned on the side, exclaiming, "You're amazing." Xiaoro explained that it was probably because she had been helping with chores at home all along, so her strength was definitely not an issue. Chen Li found it strange that she, a girl, was doing physical labor. Xiao Ru asked back, "Can't girls do physical labor?" Chen Li told her, "Of course not. We must maintain grace and beauty to be liked by men." However, Xiao Ru felt that before being liked by boys, you must first gain your own approval. In the past, I also thought that girls being delicate and fragile was better. But a very gentle older brother told me that girls, just like boys, don't need to be protected by others and can be strong on their own. So, I want to prioritize my studies and future plans. For now, I don't want my energy to be consumed by something like love. Chen Li then realized, so what you're saying is you don't actually like Chen, the school heartthrob. Xiao Ru didn't understand why she would like him. At this point, Wang Yi was about to go crazy. What is going on? Even when Xiaoro doesn't like Qin Xian? Then Xiao Ru told Chen Li that she had always liked her first love, a boy named Zhu Yi. The system and Wang Yi, standing nearby, were completely shocked. At this moment, Qin Xian came over and asked, "What are you guys talking about?" Xiao Ru, feeling shy, quickly said, "Nothing," pulling Chen Li to go back. Actually, Qin Xian heard their conversation just now. He does indeed like Yi Zhe. What should he do? Suddenly hearing some noise from the bushes nearby, he turned his head but saw nothing. He thought it was an illusion. Wang Yi was in a panic over there, yet all those inner thoughts were exposed to Qin Xian. Xiao Ru asked him what he was looking at. Qin Xian smiled sweetly, saying it was nothing, just suddenly felt a bit relieved. After going back, Qin Xian started cooking. The girls kept praising him for his skills. Wang Yi felt he was really unreliable, agreed to run the storyline well but then forgot about it. As a romance novel's male lead, he didn't even pay attention to the girls around him, not even the heroine or the supporting female character. At this point, seeing him approach Xiao Ru, he thought there might be something happening. In the end, Qin Xian was just focused on cooking. Wang Yi was stunned. The system hurriedly urged Wang Yi to take action, warning that if he didn't go, his character might collapse and he would lose points. Wang Yi thought it wasn't the right time yet. Just then, Qin Xian inside had already seen the two of them. When the female classmate was serving food for everyone, Qin Xian asked her to serve an extra portion. The female classmate looked puzzled. Qin Xian smiled faintly and said, "I don't want anyone to go hungry." When it was time to go into the mountains for sketching, after everyone left, Wang Yi and the system entered the dining area. The system noticed this bowl of rice and thought, "Isn't this the extra portion Qin Xian asked for? It hasn't been taken." Wang Yi picked up the chopsticks and was about to eat. The system panicked. "Host, what are you doing? What if it was specially reserved by the male lead for someone?" Wang Yi told him, "Who else could it be reserved for?" But just as the food was about to reach his mouth, Wang Yi paused. It would be awkward if he was overthinking it. In the novel, besides organizing students into groups for labor, besides having students work in groups, there was also a mountain exploration. Qin Xian, to protect the injured Wen Xiaoro, naturally accompanied her. However, the prior overly flamboyant Princess Carrie caused Chen Li to become jealous. She intentionally sabotaged the warning signs on the road, causing the two to get lost. Unable to contact the outside world in the deep mountains, the two had to huddle together for warmth while waiting for rescue. Consequently, believing their lives were short, Qin Xian decided to confess his feelings, which was supposed to happen. But now, Qin Xian has disappeared. Xiaoro came back successfully from the adventure, but Qin Xian did not return. Therefore, Wang Yi instructed the system to stay here and wait for news. If Qin Xian returns, notify me immediately. It turns out that Qin Xian intentionally injured his leg just to make Wang Yi come to him proactively. Following the map provided by the system, Wang Yi arrived deep in the dense forest. It must be said, it really is cold in the mountains at night, and at this time, the wind started blowing. Suddenly, Qin Xian was found behind a large tree. The moment he saw Wang Yi, Qin Xian immediately smiled. Wang Yi, brother Wang Yi, first paused, then angrily grabbed his collar. You're waiting here for me on purpose, aren't you? Qin Xian was very calm. Brother is quite sharp, but unfortunately, no. He looked in the direction Qin Xian pointed. Wang Yi noticed he was injured. When Qin Xian said he accidentally missed a step, Wang Yi didn't believe it. With your athletic abilities, you could miss a step? Don't joke, did you draw that on? Then Qin Xian took out a small bird from his coat, saying he wanted to return the little fellow home. The moment Wang Yi saw the bird, his heart instantly melted. Qin Xian explained that it must have fallen from its nest, and since he had never climbed a tree before, he fell while trying to return it. Wang Yi suddenly felt a bit guilty, wondering why his first reaction was to think Qin Xian was pretending. Qin Xian didn't mean to blame him, only that if Brother Yi encountered the same situation, he would definitely try to save the bird too. That's why I want to be closer to Brother Yi. I also wish to be as gentle as him. Unexpectedly, he had become a positive example for Qin Xian. Wang Yi happily prepared to return the bird to its home. Just as Qin Xian thought, Brother Yi would be moved by such things. Luckily, they found the poor fledgling. Luckily I didn't send it back right away. I faked the leg injury because I knew you would come for me. To continue the plot, Wang Yi put on that wig again. Supporting Qin Xian feels so heavy. He then turns and sees Qin Xian looking at something. Wang Yi asks him if the scarf is rubbing against the wound and making him uncomfortable. Qin Xian tells him no, he just finds the scarf very pretty and wants Wang Yi to give it to him. Wang Yi immediately agrees. Just then, it suddenly starts to rain and the mountain roads become difficult to navigate. Wang Yi takes Qin Xian to a cave. It seems we can only wait for someone to come find us now. Seeing Qin Xian in pain from his wound, Wang Yi thinks about untying him to check, but Qin Xian says there's no need. I like the feeling of being bound. The red is like a red thread binding me. I am yours now. Hearing his words, Wang Yi rolls his eyes, but quickly realizes he seems to be following the script and is surprisingly obedient, so he also started to cooperate with him. In fact, at this moment, Qin Xian was planning to lock him up and imprison him as soon as the story ended. In order to lower Wang Yi's guard, Qin Xian decided to accompany him to finish the story first. Hearing Qin Xian's confession, Wang Yi was very happy. The story was about to end. Then, with a shy face, classmate Qin likes me? Qin Xian leaned close to his ear. Could Xiaoro also like me? Before Wang Yi could answer, the next second, Qin Xian leaned in and gave him a kiss like the male and female leads in the story. At this moment, the system prompted, in the girl's novel The Cold and Aloof School Prince Falls in Love with Me. The story concludes after the main characters exchange a heartfelt kiss. Wang Yi quietly slipped his hand into his bag and then pinched Qin Xian's nose. As Qin Xian took a deep breath, Wang Yi immediately covered his mouth with a towel. Qin Xian realized what was happening and struggled fiercely, even scratching Wang Yi's hands until they bled, but he still couldn't succeed. Wang Yi told him that he had inhaled a drug that could make him sleep well. He came to see you this time actually to say goodbye in person. Sleeping soundly until he woke up, he was abandoned by Wang Yi in the cave. Qin Xian was very unwilling to accept it and even chased after him into the next world. After being hit, Qin Xian still desperately grabbed onto Wang Yi. Brother, are you leaving? Why didn't you tell me? Wang Yi directly exposed him. If I had told you, wouldn't you have imprisoned me? I can guess what you're thinking. Sorry, I didn't want you to think of me as a pervert. Back when we were talking about childhood stories, I intentionally left out some parts. Although I did care about the twisted expressions my friends had when they saw the kitten's body, what I cared about more was what they said. My friends couldn't understand why anyone would hurt a cute kitten, but Wang Yi could. The reason the killer opened up the kitten's belly was probably just to see if it was pregnant, right? Wang Yi told Qin Xian that he was born with an evil nature. Even though it took him a long time to understand the morality of normal people, he could instantly empathize with the thoughts of criminals. That's why the system chose him to play the villain. Sorry, even though you were meant to be the protagonist, I've influenced you in the wrong way, but I definitely don't want to turn you into a villain too. Can you understand that? Saying this, he gave him one last hug. All that I owe you. Perhaps I will never be able to repay it in this lifetime. Don't be afraid, you will soon be able to return to a normal life. In a world without me, you will surely be happier. The system saw Wang Yi return. It asked him if the protagonist had been dealt with. All the necessary scenes have been acted out, and his leg has been iced so it won't leave any lasting effects. Next, just pose as a traveler and notify the teachers. Then, the system mentioned that Wang's father had just found out Wang Yi was not his biological son, asking what Wang Yi did. Wang Yi told him he just sent an anonymous letter along with a DNA test result. With that, all the conditions for passing were met. The system asked if he was planning to leave now. Wang Yi, however, was staring blankly into the heavy rain. After a while, he came to his senses. Sorry, I just said I was leaving, right? Well then, let's go. The system moved closer and nudged. Host, you actually don't want to leave, do you? Wang Yi smirked devilishly. How could I? A true villain must be ruthless, wicked, and courting death, tormenting the protagonist to the brink and then retiring successfully. Exiting amidst an explosion, stylishly drunk. I've done it. At this moment, Qin Xian in the cave felt very unwilling. Wang Yi, I won't let you escape. Since I can't settle it in this life, then in the next life, I'll come to the waiting area for crossing over. The system awarded him bonus points from the novel, The Cold School Idol Falls in Love with Me. These points can be used to purchase items in the store, or they can be saved up to exchange for something like the clock that can reverse time. Wang Yi sighed. Only by obtaining this item can he adjust the time to before the incident and bring his friends back. The system told him that earning these points was already quite impressive. As the host, he is the second person in history to earn such high points as a villain performer in a beginner role. The villain role player who scored so highly, Wang Yi, asked if that legendary number 1 big shot also gained their reward points by creating CP pairings. The system appeared speechless after hearing that. The big shot's way of clearing levels is something you absolutely cannot emulate. That person originally lived in a higher level plane, mastering many dark arts that ordinary people cannot comprehend, often playing the protagonists like pawns. Extremely charismatic. It then told Wang Yi it had chosen a world for him that, although dangerous, is particularly easy to farm mission points in. Wang Yi quickly wanted to see the information. The system obliged him. Have you ever heard of the zombie apocalypse event? A type of uncontrollable zombie virus suddenly appeared, and every infected individual without exception would turn into a paper-like, flesh-eating undead. Moreover, the virus spread at an astonishing speed. Any creature bitten by a zombie has no chance of survival. Wang Yi was puzzled. Such a story is also in a girl's novel? The system told him. This post-apocalyptic story leaves a glimmer of hope for humanity. When the Earth's population is reduced to 1,000th of its former size, a small portion of people begin to mutate. Although they suffer from a persistent high fever after being bitten by zombies, they manage to survive the mutation phase and gain special abilities that ordinary people don't have. Both the female and male protagonists have this kind of constitution, but at the start, he hasn't awakened any abilities. Qin Xian transforms into the male protagonist of the apocalypse, becoming the deputy chief of the 8th Sanctuary. Others gossip about how he has no abilities yet managed to secure his position, thinking he must be cozying up to the chief. Qin Xian ignores their idle chatter and proceeds to a bathroom. Inside, the chief Wang Yi is taking a bath. Noticing someone approaching, Wang Yi stands up and says, Xiao Qin is here. Qin Xian is solely focused on protecting Wang Yi, but unexpectedly, in the next moment, he is immobilized by Wang Yi's special ability. Then he was bitten by a zombie. Wang Yi took the bathrobe handed over by Qin Xian. Come over and dry me off. Qin Xian was puzzled. Did you call me here just to help you dry off? Wang Yi asked him if it was not okay. Qin Xian obediently listened and stepped forward to help him dry off. Wang Yi began to brainwash him. Back in the day, if I hadn't given you a meal, our deputy Qin might have long been a corpse on the street. In this doomsday where everyone is insecure, you can still enjoy life to the fullest, but you must know gratitude. Qin Xian also obediently replied, it was the city lord who gave me a second chance at life. Qin Xian must repay you, never betray. Wang Yi chuckled and thought it was really nice. Although his name sounds like Qin Xian, he doesn't seem to be a mind reader. Then, stepping on his shoulder, she asked him to accompany her out tomorrow. It said that a superhuman with a healing talent appeared outside, unconditionally helping others. The saint-like Qin Xian asked if he should recruit her. Wang Yi told him of course, a superhuman who can heal wounds is rare. If that girl could join our human base, it would definitely be more stable. Qin Xian wondered, is it for humanity? Wang Yi gave a wicked smile. Everything is for humanity. At night, the system checked how Wang Yi was doing, and he felt it was okay. Just didn't expect that this time the role he had to play was not the evil supporting male but the main villain. He always felt that the end would look ugly. The system comforted him that this is the fastest way to earn points, no pain no gain. Your current identity is as the cruel lord of the post-apocalyptic base, the dictator of the 8th base. 10 years ago, you saved the life of the poor boy Qin Xian with a playful attitude. Thus, he brought him under his influence, brainwashed him, and turned him into his most loyal follower and plaything. The original character in the present role, due to a wealthy family background, went to the safe zone early in the apocalypse, but carelessly got himself killed on the way, bitten by a zombie. He developed a high fever and was about to turn into a zombie. It was Qin Xian who desperately prevented anyone from killing Wang Yi, staying with him until the moment of transformation. In the end, Wang Yi didn't turn into a zombie. Instead, he awakened the ability to control and brainwash humans through his mind. He used this ability to manipulate the base's leadership and eventually rose to the position of city lord. The system reminded him that although he has the ability to control others, he must still use it cautiously according to the storyline. Speaking of this, Wang Yi felt a headache. Tomorrow's task is to use this ability to control Qin Xian to block a knife. Then they push this poor thing into the zombie crowd to be abandoned. The plot begins the next day. Wang Yi looks at the tragic scene around him and begins to lament. It's hard to imagine that 3 years ago, this was the busiest commercial street. Qin Xian asks him if he has forgotten that he found Qin Xian here, who was too young to work and almost starved to death. Qin Xian's words instantly make Wang Yi enter acting mode, and the tone of his speech begins to change. Then he asks Qin Xian to massage his legs. Qin Xian obediently does so and asks Wang Yi why he took him in at the beginning, especially since, whether in the past or now, Qin Xian could offer nothing in return. Wang Yi smirks and says it's because the little beggar is loyal enough that Wang Yi can command him even without using special abilities. Then he quickly jokes, saying he's just kidding. The reason he values someone without special abilities, who seems useless, is simply because they're friends. Hearing this, Qin Xian found it unbelievable. Wang Yi continued to indoctrinate him. Do you not consider me a friend? As the city lord, I have truly entrusted my life to you. Don't disappoint me. The novel, Apocalyptic Gardenia, tells the story of a female medical student who unexpectedly awakens healing powers as the apocalypse arrives, using this God-given gift to save the male lead, who was used and abandoned by the antagonist. Qin Xian, along with the loyal dog-type male lead who serendipitously awakened all attribute abilities, jointly overthrows the rule of the 8th base, and rebuilds their home in a story of a cheat-like romance. The beginning of all this is orchestrated by the antagonist, City Lord Wang, who goes out of the city to find the female lead, provoking a speed-mutated zombie. Qin Xian immediately rushed to protect Wang Yi, blocking the first wave of the zombie's attack. Because the zombie was too fast, the subordinates couldn't aim their guns. Wang Yi noticed Qin Xian's wrist guard had been bitten through. Qin Xian was also surprised. With time before turning into a zombie, he planned to send Wang Yi back before isolating himself. At that moment, the zombies attacked again. Qin Xian immediately drew his military saber and chopped off the zombie's arm. Wang Yi saw that the zombies were no match for Qin Xian, so he used his powers to make Qin Xian stop attacking. Let the zombie bite you. The next second, the zombie bit into Qin Xian's shoulder. Qin Xian didn't understand why the city lord was using his powers against him. Everything was under Wang Yi's control. Although mutation zombies are fast, they indeed get sluggish while feeding. Now the gun can be aimed. Such test subjects are rare. The base has always failed to capture them. Your sacrifice is valuable. It was because Wang Yi threw Qin Xian to the zombies that Qin Xian's mind-reading ability awakened again. Wang Yi fired a few shots, and Qin Xian fell off the vehicle along with the zombie. Then Wang Yi came to Qin Xian. Qin Xian couldn't figure it out. Wang Yi had a mischievous smile. We're friends, so I like you a lot. Deputy Qin, leaving you is really heartbreaking. Qin Xian desperately grabbed Wang Yi's ankle. Lord, I might awaken some powers and perhaps stay by your side. Don't abandon me. Wang Yi told him it was impossible. More than one mutated zombie was coming, then kicked his hand away. Qin Xian, do one last thing for me, feel happy to die for me. Saying this, he kicked Qin Xian into the zombie horde, who swarmed over him. Thus, Wang Yi successfully completed the opening task of the storyline. After getting in the car, he tossed the zombies aside and then asked the driver to drive. The driver was puzzled. Aren't we going to care about Deputy Qin? Wang Yi realized, oh right, I still need to deal with you. He continued to use his abilities to brainwash her. Now forget everything that happened before. Go report to the main troop. The city lord and the adjutant left the team to chase the mutated zombie sample. They'll return with results before dark. Let them look forward to it. Thinking that this move should be ruthless enough, although knowing he won't die, shooting someone is still very inappropriate. Meanwhile, Qin Xian was desperately fending off the zombies, and he hated Wang Yi, vowing to take revenge on him. At the same time, he awakened a full range of abilities, capable of learning any type of ability as a growth-type cheat talent. He would later escape the zombie horde with the power of the Chosen, discovered by the female protagonist who heard the gunshots and came to rescue him. She healed his serious injuries and began to exact crazy revenge on City Lord Wang, who betrayed him and discarded him like trash. Looking at Qin Xian below, Wang Yi was very satisfied with this relationship filled only with hatred, which was good for neither of us, although you are also called Qin Xian and equally innocent. But I will definitely not make the same mistake again. This is what the subordinate told him. It's getting dark, and the healing saintess has not been found yet. Should we return to the base first? Wang Yi handed him the zombie. This is the mutated zombie sample that the research institute has been looking for. Let's deliver it to them after we return to the city. The subordinate is very excited. But Vice Commander Chen of the City Lord, wasn't he with you? Coming back in the evening, Wang Yi felt that today's act was really tiring. After killing people, he had to pretend to be innocent. The system told him that only those who cannot be redeemed, the truly wicked, can complete the task wholeheartedly and leave this world as soon as possible. That being said, Wang Yi still doesn't want to do things like deliberately hurting people today. Even though he knows it's to awaken him, it's still too much. Fortunately, Qin Xian and that annoying little brother are not the same. He can't read minds and is a normal male lead. Meanwhile, Qin Xian has already been saved by the female lead and is awakening various abilities. This includes mind reading. Without the male lead, Wang Yi and the system are having a comfortable time. The system starts demanding to be fed. Then, Wang Yi brings some expired cat food for it to make do with. Previously, it was the lackey who cooked raw meat and bones for you. Unfortunately, he just got thrown away. Speaking of which, it's really something. Why would Qin Xian, such a loyal subordinate and city lord, go so far as to kill for those mutated zombies? But the system thinks it's quite normal. After all, for the original host, saving Qin Xian back then was just like taking in a stray cat or dog. He only kept him close because it was convenient. Now that he has the ability to control special powers and make most humans completely obey him, Qin Xian's importance doesn't seem so great anymore. Moreover, not many people survive the virus to awaken their abilities. No one could have expected the male lead to activate abilities in all categories. Wang Yi is fed up with hearing about it. It was about bullying children in the last world. Why is being a villain so hard? However, he has already made up his mind to be completely bad to Qin Xian. No more hesitating or being too sentimental. The next plot is about Qin Xian, after years of loyal and enduring humiliation, being tragically killed by the city lord. He harbors immense hatred and vows to make him also experience the pain of being betrayed by a loved one. This coincides with the route planned in the pleasing and young girls plan. So, the two made an agreement. The female lead goes to the civilian area to provide relief to the people, and Qin Xian returns to Wang Yi's side. On the surface, he seems to bear no grudges and joins him, but in reality, he is going undercover. Later, they secretly exchanged messages and helped each other, gradually developing feelings. Next, what Wang Yi had to do was to make everyone in the shelter dislike him before they arrived. So, on the first day, Wang Yi arrived at the shelter and made things difficult for the doctor, demanding the research results on the mutant zombies by the latest tomorrow. On the second day, he went to the slum and threw candies to the children with an attitude of giving alms. On the third day, he arrived at the shelter's commercial street and increased the taxes. On the fourth day, he went to the flea market and directly drove away the people who made a living from it. On the fifth day, he had people raise the city wall even higher, and then came the sixth day. It's time for Qin Xian and the others to arrive. The heroine tells Qin Xian that the eighth sanctuary is already in sight. The two decide to split up as planned. Qin Xian clenches his fist and thinks, City Lord Wang, I have returned. Let me use these eyes. Originally, Qin Xian returned with hatred. After witnessing Wang Yi's series of psychological activities, he was completely shocked. According to the plan, at this moment, Qin Xian and the heroine take two different paths. The guard sees Deputy Qin returning and can hardly believe it. Are you really Deputy Qin? Rumor had it that you sacrificed yourself to capture a mutant zombie sample and died outside the city. In the next second, Qin Xian gives a glance, and the guard is startled. Please wait here for a moment. We just notified the city lord's mansion. They said they would send someone to pick you up. Qin Xian thought it was more likely they were sending someone to kill him. He then asked the guards about the situation in the city these days. The guards told him it was quite good. Hearing about the series of things Wang Yi did for the city while he was away, Qin Xian found it unbelievable. Even the passing residents were speaking highly of Wang Yi. Qin Xian was even more puzzled about what was going on since Wang Yi rarely went out before. It was impossible for him to suddenly become so good. The guards told him that although the city lord was indeed intimidating and unlikable, in these chaotic times, as long as he benefits the people, regardless of his character, he is a good city lord. Listening to their words, Qin Xian just felt that they, too, were bewitched by Wang Yi. Just like he once was, clearly deceived and manipulated like a tool, he still endured for that little kindness he once received. But now it's impossible. The life I owed you has been repaid in full. At that moment, a very luxurious car arrived from the other side, and I thought it was some prominent family coming to pick up a lady. After the car door opened, it was actually Wang Yi who got out. Upon seeing Qin Xian, Wang Yi immediately opened his arms. Qin Xian, you are indeed alive. That's wonderful. The onlookers found this scene very touching. Is this the feeling of thinking you'll never see your brother again when he returns? But Qin Xian remained indifferent. Lord Wang, you have such a cruel heart. You just watched as I was torn and devoured by a horde of corpses and left without looking back. Wang Yi smiled slightly. Does this matter to you so much? Are you concerned about this? The base needs a mutated zombie sample, and I'm sure Deputy Qin can successfully awaken his abilities and return alive. As he spoke, he used his abilities to brainwash and control Qin Xian. Qin Xian, you understand the burdens of being the city lord, right? You trust me. You should reveal your abilities and continue to be useful to me. Meanwhile, Qin Xian also activated his abilities, directly immunizing himself against Wang Yi's powers. He still thinks I'm that poor guy without abilities who can be brainwashed at any time. So Qin Xian decided to play along and tricked him by claiming he had awakened healing powers, just what he always wanted from the Saintess to work for him. Wang Yi thought he had just successfully brainwashed him, so he believed him. That was great. Healing abilities are quite valuable. Looks like Deputy Qin is going to get a raise. Qin Xian thought he really only cared about his abilities, probably thinking about how to exploit him completely. However, after seeing his inner situation, Qin Xian was left with a huge question mark, even wondering if he had seen it wrong. Wang Yi patted his back and said, "Let me take you to the biggest restaurant in town to welcome you. You are my lifeline, you should be well fed and healthy." Seeing this statement, Qin Xian was even more puzzled. He couldn't figure it out after getting in the car. Could he really be worried about me? But then he immediately told himself that it was impossible. No one would push someone they truly care about into a dead end. He thought it might be because his supernatural power had recently awakened, and using it on another supernatural being like Wang Yi caused an error. Wang Yi found his behavior somewhat strange as well. He reached out and handed him a wine glass. "Hey, Qin Xian, do you drink?" Qin Xian awkwardly accepted it. Although Wang Yi still had that arrogant expression, his inner thoughts were complicated. He thought he should observe a little longer. Then Wang Yi took Qin Xian back to the city lord's mansion. As Qin Xian expected, how could that person sincerely welcome him and even propose going to the largest shop in the city? He always made things sound nice but never kept his promises. He didn't even inform the other officials that I was alive, and directly used the brother who had just betrayed him as an attendant. Qin Xian was furious. He thought the information shown by the mind reading must be wrong. I know better than anyone how cruel and ruthless Wang Yi is. After the apocalypse, the original social order collapsed. The weak had to cling to the strong to survive. Morality and law no longer had any effect. The chains that bind the people were the desires in the hearts of those in power. I detest this, and I detest my former self who was blindly loyal to Wang Yi regardless of right or wrong. But now I can't reveal the fact that I've awakened all abilities. I must continue to pretend to be a harmless loser, staying close to Wang Yi, taking the opportunity to assist the Saintess. Only when the new forces among the people have fully developed, will it be the best time to overthrow the tyrant's rule. When I turned around, I suddenly saw Wang Yi behind me. Qin Xian was startled, and Wang Yi was also startled by him, coming over to see what delicious food Qin Xian had made. Now the plan is going smoothly, but Qin Xian looks extremely annoyed. Qin Xian asked him if beef stew with potatoes and seafood fried rice would be okay. However, Wang Yi said he wanted steak more and asked him to redo it. Qin Xian was about to curse, but he still tried hard to suppress his anger. He asked what should be done with the meat, and at this point, he sees Wang Yi's inner thoughts. Qin Xian asked him if he was sure he wanted steak, and Wang Yi stubbornly insisted. Qin Xian thought he must be seriously ill, preferring to make himself suffer just to torment me. Then he was about to throw the meat away, but Wang Yi stopped him immediately. Seeing how Qin Xian was looking at him, Wang Yi quickly adjusted his expression. How could he forget thriftiness after just one trip out? What a stupid dog. In the past, Wang Yi would never mention the word thrift. The things he wanted were orders to be thrown away. Wang Yi continued with an air of superiority. This pot of rotten meat is your reward. Go cook me a herb steak. In fact, he thought to himself, he wanted to force Qin Xian to eat more by bullying him. Recently, he has indeed suffered a lot. To intensify Qin Xian's sense of revenge, Wang Yi grabbed his head and dunked it in water. Qin Xian found the female lead and asked if she thought there could be someone in the world who, even in immense pain themselves, would still force themselves to torment others. The female lead thought that must be a pervert. Could it be that the Lord Wang who almost killed you before is still enslaving you? Qin Xian sighed and didn't say much, indicating that his reason for returning to the base was to seek revenge against Wang Yi. Therefore, he would definitely not be soft-hearted. The female lead told him she could help him achieve his desires. In exchange, he must also help her create a world where humans can coexist equally. Qin Xian didn't understand why she was so good to him, not only saving him but even accompanying him on his quest for revenge. The female lead told him that no matter who falls in front of her, she would save them, and she hoped that the post-apocalyptic future could become as prosperous and stable as it once was. At this moment, Qin Xian used mind reading on her. What was the mission she spoke of? Then, the female lead had to go back to work, planning to take the bread Qin Xian gave her to share with the neighborhood children. Qin Xian told her to contact him anytime if needed. If she just wanted to save people, living in the main city area would suffice. This way, she wouldn't expose her healing powers. Thinking about it, she just wanted Qin Xian to focus on his mission and quickly subvert the forces around the city lord. Qin Xian found it very strange after seeing her message. How did she know that I want to subvert the high levels of the base brainwashed by Wang Yi? Wang Yi looked at the base's commodity prices, unable to believe how hard each family's life was. This is too miserable, he thought. The system told him it was already quite good. Without the base, whether they could survive was still a question. Don't panic, host. Almost all regimes in their early stages are accompanied by bloodshed and conflict. After all, only when power is sufficiently stable, new systems can be implemented or humanitarian concerns addressed without resistance. Bullying the weak is a deep-seated human flaw. Sometimes, brutality is far more useful than kindness. Regarding what the system said, Wang Yi acknowledged that he was well aware, but now there were some blurred details in the plot. They must be addressed, such as the recent phenomenon in the black market where children are being sold as commodities. There's the turmoil caused by homeless people who can't afford rent, the serious problem of zombie waves that occur every few weeks, and the obvious shortage of survival supplies. When reading novels, one can ignore the actual experience. There are unstable factors everywhere. The system told him that as long as he could successfully complete the task, he could do whatever he wanted with the rest. However, it specifically emphasized to him not to have too much contact with the female lead. Wang Yi quickly assured the system that he definitely would not mess up the relationship like last time, so the system believed him. Then, Wang Yi started thinking of ways to humiliate Qin Xian. At this moment, Qin Xian came to the pool with food. Wang Yi was soaking in the bath. The following plot is about pool bullying, humiliating Qin Xian to the point of abandoning all reason, turning into a devil bent on crazy revenge. Qin Xian opened the lid and said he wanted to eat cake. Qin Xian opened the lid and said you wanted to eat cake, so he prepared this for you. The moment you saw the cake, Wang Yi appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually overjoyed. In the novel, The Last Gardenia, the male protagonist, Qin Xian, is an incredibly loyal person. Even though he was almost killed, he kept giving his close friend, Wang Yi, chances to repent. But Wang Yi just wouldn't take the opportunity. Although the cake looked super delicious, Wang Yi kept reminding himself not to show his liking and to bully him according to the plot. So, he let Qin Xian feed him, thinking it would be fine just to have one bite. Qin Xian obediently did as told. The moment he used the fork to break the small cake, Wang Yi's strange psychological activities began again. Qin Xian thought he was too much of a drama king. After tasting the cake Qin Xian fed him, he thought it was too delicious. Wang Yi inwardly praised it highly. Qin Xian beside him was dumbfounded. Although he knew his evaluation, he still asked him how it tasted. Wang Yi stubbornly said he couldn't taste anything, so Qin Xian asked him if he wanted to try another piece, which was exactly what Wang Yi wanted. Watching him eat, Qin Xian felt that at this moment, he wasn't so annoying. What can be confirmed now is that his mind-reading ability was not wrong, but Wang Yi became more and more inscrutable to him. Suddenly, a piece of cake was thrown at his face by Wang Yi. Wang Yi grinned mischievously. Oops, sorry, I accidentally slipped. Let me wipe it for you. Thinking it was a good chance to drag him into trouble, Qin Xian anticipated his move in advance and dodged when he reached out. Wang Yi was a bit surprised. Why did he dodge? Qin Xian really didn't understand what kind of considerations prompted him to always do these meaningless things, but he was prepared to try again. Qin Xian also wanted to know what Wang Yi's purpose was, so this time he did not refuse, and Wang Yi was very satisfied with his performance, believing that his psychological suggestion could not fail. In the original work, Master Wang had long placed an order of absolute loyalty on Qin Xian, who had no special abilities. This kind of suggestion, except for those with the same abilities, is almost impossible to dissolve, so it was unlikely for him to discover that Qin Xian, who had awakened all types of abilities, had already returned to normal. Observing his nastiness and shallowness, Wang Yi stepped forward and grabbed Qin Xian. Then he dragged him into the pool and reached out to wash the cream off his face. This action made Qin Xian quite embarrassed. He turned his head, unable to look at him. Was this also part of bullying? Wang Yi looked at him with a mischievous smile. Deputy Chen indeed had a handsome face. No wonder girls always wanted to chase you before the apocalypse. Qin Xian was somewhat resistant to his touch. What are you talking about, master? They all came for you, after all, they all became your girlfriends in the end. Wang Yi told him it was intentional and then grabbed his neck, saying, how can my pug go wagging its tail in front of others? So I drove those flies away. You know how much I hate others touching my things, so why don't you ever listen? As he spoke, he suddenly shoved Qin Xian's head into the water. Alive or dead, you belong to me. After being pushed into the water by Wang Yi, Qin Xian used his feigned death ability, which frightened Wang Yi. In his panic, he had to perform CPR on him. Hearing the system prompt that the pool bullying task was completed, Wang Yi quickly pulled Qin Xian up. Although swallowing water for a few seconds wouldn't be life-threatening, it must have been very uncomfortable for him. But still, he mocked him, still so incompetent. Don't you have the healing power? Show it to me. The plot that follows should be about Qin Xian, who should no longer be deceived. Finally unable to tolerate the repeated humiliations, angrily leaves, and immediately implements the first step of his revenge plan, to remove the control the city lord's family has over the base's high-ranking officials, by using his own mind control ability to reassert control. Thereby, he gradually wins over Wang Yi's followers under his own spell, completely embarking on the path of a dark hero. However, at this moment, Wang Yi finds that Qin Xian is unresponsive, no matter how much he shakes him. Even when using his mind control ability on him, there is still no response. Wang Yi panics immediately. Could it be that he wasn't careful enough? He feels a chill in his body now. His breathing is weak and even his heartbeat. Wang Yi quickly summoned the system. If nothing goes wrong. If something goes wrong, it seems like I accidentally killed the protagonist. The system is going to scold him to death. Wang Yi swears he didn't use much force at all. It's impossible for him to drown. The system quickly checks Qin Xian's body, only to find his vital signs are weak. This completely panics Wang Yi. Only he and the Holy Maiden have the healing abilities. At this moment, Qin Xian can hear Wang Yi and the system talking. The system instructs Wang Yi to perform CPR. Wang Yi has only seen it on TV before, so now he has to forcefully step in. Listening to Wang Yi and the system's conversation, Qin Xian secretly rejoices. It seems like Wang Yi might have a subordinate too. To avoid being discovered, I can't wake up yet. He wasn't this anxious when I was bitten by the horde. He's probably just pretending to be nice to me now, thinking that if he doesn't intend to save me sincerely, that I can't be blamed for being ruthless. However, the next moment, Qin Xian suddenly felt something soft on his lips. He opened his eyes and saw such a scene. Wang Yi giving me artificial respiration? After a while, Qin Xian opened his eyes and started coughing. Seeing him all right, Wang Yi almost cried. Just as he was about to continue showing concern, he had to continue playing the villain, couldn't be too emotional. Then he gave Qin Xian a slap, really weak. Why can't you handle a little play? If you're awake, hurry up and leave. Really irritated, even though Wang Yi is so mean. But just now, in order to save me, you even used CPR and said those words. Then Qin Xian stopped Wang Yi. Are the words you just said true, Lord? Wang Yi was puzzled. Which ones? He thought Qin Xian was referring to the conversation with the system. But speaking of it, do people with powers easily drown? Seeing Wang Yi doubting himself, Qin Xian quickly pretended to be in pain. I mean the part where you said I belong to you. Wang Yi finally realized and told him, of course it's true. I really like you. Unexpectedly, Wang Yi's inner thoughts matched his words, making Qin Xian wonder, could it be Wang Yi actually likes me? Following this line of thought seemed to make sense. Otherwise, why would he have taken me? A person with no one to rely on, home to play with. Wouldn't it be better to pick up a girl? But constrained by the face of the family heir, he couldn't show it, so he twisted this deep-seated fetish into extreme means of bullying and humiliation as an outlet. That's why he often acts inconsistently. Thinking about it, he indeed doesn't show much interest in the opposite sex at parties, seeming to value generals and tycoons more. Moreover, according to our driver on the day of the incident, after Wang Yi pushed me into the crowd of corpses, he had an expression like he was about to cry. This suggests he might have pretended to abandon me but quickly returned to check on my situation, leaving only after finding someone else had come to my rescue. But this makes no sense. If Wang Yi saw the saint, if Wang Yi saw the saintess, it wouldn't make sense for him not to take us with him. There are too many contradictory causes and effects. We must quickly figure out his intentions. And the person he was just talking to, was it this cat? After all, there's no other suspicious place in the room. But when did Wang Yi get a cat? Why can this cat talk? Is it a special ability? There are too many mysteries about him. Can I unravel them one by one? Upon returning, Wang Yi shared his feelings with the system. Previously, he could feel Qin Xian wanting to kill him, but today it was somewhat vague. It's as if the murderous intent suddenly disappeared. It might also be an illusion. The system checked the points and they seemed normal. Perhaps the male protagonist was just confused by your rescue. Thinking of the artificial respiration just now gives Wang Yi a headache. It could practically be considered a dark history. Anyway, system, keep an eye on Qin Xian's movements. I hope he behaves as he does in the plot today. Immediately find the high-ranking officials have brainwashed and start the revenge plan. Over here, Qin Xian indeed found them. Those high-ranking officials were brainwashed and controlled with supernatural abilities to make them loyal to Wang Yi. Unexpectedly, just having Qin Xian help him change clothes made his body start to feel excited. Wang Yi still couldn't stop worrying about Qin Xian and went with the system outside Commander Li's office to check the situation. The system told him that the revenge dog's tactics had been achieved. The male protagonist is obediently bringing all your former subordinates under control. Only then did Wang Yi finally relax, and the system thought he was overly worried about Wang Yi. It told him that it's just afraid the male protagonist here might break down like Qin Xian. Now that the plot is fine, there's peace of mind. The main antagonist of the novel, Apocalyptic Gardenia, didn't appear much early on. The official confrontation with the male and female leads will be at the New Year's banquet in the main city, so the current task is to bully the male lead. But Wang Yi thinks it's not that simple. After all, he's quite a pervert. Stepping on Qin Xian really makes him feel both awkward and excited. Hearing this, the system is curious about how he's been suppressing his pathological urges and acting like a good kid. Wang Yi tells him it's probably because there are a few genuinely kind people who've never given up on him. At this moment, hearing Qin Xian coming out, Wang Yi quickly takes the system and runs. Meanwhile, Qin Xian also senses someone there and quickly uses his ability to investigate. Through the wall, he sees Wang Yi holding a cat and running away, then goes invisible and teleports to chase them. It's strange why they are here and suddenly started running. He follows them into the elevator. At this moment, neither Wang Yi nor the system can see Qin Xian's presence. The system suggests that we should avoid such sudden stakeouts in the future as they are quite dangerous. Wang Yi also feels helpless. I have to make sure Qin Xian continues to hate me. Hearing this, Qin Xian is very puzzled. The conversation between Wang Yi and the system makes Qin Xian even more confused, but he learns a shocking piece of news. It turns out that everything Wang Yi has done was to make me kill him. Later, Qin Xian talks with the female lead, who tells him that such psychopaths among superiors are not uncommon, and the severe cases are utterly inhumane. They don't have the normal sense of right and wrong or emotions like joy and anger. They only seek thrills through harming others. If it gets too much, you should just run away. Overthrowing the Basis rule doesn't entirely depend on him. After hearing the female lead's words, and combining them with Wang Yi's previous behavior, Qin Xian feels that Wang Yi loves him. However, his way of expressing love, as he himself described, is marked by a strong desire to control and destroy, all because of love. However, we still can't be swayed by his ideas. There are still many things that can't be explained clearly. Even if the reasons are justified, such perverse behavior is absolutely wrong. Someone who has no compassion and only thinks of satisfying themselves can't possibly be a good leader. It seems the city lord needs to accelerate the plan. Over here, Wang Yi has already fainted from hunger and is still waiting for Qin Xian to bring food. Just as he plans to fend for himself, Qin Xian returned. City lord, I apologize. The base affairs were busy and I didn't have time to cook. Are you hungry? Wang Yi was very angry about this. You know I hate eating at the base cafeteria, right? Having to make small talk with a bunch of worthless people is really annoying. From this, Qin Xian could see that even something as simple as cooking was part of Wang Yi's pathological possessiveness. Wang Yi, seeing Qin Xian so calm, became even more furious and abruptly kicked at him. Qin Xian did not dodge. He just knocked it over like that. I just saw Wang Yi's inner state. I didn't expect that even with a stomachache, he wouldn't arrange for someone else to come. Does he really have to wait for me? I know his views and preferences are different from ordinary people, but I'm not sure exactly how. It still needs to be tested. I stood there dazed for a while. Then Qin Xian got up. Although the city lord wasn't able to cook personally, I booked a restaurant in advance. Could you do me the honor of joining me? Rest assured, no one will disturb us there. Wang Yi guessed he might have some scheme. He wanted to, but thought he couldn't let Qin have secrets he didn't know about, so he agreed. Going out was fine too. But you know what the consequences will be if you deceive me, right? Qin Xian assured him, I understand, my lord. I just want to apologize for not being able to prepare dinner for you. Then Wang Yi let him help with his attire, though he said if the food wasn't good, he would punish him. In fact, I was thinking that whether the food was good or not, there would be a reason to tease him. Of course, Qin Xian saw all of this. At this moment, Qin Xian also understood that Wang Yi now wanted to die at his hands more than he wanted to kill him. So even if he went a bit overboard, it didn't matter. So when helping him button his clothes, he deliberately touched him, and Wang Yi's face turned slightly red with embarrassment, his gaze avoiding Qin Xian's. He even pretended to ask him what was wrong. Wang Yi showed an impatient expression, telling him to hurry up. Unexpectedly, Wang Yi would feel something from the contact. Truly perverted. But I'm a normal person, it's impossible to respond to such twisted feelings. Qin Xian drove Wang Yi to a residential area. The passers-by were attracted by such a high-end car. Qin Xian told him that there was a restaurant here with pretty good food, and unlike the main city, no one would dare to bother him. In fact, the reason Qin Xian brought him here was partly to disgust him. The second reason was to see what kind of attitude he had towards the survivors in the city. After a while, the waiter started serving the dishes. The mother and daughter next to them got noodles, while Wang Yi and Qin Xian received a bucket of potatoes. In the slums further down, you couldn't even see a trace of meat. There, people ate only wild vegetable patties for every meal. At this point, the little girl next to them asked her mother why they could eat vegetables while she only had noodles. Just as Qin Xian had expected, Wang Yi's attention was drawn to them. This was also a test from Qin Xian for Wang Yi. The mother and daughter were hired by Qin Xian to see if Wang Yi would continue to adhere to the cruel city lord's code of conduct. Will he continue to follow the brutal lord's criminal code, or will he suddenly play the saint, deliberately giving the things he dislikes to that mother and daughter, putting on a hypocritical face? Qin Xian sees both types as trash. Upon seeing Wang Yi's inner thoughts, Qin Xian was stunned. How did he know that these two were the shills I hired? While Wang Yi was punishing himself, licking the potato off his hand, Qin Xian bit him directly. Unexpectedly, the shill I hired was recognized by Wang Yi, even though they acted very naturally. Moreover, they are a real mother and daughter. It turns out, Wang Yi noticed from their clean clothes and kept looking at Qin Xian as if receiving instructions. Qin Xian is testing if he's bad enough. If not bad enough, he would let himself off. He feels like he's always giving himself chances because he must be killed by Qin Xian, so he has to disappoint him. Therefore, Wang Yi chose to ignore the mother and daughter, then picked up a piece of potato, slapped it into his hand, and stretched it towards Qin Xian across. This is the price for your deception. Licking it off because food shouldn't be wasted in this world, and leaving it on the table would be too dirty. Faced with Wang Yi's punishment, Qin Xian still accepted it calmly. It seems he has gotten used to this kind of petty bullying, thinking why not play something more fierce and ruthless. Then, he bit Wang Yi, and feeling the pain, Wang Yi quickly withdrew his hand from Qin Xian. Qin Xian apologized very calmly, saying it was an accident. At this moment, Wang Yi really wanted to throw the plate over, when suddenly a commotion came from outside. People were shouting and fleeing in panic from a zombie attack. The two hurried outside to check. Faced with such a critical situation, Wang Yi quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie to call for help. Who would have thought that a mere background setting in the original work could be so tragic when experienced firsthand? Then Wang Yi used his abilities to brainwash and control people, directing them to run towards the open areas of the main city to minimize damage. The zombies are not fast, so they should be easy to target. After reading his inner thoughts, Qin Xian was puzzled. What does he mean by this? It's as if he already knew there would be a zombie invasion. And what is the novel referring to? Although there are many questions, preventing the virus from spreading again is the most important thing right now. So Qin Xian quickly restrained those who were bitten, while Wang Yi was responsible for killing the invading zombies. Qin Xian looked at the city lord in front of him, who, unafraid of death, exposed himself to the crowd to chase the zombies at the first opportunity. Is he really the same Wang Yi who used to instruct his subordinates in everything and would stop at nothing to achieve his goals? After a while, the rescue team arrived, and Qin Xian instructed them to quickly search for bitten and injured city residents. Not a single one must be missed. I keep telling myself that Wang Yi is very good at disguising. For the sake of obtaining the mutants, he is the kind of scumbag who would do anything. I must not be fooled by him again. After returning, Wang Yi waited until 1 in the morning, but Qin Xian did not return. The system informed him that the virus had a wide range of impact and that such a large-scale search would definitely take a long time. Just before Wang Yi started shooting at the zombies, the system noticed that his shooting technique was very accurate. He fired dozens of shots without causing any fatal injuries. Now, having killed the mutant zombies, he doesn't seem like a novice at using guns at all. Had he trained before? Wang Yi told it that it was because he had a childhood friend who went to police academy and loved these activities, always dragging friends to the shooting range for practice. Speaking of that friend, now that both he and Lu Zi are not around, she must be feeling quite lonely. At that moment, he heard the sound of the elevator. Wang Yi quickly got up. Could it be that Qin Xian had returned? Wang Yi gestured for him to come over and sit down. He asked if the person bitten had awakened any special abilities. Qin Xian told him it was not confirmed. The 19 bitten individuals had no chance of survival and had been executed by shooting. The remaining injured who show no symptoms are still in quarantine observation. Wang Yi praised him for doing a good job. Qin Xian also politely responded to him on the surface, thinking that he was called over in the middle of the night not just to hear a report, and there was also this strange cat present, which seems like it doesn't speak in front of others. Wang Yi continued to pour wine for Qin Xian, thinking to get Qin Xian drunk to pry information from him. When Qin Xian was about to leave after drinking, Wang Yi stopped him and asked him to stay for a few more drinks. Since it was intentional, Qin Xian decided to treat him with his own medicine. Pretending to make casual conversation, he asked if he usually reads novels. Wang Yi was puzzled why he suddenly asked that. Qin Xian told him that he occasionally reads a book before going to sleep recently, and found one that's quite good. This made Wang Yi let down his guard, thinking Qin Xian had realized they were in a novel world and was coming to confront him. Seeing Wang Yi's inner thoughts, Qin Xian was very shocked. Indeed, he had seen him mention the word novel before. Could it be that Wang Yi thinks everything happening is just a novel? Wang Yi then asked him what the content of the novel he read was. Qin Xian told him it was about a pair of childhood sweethearts who grew up together. The boy was the illegitimate son of a wealthy family. They went through the most painful times of their lives together. Even if the girl left, the boy always remembered her. Actually, Qin Xian made up this content on the spot, but Wang Yi found it very familiar and was curious about the rest of the story. Qin Xian said that they grew up and met again later, but unfortunately, they still couldn't end up together. Wang Yi felt this was normal, as first loves usually don't end well. But Qin Xian denied his statement because in this story, it was the girl who abandoned the boy, and then the girl disappeared. At this moment, Wang Yi was already starting to lose consciousness, thinking that he had to ask all his questions quickly before he could sleep. So, he directly asked Qin Xian why he took him out to eat today and even chose such a rundown place where they encountered zombies. It seems that Wang Yi suspects that Qin Xian is up to something. Qin Xian explained that he also didn't know why it happened, that the zombie attack just suddenly occurred. After some thought, Wang Yi believed him. After all, no matter how Qin Xian might turn dark in the future, he has always been a loyal and good leader for humanity. Seeing his own high evaluation, Qin Xian felt somewhat embarrassed. Wang Yi continued to drink as his consciousness gradually blurred. Qin Xian felt that he really wasn't the same as before. He used to have a good tolerance for alcohol. Even though he was already drunk, Wang Yi still reminded himself not to let his guard down. After all, brainwashing abilities of the same level were useless against Qin Xian, and it was impossible to know his specific situation. This setting of an all-ability user is so annoying. Qin Xian was greatly shocked after seeing his inner thoughts by peering into Wang Yi's dreams. Qin Xian finally understood what was going on with Wang Yi's strange psychological activities. After reading Wang Yi's inner thoughts, Qin Xian learned that he had discovered his true abilities. He called out to him, wondering why he knew about the existence of unique abilities across the department. If he had been aware all along, then why did he pretend to be deceived by Qin Xian? What was his reasoning? The sleeping Wang Yi looked quite vulnerable. With just a flick of the finger, he could be crushed by the neck and completely disappear from the world. Then, it would only be a matter of dealing with the body, and convincing the officials that it was a suicide. It would be natural to take over the position of the city lord. However, Qin Xian still let go. Doing so would make him no different from a tyrant. Moreover, his body could not yet handle the use of too many special abilities. Using mass brainwashing was going to be difficult. It's difficult to use collective brainwashing, it's safer to proceed slowly. Seeing Wang Yi unconsciously rubbing his hand against hers, Qin Xian's face turned red, and she quickly withdrew her hand. According to recent psychological probing, Wang Yi seems to believe that he is living in a novel, and he has special feelings for me. Thinking of this, Qin Xian shyly covered her face, saying, "No way. I'm not the one who just feels disgusted by such things. I've never had a liking for that hypocrite before. I'm just forcing myself to repay a life-saving debt, and now I'm enduring it to use his status to recruit talents, eliminate trash, without any personal agenda." Hearing Wang Yi talking in his sleep, it seems like his nightmare ability is affecting him. Seeing his expression, Qin Xian is curious about what nightmare he had. So, she uses her ability to read his mind, and then enters Wang Yi's dream. Wang Yi empathizes with the belly of the killer cat, just wanting to know if it is pregnant. His two partners are very shocked after hearing his words, wondering if he was actually at the scene. Wang Yi explains that it's just his conjecture. Xiao Lu finds Wang Yi very strange. Wang Yi tells him that humans also kill chickens and cows, dissect mice at will, and kill creatures weaker than themselves. What's so strange about that? Seeing this, Qin Xian was puzzled. Didn't Wang Yi grow up in a wealthy family? Why would he have such memories? Xiao Mo stepped forward to ask Wang Yi, hypothetically, if he, and Xiao Lu were stranded on a deserted island and the food was running out, what would he think they should do next? Wang Yi thought for a moment and said, then let's start eating the weakest person. Xiao Lu was frightened upon hearing this. I told you he was not right, he even wants to eat people. At this moment, Xiao Mo raised her hand and slapped Wang Yi. She knocked him down immediately. Wang Yi, perhaps you aren't clear yet. It seems the weakest person here is you. So if we wanted, we could justifiably eat you, bully you, and hit you like this at will. Seeing this, Qin Xian hurried forward to stop it, but his hand passed through Xiao Mo. He realized he was too absorbed in watching, almost forgetting that he couldn't change what had already happened. Could it be that Wang Yi's character started to become twisted from this point? Seeing Xiao Mo reach out to Wang Yi again, Qin Xian thought she was going to hit him again, but this time, Xiao Mo just rubbed Wang Yi's face. Strange, why won't this red mark rub off? Xiao Mo finally realized it was herself who had slapped him. The slap was so hard, I didn't mean to hit that hard. Xiao Lu, upon seeing this, decided to come over and have a look. Due to their scuffle, Wang Yi's cheeks were both red. Wang Yi was puzzled. Weren't they supposed to hit him? Why did they stop? Both of them looked at him with question marks on their faces. Xiao Mo told him that she just wanted him to understand that killing for survival is different from killing to satisfy a desire to torment. Being hurt is painful. If possible, it would be best if no one had to suffer pain. Then she apologized to Wang Yi. Wang Yi told her it was okay, or rather, he was still somewhat confused. At this moment, Xiao Mo grabbed his hand. How can it be okay? I hit you, you should hit me back. That's the only way we can be even. Qin Xian could see that the young lady meant to express that harming others will bring harm upon oneself. Both of them were insisting that Wang Yi should hit them back. Wang Yi went from an expressionless face at the beginning to being amused by them later on. Both were stunned by his laughter. You're laughing? Wang Yi himself couldn't believe it either. It was the first time Xiao Mo had seen Wang Yi so happy. Xiao Lu wondered how he did it. Wang Yi admitted he wasn't sure either, feeling confused as to why, even though he was the one with the problem, it ended up with them fighting instead. A warm feeling in the chest, as both of them are happy for him. The next second, Wang Yi couldn't laugh anymore, so Xiao Lu suggested they could teach him, and Xiao Mo agreed. Learning might just do the trick. The young Yi was very gentle. It seemed he wasn't as terrifying as the psychopathic killer described in the books. With Qin Xian just watching by the side, children's understanding of the outside world is incomplete. Incredibly thinking that personality disorders can be so simply compensated for, but fortunately, such a Wang Yi needs them just the way they are. Suddenly he realized, he had used a dream demon ability on Wang Yi. Logically he shouldn't be having sweet dreams. The next second, the dream disappeared, and with Qin Xian, he found himself in a sea of fire. Hearing Wang Yi calling out for his companion Lu Zi. When Wang Yi pushed aside the debris, his friend Lu Zi beneath was already dead. Wang Yi knelt trembling before him. What to do? How to explain this to Bai Mo? At that moment, the system detected a villain gene, a formidable murderer indeed. Would you like to make a contract with me? It's something Qin Xian always wondered about. Seeing this little boy, who closely resembled a mini version of Qin Xian, melted Wang Yi's heart completely. The next day, Wang Yi woke up confused. Did I just fall asleep like that last night? Drinking really harms people. I also had an unhappy dream. Hearing the elevator, Wang Yi didn't expect Qin Xian to come so early. He hurriedly fixed his hair to maintain his villain persona. Qin Xian brought him breakfast, reminding him of the almost world-view-shattering things he saw yesterday. In the dream, Wang Yi experienced a life starkly different from Lord Wang of the city. As a follower during Lord Wang's college years abroad, they were almost inseparable. He definitely hadn't encountered any car accidents. Nightmare abilities don't fabricate out of thin air. Nightmares only make the sleeper recall the most terrifying moments of their life, unable to break free. Therefore, Wang Yi's dreams must all be real. And that cat, perhaps it's not any creature at all, but the quick transit system Wang Yi mentioned in his memories. It turns out Wang Yi's character hadn't changed. Instead of being switched with someone similar, Wang Yi was replaced with a completely different person. He came over with the same arrogant attitude. He asked Qin Xian what delicious food he had brought. This time, Qin Xian came prepared with vegetable chicken sandwiches and fried egg seafood porridge, thinking of mixing Western with Eastern to see if he could still find any faults. As expected, Wang Yi was almost drooling at the sight. How could he ruin this for himself? Still, he stubbornly said that he felt sick from drinking the night before and didn't want breakfast. Qin Shihan was ready for this too, suggesting just to have milk with fruit. Wang Yi was completely taken aback. Did you cut this? Could it be that Qin Shihan had finally gone mad from his own torment? Qin Shihan responded to him, while internally he began to count down. Sure enough, when he reached 1, Wang Yi lost it and slapped the fruit away. Qin Shihan was psychologically prepared, and after seeing his true nature, he found his bullying somewhat amusing. With a series of moves, Qin Shihan deftly caught the fruit back. If you really don't want to eat, I'll take it back, he said. Now, one thing was certain. The person in front of me is a transmigrator. He traveled from afar to replace Lord Wang, only to be killed by me so that another group of people could survive. It's really foolish just to let another group of people survive. Wang Yi came to the slums. Although everything seems normal for now, he still has a bad feeling and decides to follow Qin Shihan. The upcoming plot should be about the male and female leads helping a child together. He thinks it's better to observe first, and then a child rushes over. The child crashes directly into Wang Yi. Wang Yi grabs him and lifts him up. Where did this kid come from? Doesn't he have eyes? The child trembles and apologizes hurriedly. Wang Yi decides not to hold it against him. The child praises him as a good person and then quickly runs away. Only then does Wang Yi realize that his wallet is missing. The child was actually a pickpocket. He shouts, "Catch the thief. Someone has stolen something." At this moment, a little boy appears. He jumps directly from the rooftop. By the time Wang Yi arrives, the kid has already been subdued. Wang Yi stared at the scene in shock. The little boy looked like a little hero. Holding the wallet, the boy looked at Wang Yi. "Yours?" Wang Yi stepped forward to take the wallet and thanked him for retrieving it. This little boy seemed somewhat familiar. He intended to lower Wang Yi's guard by posing as a stranger to uncover his hidden secret. However, none of the abilities in the system included disguise skills. The only ability that could alter body shape was reverse growth, which turned the body into its childhood form without changing memory. Although Wang Yi had never seen himself as a child, it made sense that he found the boy familiar since they were the same person. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Yi called out to him. Wang Yi thought of Qin Shihan. Qin Shihan found it strange. Shouldn't it be Qin Shihan? Wang Yi started to get friendly with him. Qin Shihan thought Wang Yi either remembered his name wrong or was thinking of someone else. He then told Wang Yi he was an orphan, abandoned at a welfare home at a young age, and came here after awakening his abilities. When Wang Yi asked how he lived, Qin Shihan found it very strange. Why didn't he ask about my abilities? After hearing about Qin Shihan's survival methods, Wang Yi thought that compared to Qin Shihan, he had a much harder life. So he decided to treat him to a meal to show his gratitude, thinking it would be even better if he could find him a job. Now, Qin Shihan was certain that the Qin Shihan Wang Yi was thinking of really did look a lot like him. Since Wang Yi offered to treat him, he agreed and told him he wanted braised pork. Wang Yi happily agreed. Seeing his cool demeanor, he really resembles Qin Shihan. Why do people who look so alike appear in different worlds? If I leave him to follow the male lead, I would definitely regret it. Learning that Wang Yi was actually following him, it seems I need to be more careful. Seeing Wang Yi take him back home, Qin Shihan was speechless. How much does he trust his abilities to dare to bring someone to the top of the main city building? But I still have to pretend not to know where this is. Wang Yi told him that he checked several stores, but none had braised pork. Meat is quite rare in the slums, and the chance of running into someone you know in the main city is too high. It's a bit troublesome, so he thought home would be the most convenient. The only one with the authority, Qin Shihan, is busy flirting with the female lead and has no time to come back. After seeing Wang Yi's inner thoughts, Qin Shihan kept suppressing his anger, reminding himself to just act like an ordinary teenager. The big brother is a very powerful person who lives in a big and beautiful house. Wang Yi told him there wasn't any, then used his abilities to suggest that this place is very ordinary, and he wouldn't notice that this is the city lord's mansion, treating it as a normal room. And he is just an ordinary big brother. However, this had no effect on Qin Shihan, who is also an ability user. But Qin Shihan still played along, thinking about how much Wang Yi likes the boy named Qin Shihan, that he would transfer his feelings just because of the resemblance. But if he could be so easily replaced, does it mean that what he holds for Qin Shihan is not deep feelings, but some kind of obsession? Seeing the meal Wang Yi made, Qin Shihan praised him for really knowing how to cook. Normally, he acts like a useless person. Wang Yi told him it's nothing, mentioning that he had worked in a restaurant before. He urged Qin Shihan to try it. Qin Shihan took a bite. Then he looked at Wang Yi and asked why he was smiling. Wang Yi said it reminded him of someone he used to know who also loved braised pork. For a moment, he thought a promise from a past life had come true. But how could that be? Originally, he planned that if there was a next life, he would do everything to make it up to him. Hearing this, Qin Shion directly asked if he was just a substitute for that person. Seeing Qin Shion's teary expression, Wang Yi's strange inner door was about to open again. While the system was wandering outside, it found an injured white cat. It looked so much like the one it encountered before. To avoid being entangled, the system quickly turned around and chose to ignore it. But in the end, it couldn't bear it and threw a bag of dried fish to the cat. I begged the host for a long time to bake this for me. Eat it sparingly. Seeing that cute expression on the white cat, the system also began to understand. No wonder humans like to keep cats. It feels quite good. Qin Shion asks Wang Yi if he is the substitute for that person. Wang Yi was stunned for a moment. Do you want to be his substitute? Qin Shion hesitated for a while, wanting to know what he could get if he became the substitute. Wang Yi told him he probably wouldn't get anything, but that he would treat him very well. Seeing Wang Yi's expression, Qin Shion's face turned red in an instant and asked him how good is very good. Being asked like that, Wang Yi suddenly regained a trace of reason, feeling that he was crazy. He knew perfectly well that Qin Shion couldn't possibly travel through time, and everything he was doing now was just to calm his own heart, a selfish act. Just as Wang Yi was about to take back his words, Qin Shion quickly agreed to him. Alright, then I'll be the substitute. Wang Yi was just about to say he was joking, but Qin Shion didn't give him the chance and continued to tell him about his own tragic life. If pretending to be someone else would make him happier, then it would be a good thing. Wang Yi confirmed with him, is this really okay? Qin Shion was very sure, as long as you can keep your promise. The young Qin Shion was abandoned by his parents at a ruthless orphanage, eating stale meals, sleeping on cold floors, and endlessly doing hard labor. Back then, he thought to himself, if someone genuinely cared for me, no matter how ugly or bad they were, I would remain loyal to them forever and repay them. Unfortunately, he was mistaken in the end. He decided to try once more, that last time, to see what this unearned kindness really looked like. Wang Yi had also made it clear beforehand that if he ever wanted to stop being his brother, he could say so at any time. Thinking about it, he would immediately use his supernatural power to erase his memory and send him back safely. Qin Shion asked him, do you want me to replace your brother? Wang Yi happily nodded, yes, my super cute little brother. But before that, there's one more question I want to ask you. Are you that? What is it? What kind of question is that? Qin Shion quickly retorted shyly that he wasn't that kind of person. Is it really appropriate to ask a child such a question at the outset? Wang Yi, using his crime radar, judged that he was not lying. It seems he was just an adorable character unrelated to the plot. Then he quickly moved on, asking him if he wanted to stay over today. Qin Shion, puzzled, asked, stay where? Wang Yi happily replied, my room, of course. Using the excuse of returning to the rental to fetch something, Qin Shion, having reverted to his adult form, came to the rooftop at night, immediately being asked by Wang Yi, returning the access to the top floor elevator. Wang Yi thinks he has been acting a bit strange recently, so it's better not to have too much contact. Coincidentally, there are no tasks recently, only scenes interacting with the female lead. They should just wait until the New Year's party to meet again. Qin Shion is a bit unhappy about this, asking if it's because he did something wrong. Wang Yi leisurely pours a glass of red wine. Deputy Qin has always been good, but I have a new love. Of course, Qin Shion knows he's talking about his younger self, but he is still very angry. What are you saying, Lord? Wang Yi continues, recently, I've taken in a cute kid and am preparing to train him as an attendant, so I don't need you to serve me anymore. Since that's the case, Qin Shion doesn't say anything more, turning and leaving reluctantly. Before leaving, he says harshly, then please take care of yourself, Lord. He just got into the elevator and went down. Immediately after, Qin Shion transformed back into his younger self and came back up. Seeing Qin Shion approaching, Wang Yi's face lights up with joy. Little Shion, come in quickly. I specially changed the bedding for you. He always feels like he's calling himself, after all, the pronunciation is the same. Qin Shion asked him if they could just be brothers without knowing each other's real names. Wang Yi began to explain to him that since you want someone to be good to you and I need a brother, it's mutually beneficial without needing to delve deeply into it. Just enjoy it. Of course, the name Qin Shion has nothing to do with our deputy city lord Qin, don't misunderstand. Seeing how dirty Qin Shion's clothes were, Wang Yi prepared to take him to change into new ones. At this moment, Qin Shion asked him one last question. What did you do to the real Qin Shion? Wang Yi didn't know how to answer for a moment. Qin Shion just kept staring at him. Since the Dream Demon's power showed the past between Wang Yi and his friend without mentioning a brother, it proves that the brother wasn't the source of his greatest pain. But why would he make such an unreasonable proposal to me? Normally, he wouldn't just randomly choose someone similar to be a relative. After a while, Wang Yi still told the truth, because I abandoned him myself. Wang Yi couldn't give a clear reason, only answering that it was due to various helpless situations, thinking that after all, the annoying brother and Qin Xian were the same. Then he recalled scenes from the previous world. Qin Xian was quite dependent on me, but I could never respond no matter what. Despite receiving more love and favor than anyone else, he still acts like a central air conditioner, waving the flag of gentleness to do self-righteous misdeeds. And misdeeds must be punished. This is the way to survive without continuing to turn bad. So even if no one asks, I must punish myself, like atonement. I hope Qin Xian can understand that he is a rotten person who can't truly care for anyone, and should be clear this is just a transaction, not to fall into it. Then, when it was bedtime, Wang Yi patted the bed towards Qin Xian. Come on, you must be tired too, let's sleep. Qin Xian felt awkward. Sleep on the same bed? Wang Yi was very sure. I've been wanting to try what it feels like to sleep with my younger brother. Qin Xian confirmed with him if his sleeping posture was okay. But he would retaliate. Just a moment ago, Wang Yi assured him that he wouldn't touch him, yet the next moment, he took advantage of him when he was unprepared. He hugged him from behind, treating him like a little pet, snuggling up to him. Qin Xian struggled vigorously but now didn't have the strength to match Wang Yi, not standing a chance against him. Isn't this too outrageous? Could it be that this is Wang Yi's natural sticky personality? After a while, Wang Yi let him go. Alright, I won't mess with you anymore. Seeing Qin Xian looking like he was about to cry from being bullied, Wang Yi's heart started pounding wildly. He felt something indescribable, but he reminded himself to stay calm, quickly turned his head away, and said, let's sleep. I'll make you something delicious tomorrow. Qin Xian, who was still looking at him, saw his true thoughts in his heart frame. Ever since Qin Xian agreed to be Wang Yi's little brother, he had been pampered by him. The scenes from the previous world appeared in his dreams. Qin Xian was abandoned by Wang Yi in a cave. At that moment, he hated himself for not being strong enough. If he were strong enough, would he be able to completely have him? Suddenly, Qin Xian woke up with a start, drenched in sweat, and quickly turned to look beside him. At this moment, Wang Yi is fast asleep. Qin Xian realizes that what just happened was a dream. Could it be because he's used to sleeping on a hard bed? Why did he have such a strange dream as soon as he moved in? Then, Qin Xian gets up to cover Wang Yi with a blanket. He said he sleeps well, but it doesn't seem that way. Thinking back, he doesn't know what came over him. Why did he suddenly start playing Wang Yi's younger brother? And he played the role so naturally. Originally, he came to get some information. Maybe it was because Wang Yi's gaze was so pure, or perhaps because his hatred for Lord Wang had no outlet, and he transferred it to this time traveler. Or perhaps it was all predestined, wanting to see something or retrieve something from Wang Yi at this moment. As he thought about it, he started to feel sleepy, and then he fell asleep. The next day, he heard Wang Yi's voice calling him to get up. He opened his eyes to see Wang Yi's warm smile. Breakfast is ready, come and eat. Here are some new clothes. The old ones have been washed, Qin Xian. Strange, are these for me? Wang Yi told him, of course. It's quite difficult to buy clothes for someone between a teenager and a young adult, but luckily I found a store in the end. Get dressed and come down for breakfast. When Qin Xian came down, Wang Yi was very warm. Qin Xian kept telling himself not to really trust him. He's probably just enthusiastic for a few days, and then he'll show his true colors. After all, in this world, no one will unreservedly treat another person well. Parents are like this, and so is Wang Yi now. When Wang Yi was working from home, Qin Xian was playing with the system nearby. Later, he watched him deal with the dark business of child trafficking, teach the homeless new survival skills, strengthen the internal defense system, and help rebuild schools for the children. He directly allocated funds from the base for their education and accommodation. Qin Xian secretly saw all of this. He clenched his fist. No, his attitude did not soften, nor did he develop any fondness for Wang Yi. He's a pervert. Everything is just a disguise. It's all fake. Qin Xian was summoned by Wang Yi that day. City Lord, what can I do for you? Wang Yi took off his glasses and told him that since the end of the year was approaching, the base was planning to hold a year-end party. Thinking to himself that this moment had finally arrived, in the original plot of Apocalypse Gardenia, Qin Xian and Bai Zizi gradually built a deep bond of trust through 6 months of interaction. They successfully found a base with like-minded partners and worked together to overthrow Wang Yi's dictatorship. The base's year-end party was their first step in infiltrating the main city. Wang Yi then threw out a bunch of raffle tickets. How about organizing a civilian lottery event for this year's banquet? Deputy Qin, don't you think it's quite interesting to invite a few penniless city residents to witness the beauty of the main city? Is it quite interesting? This year, instead of sending food for our New Year's benefit, each person will be given a free lottery ticket. Winning the grand prize will allow participation in the annual meeting and experience a day of high-class life. Afterwards, it will naturally follow that I announce, as long as one works hard and earns points, they can stay in the new base in the main city and meet the promotion standards. Once they return to the slums, spreading this news will surely bring countless people willing to dedicate themselves to the base. In fact, all of this provides the female protagonist team an opportunity to infiltrate. Qin Xian saw everything and then sighed, realizing that this task should be assigned to his subordinates. Then he found the female lead, explained the situation to her, and gave her the only 3 slots available to enter the city. The female lead told him that was enough. On the day of the banquet, she would bring Xiao Zi and a Fei to use their superpowers to assassinate Wang Yi. You deliver the final blow to complete the plot. Hearing this, Qin Xian was somewhat shocked, feeling that something was off. The plot he saw at Wang Yi's place should have been that Bai Ziji and his group entered the main city without any conflict with Wang Yi. Instead, due to a twist of fate, they met a noble son who wanted to cleanse the corrupt bureaucracy. Through male number 2 and his healing powers, they maneuvered among the elites, exposing one after another the heinous deeds of the upper class, thereby accumulating the connections and prestige needed to overthrow the regime in the future. Qin Xian asked her why so early, to which the female lead replied it wasn't early at all, thanks to the information Brother Qin had uncovered. Which officials can become allies, and which ones need to be cautiously removed, I am already very clear on. Now, I need to ask Brother Qin for a favor. Before the annual meeting, subtly suggest to those ambitious individuals who may pose a threat, so that after killing Lord Wang, we can smoothly gain the support of the majority. Qin is somewhat opposed to her approach, feeling that this is akin to the tyranny of Lord Wang. The heroine tells him it is different. The Lord's brainwashing abilities were for dictatorship, but what we want is to restore the original social order. In the peaceful times of the past, wasn't it strange that the evildoers went unpunished? Moreover, as an all-powerful ability user and the deputy lord of the base, it is only natural for Brother Qin to take on the responsibility of the Lord. Everything will be handled by Ji, no need to worry. Before she finished speaking, Qin rejects it again. The base has changed a lot recently, we can't act hastily. The heroine finds him very strange. Could it be that Brother Qin has softened, feeling compassion for his former superior and unwilling to kill him? Qin is somewhat flustered. No, I know what I should do. At this moment, seeing the heroine's inner frame, could it be that she is also a time traveler who must complete her mission? Then the heroine asks him why he has been absent lately, what has he been busy with? Qin tells her it's just small matters, then turns to leave. In his heart, he is also somewhat self-doubting. Hasn't he already made up his mind? How could he change his plan because of this Lord Wang who appeared out of nowhere? Then he returns to the rooftop in his youth form. Brother, I'm back. Even though he endured great pain wanting to bully Qin Xian, Wang Yi ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it. Qin Xian continued pretending to be a child and returned to the top floor, happily running towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi saw that he was very happy today and asked if something good happened. Qin Xian told him that he just suddenly wanted to be nicer to him, thinking that after all, he was dying soon. Wang Yi was curious about how he planned to be nice to him. Qin Xian told him that if it were now, he might agree to any of his requests. Wang Yi couldn't believe it, and because he was too excited, he quickly turned his head so Qin Xian wouldn't see his expression at the moment. What he always wanted to do was bully him harshly, but he quickly regained his composure and then told Qin Xian that he was raising him mainly to atone for his sins, so he should choose something he likes to do together. Wang Yi seriously replied that it was not necessary. Since that was the case, Qin Xian was ready to take a nap. Then, with a bang, he closed the door. Wang Yi wondered why he was unhappy again. I tried to summon the system to ask some questions, but after shaking it for a long time, there was no sign of the system. It was leisurely feeding a white cat, thinking that as long as Wang Yi doesn't stir up trouble and focuses on raising the child, this plot will definitely not have any problems. I can earn fish snacks by lying down. At this moment, I saw the white cat come up with some small fish snacks. It seems it got them for itself. Although I originally brought them for it to eat, I still expressed my thanks. I feel that life this time is too comfortable. Thinking about what identity to choose for Wang Yi next, I am really looking forward to the next instance. Meanwhile, Qin Xian fell asleep in the room. Wang Yi thinks his sleeping pose is too cute. If I were to scratch his belly, he would show an expression of unbearable ticklishness. Realizing this, I started to think about weird things. Wang Yi suddenly slapped himself, startling Qin Xian next to him. Then, I secretly peeked into his inner thoughts. Wang Yi wondered, have I become like those sick people, unable to control my own desires? But I immediately told myself I could hold back. The recent reforms at the base were not going well, accumulating too much pressure. It's normal to want to vent, but one must not give in to everything. I can only try my best to regulate myself. Deciding to settle for the next best thing, I use Qin Xian as a pillow. This feeling is so warm and healing, I almost feel like a normal person. Gradually, I just fell asleep, while Qin Xian next to me was very angry. Being so unguarded, yet he does nothing? If he wants to bully, he should just do it fiercely. Fearful, he suddenly pinched Wang Yi hard. Just reveal your true nature already, only then can I kill you without any burden. It wasn't until 1 a.m. that Wang Yi finally finished his work. Although he used a lot of brainwashing abilities, he could finally rest for 2 days. Coming out, he suddenly saw Qin Xian. Xiao Xian, why haven't you slept yet? Qin Xian told him he slept too much at noon and wasn't sleepy. Seeing brother staying up late, I wanted to warm up some milk for you to nourish your stomach. Wang Yi felt he was truly a considerate younger brother. He directly drank it down. So sweet, you added sugar, huh? Qin Xian noticed that he seems very sensitive to the malice of adults, but not so much to children. Having lived here for so long, he still treats himself so gently. Such upright behavior, it's not an exaggeration to call him a good person. However, he reminded himself not to forget his true nature. His love for me and that Qin Xian is not pure but mixed with a disgusting desire to abuse. After finishing the milk, Wang Yi also prepared to go to sleep, telling Qin Xian to hurry up and rest after washing up. Qin Xian told him he would take a shower first. Actually, this was also part of his plan. The milk he just had contained a hallucinogenic drug that induced agitation. If Wang Yi couldn't resist the impulse and attack me directly, there would be no need for Bai Zizi to act, as I would help him find permanent relief. His death would lead everyone, including Wang Yi himself, towards a better outcome. So it's worth it. Wang Yi went back to his room and started feeling dizzy. His mood became irritable, wanting to vent badly. Taking advantage of Qin Xian's absence, he grabbed the Mianzi doll next to him and was about to act. He grabbed the bunny plushie next to him to start a fight, but suddenly Qin Xian returned and startled him. Wang Yi quickly hid the torn plushie behind him. Qin Xian realized it was the drug effect kicking in, so he approached and pretended to care for Wang Yi, telling him he was fine, while tightly pressing down the plushie to keep Qin Xian from seeing it. Qin Xian was not planning to let him off so easily. He insisted on moving closer to see what Wang Yi was hiding. Wang Yi was almost in tears. Xian, listen to me, I'm not feeling well right now. Qin Xian was puzzled. What's wrong? He then cupped Wang Yi's cheeks. You've been so good to me, I can help you too. Wang Yi was so embarrassed. He told him this wasn't something he could ask for help with. Qin Xian smirked. It's okay, as long as it's for you. Xian can do anything. Looking at the face in front of him, Wang Yi's consciousness seemed to blur. It was as if he really saw the past Qin Xian. Was he hallucinating? Then Wang Yi grabbed Qin Xian's hand. Xian, thank you, but no. Qin Xian continued to embellish. Wang Yi endured the pain and smiled at him. Seeing that you're okay is enough for me. Then, he used brainwashing control powers on Qin Xian. Leave this room and close the door. You are not allowed to come in tonight. After this test, Qin Xian completely changed his opinion about Wang Yi. He started to like him directly. Wang Yi was afraid of hurting Qin Xian, so he used brainwashing control powers on him, making him leave the room and not come in tonight. At the same time, Qin Xian used his powers to immunize against Wang Yi's control but pretended to be successfully brainwashed. Seeing Wang Yi like this, could he really suppress such a terrifying impulse? Originally, he just wanted to give himself a reason to cut off the past, not wanting to be a pawn manipulated by others. So he deliberately chose illegal drugs, ready to act if Wang Yi made any move. But even though he was in such pain, he still didn't plan to give me any chance. If a bad person, he has pretended to be a good person all his life, but does that still make him a bad person? Past scenes keep flashing in my mind, plus what Wang Yi just said. Qin Xian reverts to his adult form and collapses on the ground, realizing that the foolish one has always been myself. Inside the room, Wang Yi feels increasingly uncomfortable, wanting to rush out and bring the child back, but still forcibly restrains himself from hurting innocent people. Realizing that he must have been drugged, as he would not normally feel this way. Could it be that the child tampered with that cup of milk? At this moment, the door opens, and Qin Xian, pretending to know nothing, comes in to check on Wang Yi. It was me who just saw a child running around in the building, saying he was deluded into drugging someone and asked me to help. I didn't expect you to be the victim. Wang Yi looks up and sees that it's Deputy Qin. Qin Xian reassures him there's no need to suppress himself, believing that although the drug is strong, it can be alleviated with detoxification powers. Wang Yi asks him if the child is safe now. Qin Xian was completely stunned. At this point, why worry about what he's doing? You were harmed by him. Then, tell Wang Yi the kid took himself and ran away. It was then that Wang Yi finally showed a smile. That's good, I'm about to lose control. If I accidentally start a fight, you hit me back. Qin Shion hugged him tightly and said there's no need for such trouble, I'll help you. Then he used his detoxifying ability to cure him. While whispering apologies to him, Wang Yi felt somewhat confused. What was he talking about? The next day, Wang Yi woke up feeling extremely exhausted. What happened yesterday? He suddenly noticed Qin Shion beside him. Wang Yi was completely petrified. Why is he here? And why on earth did that kid plot against me? Could it really be an assassin sent by some faction? But why? In a situation where I was completely trusted, if they wanted to kill me, why not just use a deadly poison? But then again, what exactly is happening here? Why are we sleeping together? Trying hard to recall, how did yesterday's violent state suddenly ease? It seems that after Qin Shion appeared, he lost consciousness due to the great mental strain of suppressing his emotions. Could it be that Qin Shion used all his abilities? Notice that he is about to wake up. Wang Yi immediately pretended to be asleep. Qin Shion was a bit confused. It's already dawn, and Wang Yi hasn't woken up yet? He reached out and pinched his face. So cute. The next second, Qin Shion felt something was off. Why would he think of him like that? Cute doesn't really suit him, right? After some contemplation, he felt that he could indeed think of him like this now. Then he hugged him. Wang Yi, I won't let you go. Hearing his words, Wang Yi was dumbfounded. What the heck, does he mean what I think he means by not letting go? Still too tired, he thought he was hallucinating. He quickly wanted to call the system over. No matter what, he should escape first. Then he kicked Qin Shion off the bed. What are you doing? Who let you in? Qin Shion lay on the floor, staring at him blankly. Then he repeated the lie he made up yesterday. Feeling that Wang Yi, who was shouting like this, was really cute, Qin Shion replied to him according to Wang Yi's inner thoughts. After all, using healing abilities is quite normal, right? Thinking of the plot twist, Wang Yi calmed down. At this moment, Qin Shion stood up and said, City Lord, do you think I have another way to detoxify, such as having abilities in all categories? Hearing his words, Wang Yi was stunned. Then he burst into laughter. I heard nothing. I give you 1 hour to disappear from here immediately. This is an order. After saying that, Wang Yi slammed the door shut and ran outside. What to do? What to do? It seems like the plot is collapsing again. The year-end party is about to officially start. At this moment, Qin Shion in the room was very calm, learning that the female lead intends to kill Wang Yi. Qin Shion, in urgency, broke down the door. On the day of the main city's annual meeting, Wang Yi was listless. The system wondered what was wrong with him. Finally, it was time to proceed to the necessary task. Wang Yi felt it was a bit late to chant slogans now. During the days you were missing and slacking off, the male lead was either planning to kill me early or had fallen for me. The system was immediately alarmed upon hearing this. What happened? The host told it that in the original plot, Qin Shion waited until he killed Wang Yi to reveal that he possessed all element abilities. But now he exposed himself in advance. I was so scared that my hair stood on end. It was almost certain that Qin Shion had completely turned evil and wanted to kill me immediately. But he had previously said he wouldn't let go of me. It was too confusing. The system quickly asked how his sixth sense was reacting. Wang Yi thought it was unreliable, but he had a strong feeling that Qin Shion was now more dangerous than ever. He didn't dare return to the main city these days. Then he mentioned the kid he captured some time ago, who suddenly disappeared and couldn't be found anywhere. The system asked if he suspected that the kid had a problem. Wang Yi thought the kid might have been sent by Qin Shion. At that moment, they suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Wang Yi wondered who it could be. When the door opened, it was Qin Shion. Wang Yi, you are indeed here. Wang Yi was so frightened that he tried to hide immediately. He prayed that Qin Shion wouldn't kill him for now, otherwise there would be no points. Seeing his inner thoughts, Qin Shion was also a bit surprised. He thought I wanted to kill him. Then he told Wang Yi it was time to go to the meeting. Only then did Wang Yi relax a little. Now Wang Yi could finally relax a bit. Seeing him like this, Qin Shion even wanted to tease him. Halfway through, Qin Shion suddenly stopped and said, Lord, please take seriously what I am about to say. You might die today. Wang Yi asked him, are you planning to kill me? However, Qin Shion said he was trying to save him. Someone else intends to harm you. In any case, do not leave my sight tonight. Wang Yi was confused and hurriedly stepped forward to ask for clarification, but the next second Qin Shion grabbed him and signaled him to be quiet. Lord, just trust me. Remember, I am always your most loyal hound. In order not to expose his ability to read minds, Qin Shion first pretended to facilitate a meeting between Wang Yi and Bai Zizi. If the plan goes smoothly, not only can he send the leading lady away, but he might also keep Wang Yi in this world forever. Regarding the current situation, Wang Yi really couldn't understand what Qin Shion was up to. Clearly, he has self-destructive abilities but doesn't plan to kill me. He even says he wants to save me, but it doesn't seem like he really likes me. After all, he's just simple-minded, probably just wants to give Wang Yi another chance to start over. But who is the one trying to kill me? Has the plot changed at all? Watching Wang Yi constantly bother Qin Xian, I find him really cute. At this moment, someone suddenly comes over. Hello, I am the representative from the slums chosen to participate in the main city's annual meeting, Bai Zizi. Due to Mr. Qin's many past favors, I have come to visit. Wang Yi decides not to think too much. He should first complete the plot task. Taking advantage of the handshake with Bai Zizi, Wang Yi directly uses his mind control ability on her. Let's go have a drink somewhere quiet. Instantly, Bai Zizi falls under his spell. She then agrees. Qin Xian watches them from behind. At this moment, Bai Zizi turns back. Mr. Qin, I am just going to chat with the city lord, no need to worry. In fact, what Qin Xian is worried about is not her. Previously, by reading the mind, he learned that the plot involves himself helping the female lead regain consciousness after being brainwashed, allowing her to meet the second male lead and continue the storyline. But this only applies to the original novel's female lead. If he lets the current transmigrator Bai Zizi go, she definitely won't seek out a man. Instead, she will immediately start planning to assassinate Wang Yi. So, Qin Xian has no intention of helping Bai Ziwei to break free from control. He plans to neutralize the superpower after everything is over. Wang Yi asked Qin Xian to keep an eye on the door outside. He didn't think about what he just said about not leaving his sight. It's funny. After the door is closed, Qin Xian immediately activated his X-ray superpower. Bai Ziwei wants to give up the secondary male role and kill Wang Yi directly to advance the plot. The ritual also gave me a lot of inspiration. It seems that the necessary condition for a transmigrator to leave this world is to perform the character's story to the end, but deleting some minor plots is allowed. So as long as I pretend to help Bai Ziwei kill Wang Yi, but actually hide him in a place where no one can find him, then Wang Yi will be completely abandoned by the main plot with his uncompleted mission and unable to leave the world by performing his role. In this way, Ziwei's plan to replace the city lord can proceed as normal, and Wang Yi won't have to die and can stay here for the rest of his life. Would he be willing to stay and accompany me? He definitely would, considering how eagerly he clung to me before. For a fast transmigrator, staying in one place for a lifetime is just a moment in other worlds. Just as I was lost in thought, suddenly a voice came from behind. Brother Qin, what are you muttering to yourself? It turned out to be a Fei and Xiaozi. Qin Xian still pretended to cooperate with them, wondering where they had been and why they weren't with Ziwei. Gathering here is too conspicuous. If you want to assassinate Wang Yi, it's better to wait until he comes out. Xiaozi told him that Sister Ziwei also said it's easier to lower others' vigilance by walking separately, so they had been separate before. But now that the mission is completed, it doesn't matter anymore. Hearing this, Qin Xian was stunned and quickly asked her what she meant. It turns out that Ziji had already used Xiaozi and Fei's powers to hide the gun in the clothes. Qin now feels that something terrible is going to happen. He rushes to enter, but the door is heavy and locked from the inside. It won't budge. Forcing it open would make a noise that would carry to the banquet hall. Bai Ziji must have sensed something. Is she on guard, thinking I'll burst into the room to stop them? Maybe this will reveal my mind-reading ability, but if I don't go in, Wang Yi will die. After quick thought, Qin turns to Xiaozi and Fei and uses his mind control ability. You two, stand guard outside. Say the room's plumbing is old and being urgently fixed. The noise is a bit loud. Don't let anyone in. Then, using his super strength ability, he breaks through the door, ready to charge in. There's no time for hesitation. Wang Yi must not die, especially not Zhu Yi. At this moment, Bai Ziji fires a shot at Wang Yi inside the room. Seeing what's happening before him, Zhu Yi is very confused. He thought the female lead had no ill intent towards him. Why would she suddenly draw a gun? Wang Yi asks her if she hasn't been brainwashed. Bai Ziji tells him she has. But the sensation of the flesh being endlessly sliced by the embedded blade helps her regain some clarity. Speaking of which, it seems I've always forgotten to introduce myself. Hello everyone, my name is Bai Ziji. Perhaps you can also call me Zamo, then directly point the gun at Wang Yi. Such a nostalgic name, isn't it? But for the sake of the Yu Yi I knew. Farewell Wang Yi, who was completely stunned. Are you Xiao Mo? Then, the sound of the door shattering came from behind. Qin Xian rushed in abruptly. Bai Zizi, stop. At the critical moment of the assassination, Wang Yi and the female lead recognized each other, ignoring the presence of Qin Xian beside them and spilling everything out. Worried about Wang Yi being killed, Qin Xian rushed in abruptly. Bai Zizi, stop. Wang Yi hasn't yet seen Qin Xian coming over. Bai Zizi fired a shot at him as a warning, then continued aiming at Wang Yi. What did you just say? Once again, Wang Yi swallowed his saliva and asked, "Are you Bai Mo?" Bai Mo suddenly became excited, but still tried to keep calm. Then he tested Wang Yi with 3 consecutive questions. The last question was, "Who is Bai Mo?" By this time, Wang Yi had a hunch. Mo Ya is a very strong and handsome girl, determined to see things through to the end, and also my best friend, he said, opening his arms to her. Bai Ziji also let down her guard instantly. Wang Yi is Wang Yi, that idiot, right? Then she threw herself into his embrace fiercely. The two of them were just like when they were children. Bai Mo was about to cry. "How did you find out I was Bai Mo? After all, my appearance changed after crossing over, and I almost accidentally killed you." Wang Yi told her it was because of her last sentence, as if you knew any other Wang Yi. "But if we talk about other things, like Mo Ya, you intentionally missed your first shot, right? That's not the habit of a medical student from the original story. Only a police officer would be required to fire a warning shot before fatally shooting a suspect. Moreover, you don't seem to hate me. It's like you were just following the procedure to kill, and you even explained to me about embedding blade pieces in your palm, using healing abilities to continuously create pain to remind yourself to stay alert. Aren't you afraid I'd immediately say something? Aren't you afraid I'll immediately issue a simple command to stop your brainwashing tricks?" Bai Mo told him it's useless. "Before you can use your ability, my bullet will already pierce your brain. But on second thought, maybe I'm deliberately talking to you so much and not taking action because I hope you are still the same Wang Yi as before. Even if I don't believe there can be 2 transmigrators in one world, I miss you all so much." Just as Wang Yi was about to say something, suddenly, Qin Xian's loud coughing interrupted them. "Sorry, I don't mean to disrupt your reunion, but have you forgotten there's a third person in the room?" It was only then that Wang Yi realized and asked Qin Xian if he had overheard their conversation. Qin Xian replied, "I heard every single word." Hearing this, the two instantly panicked. What should they do now? Their secret was exposed. Wang Yi made a last-ditch effort and asked, "Qin Xian, if I use my ability to erase your memory of what just happened, will it work?" But seeing Qin Xian's smile, Wang Yi knew it was hopeless. After all, he is the protagonist and a universal ability user. Bai Mo stepped forward and asked Qin Xian, "Since you've heard everything, I assume you already have some thoughts about it." Qin Xian replied, "Sort of, but I still need someone to explain things in detail, and you two are not allowed to stick together." Meanwhile, the annual meeting continued as usual. Wang Yi led the two of them to the city lord's residence on the top floor. "This place is secure enough for us to talk freely. Everything has been arranged with the base, so we don't need to attend tonight's event." Through their conversation, Qin Xian asked if they were not from this world and came here only to complete a transmigration mission. At this point, Wang Yi no longer hid the truth. "It's great that you understand. I thought you'd have to see the system talking to believe it." Speaking of the system, Wang Yi was curious. Does Bai Mo also have a system? Bai Mo told him, yes, but it's so annoying that she tied it up. As she spoke, she threw it out. The system didn't even know what to say about her anymore. The mission wasn't completed again. This time, the plot was originally supposed to have the villain hypnotize you. Then the male lead rescues you, and later you meet the noble gentleman. Even accomplishing one part would have sufficed. Bai Mo listened while complaining to Wang Yi about how cliché this plot was. She felt that these Mary Sue-type novels were no longer that popular with readers. To earn points more efficiently, it's more reliable to follow the strong female lead route. Seeing Wang Yi's confusion, Bai Mo even took the time to explain to him what women's fiction is. Wang Yi was curious. If the mission fails, isn't there a penalty? The system told him, yes. Even if you can earn more points, failing a mission and getting an electric shock is a basic rule. As it said this, it directly delivered an electric shock to Bai Mo. Wang Yi quickly tried to step in and stop it, but Qin Xian immediately pulled him back. "Stay away, she's carrying an electric current. If you approach, you'll get caught in it." Bai Mo looked at Wang Yi calmly. "I'm fine. I'm already used to this level of electric current." Qin Xian and Wang Yi, standing nearby, were both stunned. Wang Yi asked her, "Could it be that you've been shocked many times because you completely ignored the tasks?" Bai Mo calmly drank tea while being electrocuted. "Yeah, actually, after getting used to it, it's not too bad. It's a bit like electric therapy massage. Do you have milk?" Wang Yi was completely stunned. Even in such a situation, she still had the leisure to make milk tea. Bai Mo told him, "You have to say something to distract yourself." "Mo Mu Ji, this is already my 4th instance. What about you?" Wang Yi felt somewhat embarrassed, because I stayed in the last world for too long. This is only my 2nd one. He noticed Bai Mo's hand trembling. It was clear that she was just pretending to be relaxed so as not to make him worry. Bai Mo told him, "Since the villainous city lord is one of us, there's no need to go all out. Let's work hard together. I want to redeem Lord Wang. Wang Yi was concerned, wouldn't that be too risky? Bai Mo replied, in novels, it's common to redeem villains. Previously, the assassination attempt on you was just to gain control of the base and accelerate the post-apocalypse cleansing process. Now, keeping Lord Wang alive is actually more convenient. Wang Yi thought it made sense. But the male protagonist isn't a transmigrator, he has no obligation to mess around with us, right? At this moment, Qin Xian, standing nearby, was a bit angry. Now you remember me? Let me tell you, if it can help humanity escape suffering sooner, I will definitely cooperate. But right now, how can I trust you? Of course, Bai Ji saved my life before, so I will repay that kindness. But Wang Yi once pushed me into a horde of zombies. Isn't it a bit too presumptuous to brush the past aside so easily? Bai Mo explained to him again, I already said, it was for the mission. At this moment, Wang Yi interrupted Bai Mo, I'm fine, don't worry. Could you please go rest in the next room for a bit? I want to have a private conversation with Qin Xian. Although still a bit uneasy, Bai Mo listened to him. Alright, call me if you need anything. After Bai Mo left, the two fell into silence. Wang Yi was the first to speak. Anyway, let me thank you first. Watching Wang Yi suffer in pain from the electric shock, yet being powerless to help, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel his eyes well up. He then stepped forward to embrace him, sharing the burden together. Not knowing how to start, Wang Yi first expressed his gratitude to Qin Xian. Even though he hated himself so much, Qin Xian still rushed in to stop him when he was about to take action. Qin Xian told him it was nothing, that he simply felt Wang Yi shouldn't die yet, but Wang Yi still felt deeply guilty. Seeing him like this, Qin Xian thought something was really wrong with himself. Clearly understanding Wang Yi's feelings and knowing how much he was suffering at the moment, Qin Xian still wanted to see his regretful expression. Regarding the various ways Wang Yi had bullied Qin Xian before, Wang Yi admitted that it was intentional. Qin Xian let out a mocking laugh. He didn't even bother to make excuses anymore. It was as if seeing Wang Yi's guilt could make him stop caring about the past pain. If only we could meet at the right time, if only you could face me with your true self, how great would that be? Wang Yi told Qin Xian he would compensate him. What I want, you can't give. Before he could finish, the system suddenly appeared out of nowhere and interrupted him. Upon receiving the mission failure notification, he rushed back. Is ZG also a time traveler? Wang Yi grabbed the system. The Qin Xian in front of him said, look, this cat is my system. In its store, you can exchange for magical items that don't exist in reality, like stamina boosters or energy pills. How about compensating you with rare treasures? However, Qin Xian showed no interest in any of it. The system beside them hurriedly asked Wang Yi, where is the female lead system? We need to connect with it immediately. Wang Yi told it that it was downstairs, so the system immediately rushed off. Suddenly, it remembered something. Although it didn't want to make its host suffer too much, the punishment for failing to hypnotize Bai Ziji still needed to be carried out precisely. Wang Yi panicked as soon as he heard this. Am I going to be electrocuted too? Bai Mo was already punished. The system told him, because it's a different system, one thing doesn't cancel out the other. While I go find the female lead and verify the system information, please enjoy yourself, host. With that, it pressed the punishment button, and Wang Yi was instantly surrounded by electric currents. Qin Xian hurriedly tried to step forward but was stopped by Wang Yi. The system reassured him, don't worry, host. You've experienced this before. It won't harm your body, it's just a warning. After saying this, it left immediately. After speaking, he just left. Wang Yi endured the pain and asked Qin Xian, can you lock the elevator? I'm afraid Zemo will rush in. Seeing Wang Yi's painful expression, Qin Xian still agreed to his request. The person Wang Yi thought of really wasn't me. Why are my eyes a little sore? It's not an illusion because I clearly understand. This emotion is called grievance. I can only watch him suffer, feeling so helpless. I went up and asked Wang Yi if there was anything I could help with. Wang Yi told me it wasn't necessary. Just bear with it. Qin Xian knew very well that Wang Yi wouldn't rely on or like him. Everything was just his own wishful thinking, but he was still willing to do it. Feeling Qin Xian holding him in his arms, Wang Yi quickly told him to let go. However, Qin Xian refused. He even lied to him, saying that his full system ability could resist electric current. Wang Yi was still a little skeptical. Qin Xian told him it was okay, and if it hurt too much, he could bite him. But Wang Yi didn't want to hurt him, didn't want him to see this side of himself. It was too embarrassing. Qin Xian grabbed his hand. It's not embarrassing. The one who gives up first is the one who's embarrassed. Saying this, he leaned in and gave him a kiss. Wang Yi was instantly stunned. What was he doing? Was he hallucinating from the shock? Did Qin Xian just bite me? After a while, Qin Xian let go of him. By then, the electric current had also weakened. Wang Yi asked him what that meant. Qin Xian licked his lips and replied, "It doesn't mean anything." Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind. A system that looked very much like Wang Yi appeared and asked Qin Xian, "If you complete all the tasks, what would you like to exchange for?" The man answered. The system seemed to want to gain the ability to see through others' hearts. With that, perhaps it could rule this country more easily. The system thought this was truly pathetic. Seeing that Qin Xian seemed uncomfortable, Wang Yi quickly stepped forward to check on him. It was strange. He was the one being shocked. So why did Qin Xian look like he was in pain? Qin Xian told him it was nothing, just that some memories suddenly came back. "I feel like I've met you before." Hearing this, Wang Yi was completely puzzled. Thinking to himself that he had only been in this world for half a year, Qin Xian grabbed a towel and asked him if he wanted to wash his face. At this moment, Wang Yi was still pondering the meaning behind what he had just said. And about the bite just now. What other meaning could it possibly have besides liking him? At that moment, Qin Xian handed over the towel and said, "Here. Clean yourself up, it's all blood." Instantly, Wang Yi's heart started pounding uncontrollably. What was going on? Was the electrical current affecting his heart? But he quickly regained his composure and questioned Qin Xian, "Even if we've met before, that doesn't justify biting me, does it?" Seeing Wang Yi's reaction, Qin Xian felt he had indeed been too impulsive earlier. He then countered Wang Yi, "Why have you suddenly become the one asking questions? Weren't you just seeking my forgiveness?" In the next moment, Wang Yi immediately changed his attitude and hastily apologized to Qin Xian. Qin Xian told him it was fine, adding, "I did keep some things from you, after all." Thinking back to the time when he had interacted with Wang Yi in the form of a child, he couldn't tell if it was due to nerves, but he had many indistinguishable dreams. In the dreams, he was sometimes living in a villa, chasing after Wang Yi. Other times, he became a wizard in a military uniform, researching some terrifying dark magic. The dream logic was chaotic, fragmented, and utterly disjointed. Even if he remembered everything, he still couldn't piece together the full picture after waking up. But the regret and unwillingness in my heart feels so real, as if I experienced it myself. A beast wanting to capture its prey must first smell the scent of its prey's blood, follow the trail, find it, and break its legs. Bind it in chains, so it can never escape. Qin Xian didn't explain the details to Wang Yi, only mentioning that recently, his mind has been filled with many memories that don't seem to belong to him. Wang Yi was very puzzled. What does that mean? Memories appearing out of nowhere? Qin Xian told him it's hard to explain, just that he suddenly knows things he can't fully comprehend. Sometimes, his body is out of control, which is why he bit him earlier. But maybe it's just because of the harm you caused before, leading to excessive stress and triggering hallucinations. Hearing this, Wang Yi felt even more apologetic. At this moment, Qin Xian felt slightly proud, as it seemed that as long as his lies weren't malicious, Wang Yi's intuition had a hard time detecting anything. Then Qin Xian told Wang Yi, "I want to figure out what these fragmented memories in my mind are. I need your help. Consider it compensation for playing with my feelings under the guise of your status as the city lord." Wang Yi didn't understand how he could help. He felt that this kind of deal seemed like something he had agreed to with someone else before. Qin Xian put on a pitiful expression, "You don't need to do anything. Just stay by my side and treat me better, so I know you don't want to hurt me. Maybe once the panic subsides, the hallucinations will also lessen." Hearing this, Wang Yi was instantly overwhelmed with guilt toward him. Then he also gave him a heads up, "Although I can be very kind to people, there are some feelings that I can't reciprocate at all. Deputy Qin, you should understand." Qin Xian chuckled, "You make it sound as if I have some unspeakable expectations of you." Back at the dorm, Qin Xian stared at the bed in a daze. Then, he suddenly dove into the blanket. "Ah, we kissed." To confirm if the Qin Xian of this world could also read minds, Wang Yi reached a mutual agreement with him to go out on a mission together. Thinking about the recent kiss, Qin Xian couldn't contain his excitement. Wang Yi is so adorable. He actually believed the made-up excuse about biting and even agreed to stay by my side to help uncover the truth about my memories. This is just too sweet. As long as I decide to redeem the malicious antagonist, he is no longer an enemy but a companion. Does this prove that he also trusts me? Can I use the madness as an excuse to steal a few more kisses? On second thought, no. Wooing my future wife must be done step by step. I can't scare him off. But I'm still so excited. Someone punch me so I can wake up. Meanwhile, Wang Yi was still troubled. The system, after discussing with the female lead system, returned to inform Wang Yi that although A1 is strict, they hope to help Bai Zizi complete the mission as soon as possible. Wang Yi told it to put the storyline aside for now. What's wrong with the male leads in these two storylines? Why are they ignoring the female lead, one after another, and falling for the antagonist instead? The system immediately freaked out. Don't tell me, it's already confirmed that Qin Xian also likes you. Wang Yi told him that although he wasn't 100% sure yet, all signs pointed to it. For example, today he bit my lip but kept changing the topic. The system didn't even know what to say for a moment. Slacking off is harmful. From now on, I won't go looking for little kittens anymore and will absolutely work seriously. But on a side note, how does the host view the male protagonist's feelings? Wang Yi blushed immediately after hearing this. I completely don't understand. In the last world, Qin Xian probably developed a caged bird complex because no one treated him well, and he could read minds, so he became dependent on me. But this Qin Xian here clearly can't read minds. At this point, Wang Yi suddenly paused. He then asked the system if it was possible that the so-called mind-reading ability wasn't exclusive to Qin Xian. The system asked him if he thought this world's Qin Xian could also read minds. Wang Yi said he was just speculating since an all-encompassing superpower like this could include mind-reading, which wouldn't be surprising. He wanted to ask Bai Zizi if he had discovered anything. I wanted to ask Bai Zizi if she had any discoveries, and then the system connected him to her. After a moment, Bai Zizi's system was connected. Wang Yi happily greeted her and asked if she was getting used to her new dormitory. Actually, living with me would be more convenient, but you weren't willing. Bai Zizi told him it was fine, this place is good. Getting too close to the city lord would only invite gossip. She then asked if there was something he needed. Wang Yi explained that the upcoming plot involved the male protagonist, a healer and team captain, being sent on a secret mission outside the wall. By coincidence, he would discover the culprit behind the zombie virus, a space meteorite. He was worried that their presence as transmigrators might cause a butterfly effect, influencing the male protagonist's mindset and altering the storyline. So, he considered going outside the city to accompany him on the mission. Bai Zizi immediately disagreed, saying, that mission involves going outside the wall, up a mountain crawling with zombies. It's too dangerous and absolutely not allowed. The Research Institute just announced that those mutated zombies capable of climbing walls and spitting fire are actually ability users who were reinfected with the zombie virus. No matter how strong someone is, being bitten carries the risk of zombification. There's no need to risk your life for points. Wang Yi told her it wasn't just about the points. There were also some things about Qin Xian he wanted to confirm. He's acting strange, not quite like the male protagonist described in the original story. So I'm a bit worried. And honestly, the bus accident was caused by me in the first place, and I dragged you into helping. I'm really sorry. Bai Zizi was confused. Wait, you caused it? Wasn't the accident just an incident? Wang Yi felt too ashamed to face her. It was an accident, but it all happened because I dropped the ball while helping someone with their luggage, and it hit the driver. Bai Zizi was puzzled. Did you throw the ball with a lot of force or something? Wang Yi told her, no, it just bounced out due to inertia. Bai Zizi told him, that's not funny at all. The accident investigation clearly showed that the bus overturned after speeding and accidentally running over a tree broken by the wind, which caused it to fall off the guardrail and catch fire. Since it involved students, the authorities took it very seriously. After a thorough investigation, the real cause of the accident was determined. It's unlikely that the news misreported it. Wang Yi couldn't believe it after hearing this. Then Bai Zizi asked him, did you see with your own eyes that the driver was actually hit? He replied, not really. At the time, I just saw the ball bounce over, and then suddenly everything spun, and I knew nothing after that. Thanks to Bai Zizi, Wang Yi finally learned the truth about the accident. Early the next morning, Wang Yi arrived at Qin Xian's dormitory door. Wake up, it's time for breakfast. After a while, Qin Xian opened the door and said, what are you doing? The city lord coming to the dormitory area might get noticed by others. Wang Yi happily handed over some dumplings. What's the big deal? Anyway, our public relationship is set to be good. Having breakfast together is perfectly normal. Won't you invite me in? At that moment, Qin Xian came to his senses. With a bang, he closed the door and said, wait for a moment. Wang Yi found it strange and thought, what is he doing? The system told him, maybe the room is too messy, and he doesn't want you to see it. After coming in, Wang Yi asked him to try the dumplings. I made them fresh this morning. I also sent some to Xiao Mo. Qin Xian found it odd. You made dumplings so early in the morning? Lord Yi, you seem to be in a very good mood today. Wang Yi told him, maybe it's because I realized that something I once deeply regretted was just a misunderstanding. Qin Xian guessed that he was referring to the accident in the previous dream. Wang Yi didn't tell him this, just that it felt amazing, like suddenly being freed from hell and then being told that he was supposed to go to a place like heaven. Thinking to himself, so I didn't kill my friend. I didn't see the ball at all. What really hit the driver was just a visual difference in the trajectory. The reason why the box fell was also because the car hit something and bumped. Then the system was also misled by my illusion and created this blunder. Instead, it was a blessing in disguise, giving me a chance to start over. Then he told Qin Shihan that the plot that was about to happen next was very important, or rather, it would have a huge impact on this world. Simply put, the male protagonist in the original book would soon be ordered to leave the city. He would go to a deep mountain with a large number of zombies to perform a reconnaissance mission. Then he accidentally got separated from the team and discovered the zombie meteorite, uncovering the secret of the apocalypse. Qin Shihan thought it was incredible that there really was a source of the virus. Wang Yi added that although the thing was highly radioactive, even ability users had a chance of mutating if they got close to it, and it couldn't be eliminated immediately. There was still hope. So the male protagonist risked his life to return to the city and told City Lord Wang the truth, hoping that he could immediately organize a suicide squad to go out of the city to study the meteorite. However, Wang Yi disagreed. In this apocalypse, everyone is in danger and only cares about themselves. Who has the energy to be a hero? Go take a shower. You stink. Don't bring the zombie virus to me. Wang Yi told Qin Shihan that this was the last straw that prompted the male protagonist to turn evil. After that, Qin Shihan quickly joined forces with Bai Zizi, who had gained some prestige, to prepare to kill the original city lord Wang and successfully usurp the throne. Qin Shihan stated that he wouldn't kill him, and Wang Yi naturally knew that. But the situation is different now. Since the plot needs to be rewritten, it should be done thoroughly. I will also support dispatching a research team to analyze the samples as soon as possible and make decisions to end the apocalypse. The radiation from the Huajing meteorite seems to be getting stronger, even affecting those with abilities. If we delay, who knows what might happen, so Qin Shihan asked him to tell him the possible location of the meteorite. Once the coordinates were established, he would quickly return to the city. Wang Yi told him the specific location, but the novel didn't mention it. They would have to go there for the system to assist with monitoring. Qin Shihan found it odd that Wang Yi wanted to go with him. Wang Yi explained that he wanted to find the meteorite quickly to advance the plot, but also to see if he could earn more points. Another reason was that he couldn't let Zemo fight alone. Moreover, he had promised yesterday to help Qin Shihan uncover the truth about the inexplicable extra memories, so they definitely needed more interaction. Hearing that Wang Yi was doing this for him, Qin Shihan was stunned. After reading Wang Yi's inner thoughts, Qin Shihan was somewhat shocked. Wang Yi's younger brother in the previous world could also read minds. Wang Yi mentioned that he, too, was intrigued by Qin Shihan's sudden extra memories. Therefore, during their time outside the city, let's have an honest and open conversation. Qin Shihan felt something was off. The additional memories he experienced, Wang Yi's brother's mind-reading ability, all the visions he had seen earlier seemed to originate from another Qin Shihan? On the day of the mission, Xiao Lu began introducing the team. The leader for this operation was none other than our deputy city lord Qin. He's highly skilled, an excellent marksman, and also a healer with abilities. You'd never guess that the city lord, who only exists in the base's broadcasts, is actually real. Wang Yi is here too. I saw Qin Shihan putting a code on Wang Yi. The team members were instantly ecstatic. In the third year of the apocalypse, city lord Wang Yi personally led the expedition to the mountains to carry out a secret mission. Due to the formidable combat power of Deputy City Lord Qin Shihan and the team's enviable luck, the entire journey was very smooth. Then, a bang was heard. Wang Yi knocked a zombie to the ground, then struck a stylish pose. They were about to head into the mountain. The zombies seemed to be increasing in number. It appeared there was something in the mountain that fatally attracted them. These remarks were deliberately said to mislead the team members. While everyone was busy, Wang Yi asked Qin Shihan if he had recalled anything recently. Qin Shihan realized Wang Yi was probing him again. He replied that it wasn't about recalling something, but rather gaining memories that didn't belong to him. Ever since Wang Yi started suspecting he had telepathic abilities, he had become more relentless in his questioning. Things that normal people might find hard to accept, Wang Yi accepted effortlessly. Even though he wasn't clear on the exact dreams, he had developed similarly terrifying speculations. Despite Qin Shihan's flawless answers, Wang Yi's intuition still told him Qin Shihan was hiding something. Qin Shihan told him that reincarnation, compared to mental issues, was an even stranger explanation, but Wang Yi thought it seemed very plausible. While cooking soup, Qin Shihan asked Wang Yi, if, just hypothetically, if I were someone's reincarnation, who would you want me to be? Wang Yi was stunned by the question. I found myself hoping there was some kind of connection between Qin Shihan and Qin Shihan, then awkwardly laughed. Well, I think Deputy Qin being himself is great. No need to consider my nonsense. Although I said that, deep down I wondered, if they really were the same person, could I repay the debt I owed Qin Shihan to the person in front of me? I wouldn't have to use children as substitutes like before. All these thoughts were seen by Qin Shion, but he still pretended not to know anything. Oh, I see. That's good. After the meal was cooked, everyone started eating. Xiao Lu praised the captain's cooking skills. A female team member chimed in, of course. I heard Brother Qin is good both in the hall and the kitchen. At mealtime, he always runs to the main city. Is it to cook for his girlfriend? Hearing this, Wang Yi immediately started coughing. Qin Shion, sitting nearby, blushed. Just eat, don't talk nonsense. The female team member noticed Wang Yi coughing and asked if he felt cold. I happen to have a coat. If you need it. Before she could finish, Qin Shion interrupted. No need, I brought one. Saying that, he draped the coat over Wang Yi. The team members were stunned. Wang Yi shared half the coat with Qin Shion. Don't just think about me. The coat is big enough, we can share. At this, the team members were completely thrilled. So the city lord and deputy city lord have that kind of relationship? Now it made sense. Qin Shion became so embarrassed by their speculations. Don't spread rumors. At that moment, Wang Yi realized that Qin Shion might actually like him. But in the previous world, it was impossible to discern whether Qin Shion's younger brother's feelings of love were genuine. Yet now, facing Deputy Qin, who never mentioned anything related to it, I inexplicably felt that he liked me. Qin Shion and Qin Shion might have nothing to do with each other, or perhaps my perception is off. Being stared at by Wang Yi just said it was nothing. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. It turned out he saw a zombie appear above Qin Shion's head. Just as it was about to bite him, Wang Yi quickly pushed him away. Qin Shion snapped back to reality. The zombie was about to bite Wang Yi. Qin Shion couldn't care about hiding his powers anymore. Saving Wang Yi was the most important thing now. He immediately activated his flame ability to block the zombie. Wang Yi was stunned on the spot. Qin Shion had used all his abilities in front of people. But there wasn't just one zombie here. Qin Shion quickly instructed everyone not to fight recklessly. He pulled himself together to organize an evacuation. Wang Yi looked at the scene, still finding it hard to believe. They had just reached the foot of the mountain. How could there be so many mutated zombies? Having always been protected inside the city, this was his first time facing a horde of zombies directly. Would they have to face such crises every day in the future? What should I do? Seeing the team members struggling, Wang Yi suddenly thought of that scene. In the end, even with powers, could I still save no one? Then he shouted, everyone retreat. Ability users, cover them. Don't get bitten. Get in the car and check if everyone is here. A female team member told him that Xiao Lu seemed to still not be on board. At that moment, a scream was heard. In the sea of fire, Xiao Lu was pinned down by a zombie. Wang Yi saw his despairing eyes looking at him. Help. I don't want to die. He immediately thought of his old friend, and then he rushed forward. Qin Shion, take them and go first. Qin Shion couldn't stop him. A team member asked what they should do as the number of zombies kept increasing. If they didn't leave now, everyone would be surrounded. Wang Yi went over, helped Xiao Lu up, and used his powers to brainwash him. Get up and run. Following the command, Xiao Lu started running toward the car. Qin Shion knew that if they left Wang Yi behind at that moment, they might never be able to get him back. He turned around and used his brainwashing power on the driver. Start the vehicle. Don't worry about us, head to the mountaintop first. Watching Xiao Lu run back to the car, Qin Shion immediately used his super strength ability to lift him up, then used his brainwashing ability to make him continue the mission, and rendezvous on the mountain. He said, throwing him into the car. Wang Yi saw Qin Shion coming over. He quickly shouted for him to go back. Qin Shion, it doesn't matter if I die. Qin Shion angrily used his powers to resist the zombie horde. It's so annoying. I should have cut all the tendons in your hands and feet and locked you in a room. That way, you wouldn't always do such annoying things. Then he used his powers to grab Wang Yi and fly. Wang Yi looked at the zombies in the sea of fire below, still a little shaken. You just said something pretty terrifying. Qin Shion told him to shut up. His powers were already overdrawn, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. Wang Yi noticed water droplets falling on his face. He looked up and found that they weren't water droplets at all, but sweat. Is it real? Qin Shion is working so hard just to save me? Qin Shion took Wang Yi to a tree to rest for a while. Wang Yi looked at him with heartache. Thank you. At this moment, Qin Shion suddenly collapsed, and Wang Yi quickly caught him. It seemed he had truly reached his limit. Even in such a weakened state, Qin Shion was still concerned about Wang Yi. Wang Yi told him, the one who's not okay is you. He sat down and looked at the swarm of corpses below. They wouldn't disperse anytime soon. Fortunately, very few zombies could fly. Don't worry, Qin Shion is already safe. If danger arises, I'll definitely bark like a dog. So now, you can take a proper rest. Feeling awkward being held by Qin Xian while flying, Wang Yi shifted himself onto his back. By dawn, the horde of corpses beneath the tree still hadn't dispersed. Qin Xian used his powers to control flying blades and slay them. It seemed his strength had recovered now. He told Wang Yi that they could leave soon. At this moment, Wang Yi looked exhausted, leaning against a tree trunk. Qin Xian asked him why he seemed so tired, and Wang Yi quickly replied, "It's nothing. Anyway, in this situation, I can't really contribute much in a fight. If you're ready, let's regroup with the main team as soon as possible." Unexpectedly, the storyline in the novel about the team encountering a zombie horde and the male protagonist staying behind to cover their retreat came so early. Qin Xian wondered if this might lead to finding the meteorite by chance. Wang Yi wasn't very sure about it either. The system said that the exact location of the zombie meteorite was affected by surrounding radiation. They would need to get closer to pinpoint it. For now, they could only head up the mountain. So Qin Xian crouched down, ready to carry him. Wang Yi felt embarrassed and said he wasn't so weak that he needed to be carried. Qin Xian told him that going straight up the mountain would be much faster than fighting zombies along the way. "Carrying you while flying is more convenient," he added. Wang Yi kept hesitating, making excuses, saying that it would deplete Qin Xian's energy too quickly and leave him exhausted in no time. Qin Xian simply grabbed him and said, "We can just rest against a tree if needed. Anyway, I won't let you say things like, 'It doesn't matter if I die,' anymore." With that, he held Wang Yi tightly and took off into the air. Wang Yi felt the posture was a little embarrassing and thought it would be better to be carried on Qin Xian's back. Seeing how much he was talking, Qin Xian told him to climb up himself if he wanted that. After some fuss, Wang Yi really did climb onto Qin Xian's back. He couldn't figure it out. He'd thought about it all night but still couldn't understand what was going on with Qin Xian. Especially with his ambiguous attitude and how kind he was to him. What was Qin Xian after? Then Wang Yi suggested playing a game to Qin Xian. Qin Xian told him he needed to stay focused. Turning to see Wang Yi's eager expression, he finally agreed. "What game?" Wang Yi explained, "It's a secret exchange game. I'll tell you a secret about myself, and then you can respond with a secret of equal significance." Qin Xian thought he was trying to test if he could read minds again. "Alright, go ahead," he said. Wang Yi told him, "The reason I dared to come to a place like this isn't because I'm good with firearms, but because unlike ordinary people, I don't have a fear of corpses. I am quite insensitive to such things, so I can remain calm and shoot. And as I told you before, my inability to respond emotionally is real. I enjoy watching people show expressions of pain, like the one you have now." Qin Xian wiped his sweat. "Then keep watching." After taking a break, the two continued on their way. When it was Qin Xian's turn to share a secret, he told him to just ask directly, and he would answer truthfully. Speaking of which, Wang Yi seemed a bit shy and asked Qin Xian what he thought of him and why he had feelings for him. Qin Xian was somewhat surprised that the question wasn't about the extra memories or mind reading, which he seemed to care so much about. Then, he stomped on the campfire. "Knowing what I think in my heart, what good does that do for you? As long as the Lord knows that I will help you, that should be enough, right?" Wang Yi thought, "That's true, but maybe I feel guilty, or perhaps I just don't understand why, even after being harmed so badly, you still desperately try to save me. I want to understand the emotional lines, even though it's truly ironic. I thought I caused the death of my classmates, so I recklessly hurt you as a way to atone desperately. But the truth is, I wasn't guilty of wronging anyone, except you. So, even if Lieutenant Qin doesn't want to talk, I still hope you will. Because humans are perceptive beings, as long as we persist in communicating, even completely different individuals can find the possibility of mutual understanding. I don't understand emotions, so this is the only way I know to keep moving forward." Listening to his words, Qin Xian was also somewhat moved. "Don't worry, I've never felt that you hurt me. Rather, you saved me." Then he grabbed Wang Yi. Wang Yi turned around and found there was a zombie behind him. Next, a horde of zombies appeared. The two hurriedly fled but accidentally tripped and rolled down. When they got up, they unexpectedly saw the zombie meteorite below. They actually found it. Qin Xian picked up the radio and started contacting the teammates. Meanwhile, Wang Yi quickly called out the system. "Is this the source of the apocalypse?" The system praised him for being quite fast. "You completed the task in half the time of the original story. Plus, your points have increased." Wang Yi suddenly had a bad feeling. It can't be from shipping CP again, can it? The system told him it was because ZG's side did well. You're benefiting from connections. However, as the host, your brave rescue of your little brother did earn quite a bit of goodwill. Overall, everything is going smoothly. Next, you just need to discuss the meteorite crater matter with the major bases, organize research properly, and the Suicide Squad's mission will be done. According to the plot, the other bases will later find excuses to send only a few ability users for support. In the end, the male and female leads will still have to form their own team. Wang Yi asked the system if he could join them too. The system told him, sure, anyway, you only have 3 months left to live. Think of it as end-of-life care. Wang Yi was stunned upon hearing this. The system told him that even if the city lord Wang was redeemed, the fate of the villains would not change. Villains who did not die in the original novel might still manage to survive in some corner of the world. However, characters with explicitly marked death dates would inevitably perish at the designated points in the story, just with different methods of death. Wang Yi grabbed the system in frustration, shouting, "Why didn't you tell me this earlier, you bastard?" The system replied that it had already mentioned villains were stepping stone characters and felt that Wang Yi was being unreasonable now. Wang Yi quickly explained that he was just worried about leaving Bai Mo alone here. The system assured him that Bai Mo was a more capable transmigrator than him and that he should have already known this. Then, Wang Yi turned to look at Qin Xian, and the system seemed to notice something as well. "Host, don't tell me you're reluctant to part with the male protagonist again?" Qin Xian informed Wang Yi that the signal was intermittent and that Xiao Lu and the others were still alive, seemingly heading their way with equipment. But Wang Yi remained silent. Qin Xian found it strange and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Wang Yi put down the system and said, "Nothing. In that case, let's find a safe place and reunite with the main team as soon as possible." Qin Xian tried to read his mind, but Wang Yi's thoughts were in complete disarray at the moment, revealing nothing. So Qin Xian asked him directly, "Are you hiding something from me? Didn't you say that as long as we keep communicating, we can gradually understand each other? Why is it your turn to avoid things now?" Wang Yi's lips trembled slightly before he sighed and then turned to Qin Xian with a smile. "It's really nothing. I was just so happy to find the meteorite. I felt it was amazing to be here with you." At this moment, Qin Xian could clearly see Wang Yi's inner frame. Upon learning that he was about to disappear, Qin Xian couldn't hold back anymore. He clenched his fists in anger. "Why would you disappear?" He stepped forward and grabbed Wang Yi fiercely. "You're perfectly fine, how could you disappear?" Wang Yi was puzzled. "Did I just say what was on my mind out loud?" Qin Xian told him no. Then he directly confessed to Wang Yi that he had the ability to read minds. He tightly grabbed Wang Yi's face. "I've revealed my secret. Now it's your turn to answer what disappear means." Wang Yi was startled by his reaction. Can we put this matter aside for now? After all, there are still a few months left. The mountains are really dangerous. Let's go to a tree or somewhere else first." Suddenly, Wang Yi saw a zombie appear behind Qin Xian. Wang Yi shouted excitedly, "Qin Xian, danger!" In order to keep Wang Yi in this world, Qin Xian actually imprisoned him directly. Seeing a zombie behind Qin Xian, Wang Yi hurriedly tried to warn him. Qin Xian, without even turning his head, crushed the zombie's head with one hand. Blood splattered onto Wang Yi's face. It seems that Qin Xian is really angry. Since he can read minds, he should already know most of the situation. That should have clarified most of the situation. Saying this, Wang Yi took out a handkerchief from his pocket. "Give me your hand. The zombie virus can also be transmitted through open wounds. Wipe off the blood first, then you can ask me questions." Qin Xian stared at him without speaking. After a while, he still took his handkerchief. "I need to know the whole truth." After that, Wang Yi told him everything. After the main group successfully joined up, Wang Yi was very happy. Qin Xian, beside him, was sullen. "Will you really die in 3 months?" Wang Yi smiled and replied, "Yes, even if I don't believe it, I should believe my heart." After listening to him, Qin Xian acted very calmly. Wang Yi thought his reaction was quite normal. Unlike his brother, Qin Xian, he suddenly realized that Qin Xian could read minds. If he found out that he was comparing him to others, he wouldn't be able to clear himself. He had to think of something else quickly. At this moment, Qin Xian spoke. "How about this? When the 3-month deadline arrives, I'll leave with you." Wang Yi looked at him in shock. "What are you saying?" Qin Xian told him that he might be the reincarnation of that Qin Xian. "Since I could chase after you from the previous world, then I also have the chance to go to the next world to find you." Wang Yi was startled by him on the spot. "You know Qin Xian?" "No, what nonsense are you talking? Let's not even mention reincarnation. Such speculation is baseless. You're someone who lives on this land. You must have a lot of attachments here, right?" Speaking of attachments, Qin Xian thought for a moment. "Is there anything in my life worth holding on to? Probably just this person in front of me," he thought. Then Qin Xian poked Wang Yi's forehead. "Why are you so anxious? I was just joking. Alright, there's no need to worry about things here. You should think about how to explain things to your childhood sweetheart when you get back. Wang Yi found it hard to believe. Was he really just joking? The feeling of unease was about to overflow. Could Qin Xian be planning something dangerous? Although his sixth sense was screaming like never before, the plot progressed quite smoothly. Deputy Qin also seemed completely normal. Once they returned to the city, he immediately began organizing a research task force for the meteorite. He looked every bit the heroic male lead. Was his previous despair just a fleeting moment of irrationality? Hearing Wang Yi call him, Qin Xian turned around, thinking he had something to say. Seeing that Qin Xian has heavy dark circles, Wang Yi asks if he has been resting well. On this side, all bases have been informed about the zombie meteorite. The northeast and northwest bases have agreed to send ability users. So, we need to finalize the departure time for the research team. Qin Xian tells him that the main force will set off tomorrow. The ability users will be led by General Chen, while the researchers will be assigned by Captain Zi Ban. Wang Yi looks puzzled and asks why Qin Xian isn't leading the team. He thought the protagonist, who led the entire Suicide Squad in the original story, should be the one in charge. Qin Xian tells him that he has no intention of going to the meteorite site again, so he naturally can't be the team leader. Wang Yi is shocked upon hearing this and quickly pulls him aside. What's going on? You had to go with the female lead, or the story won't make sense. Qin Xian asks him, given the current situation, is it still necessary to follow the novel's plot? Bai Zizi has already climbed up to the rank of captain. How absurd is that? As he speaks, he pulls out a bottle of medicine from his pocket. Wang Yi becomes anxious, saying, but I want to go. If we're all going to die anyway, dying on the battlefield is more romantic. Qin Xian holds the medicine in his hand and says, there's no way I'll let you go. In the next moment, he grabs Wang Yi's face and forces the medicine into his mouth. Seeing Wang Yi resist, Qin Xian reaches out to help him swallow it. Don't worry, it won't harm you. All of this is so Wang Yi can survive. Gradually, Wang Yi begins to feel drowsy. What exactly is Qin Xian planning? Why didn't I sense the danger beforehand? After an unknown amount of time, Wang Yi suddenly wakes up and sits up, confused. Where is this place? Quickly got out of bed to check, trying hard to recall what happened earlier, and heard a noise downstairs. Immediately thought of Qin Xian. That guy used the same method from the previous world to anesthetize another Qin Xian. Was knocking me out a coincidence or karma? Upon going downstairs, it really was Qin Xian. Wang Yi was furious. What are you doing? This joke is a bit too much. Qin Xian looked at him calmly. Oh, you're awake. Come and eat. Seeing his smile, Wang Yi was momentarily captivated but quickly snapped out of it. No, you need to explain what's going on. Knock me out only to bring me back and feed me? Qin Xian told him, it's not just about eating. From now on, you'll be living in this house. Wang Yi began to doubt if he had heard wrong. Qin Xian put down his apron and said, ever since I learned you might face misfortune, I started preparing. Sudden human deaths are usually caused by either illness or external forces. So while you were unconscious, I had someone conduct a comprehensive medical check on you. Congratulations, aside from gastritis, you're very healthy. So the only thing left to worry about is accidental death. Wang Yi asked if Qin Xian intended to isolate him from the outside world to avoid his death date. But what's the point? I have a system. I can forcefully escape or even commit suicide to leave. And what about Bai Mo? Qin Xian told him, Bai Mo has already set off for the meteorite. She also hopes you can survive. She even inquired about the system permissions in detail. Plot-induced death is a world-level erasure. The system has no authority to interfere, and the same goes for the host's death. Even Wang Yi, looking at the system, wanted to beat it up. At this moment, Qin Xian brought up the suicide issue that Wang Yi had just mentioned. It was indeed a tough problem. So, I can only beg you not to leave. Wang Yi was startled by his action and quickly tried to help him up, urging him to talk things out calmly. What's all this about? Qin Xian grabbed his hand tightly. Wang Yi, please don't disappear, okay? You're clearly concerned about my connection with the other Qin Xian. If you stay, you can figure it all out. I'll behave. I can be a deputy or a city lord, whatever it takes. As long as you stay, I'll do anything. Wang Yi felt that his mental state was off again and quickly tried to calm him down. Even if I want to stay, there's no need to isolate me so soon, right? There are still almost 2 months, aren't there? Qin Xian shouted emotionally. There's just over a month left. What if you catch some virus out there? What if someone eyeing the city lord's position targets you? And those special ability users who are everywhere? We have to take strict precautions. For this, I prepared a sturdy house, replaced all the furniture with rounded corners, and switched the water and electricity to safe modes. But I still can't feel at ease. What if you secretly die in a place where I can't see you? Even with all the preparations, how can I undo that? Feeling Qin Xian trembling, Wang Yi thought he was pretending to be fragile. But in the next second, Qin Xian's hand slid down powerlessly. The whole person collapsed directly onto Wang Yi. Wang Yi was instantly at a loss and touched his forehead. So hot, he has a fever. Could it be that Qin Xian has been enduring his illness while arranging everything? Even the base work was overachieved. When did he start acting strangely? Was it then? Or did he deviate from the track right from the beginning? No wonder it was impossible to detect that Qin Xian wanted to drug him, because, deep down, what he held wasn't malice. Instead, it was the exact opposite, absolute love. Now Wang Yi is truly in a dilemma. He asked the system, if I choose to stay here, it won't affect the use of the time reversal tool, right? Using items that reverse time won't affect it, right? The system told him yes, time in different worlds doesn't interconnect. The host's consciousness stopped at the moment of signing the contract. Now Wang Yi relaxed. Oh, then there's nothing to worry about. Suddenly he received a good night kiss from Qin Xian. Wang Yi was so embarrassed that he almost died. At night, Qin Xian opened his eyes in a daze and immediately woke up abruptly. He got up and shouted. Wang Yi was confused about why he had fainted. Clearly, he had gone 3 days without sleep before. Wang Yi wondered if he had used his fingerprint to unlock the door and leave. When he got out of bed, he stepped on Wang Yi's stomach. Wang Yi cried out immediately. Qin Xian was a little surprised. Wang Yi looked at him aggrievedly and asked why he stepped on him. Qin Xian wondered why he hadn't left. Wang Yi criticized him, saying that with his adjutant like this, he would leave like a ghost. He quickly suggested continuing to rest, not realizing he had a fever. Qin Xian touched his forehead and asked if he had a fever. Wang Yi told him that he wouldn't feel it himself, and it had to be like this. As he said this, he pressed his forehead against Qin Xian's. Comparing like this made it obvious. At such a close distance, Qin Xian's face immediately turned red with embarrassment. He quickly backed away. Don't get too close. It could be dangerous if you get infected. Wang Yi couldn't help but laugh at him. I really don't know if Deputy Qin is smart or dumb. On the one hand, he's clever for not chaining me up, as if he's afraid I won't run away. On the other hand, you're the fool for not having fastened that chain. That's why I was able to stay. Otherwise, after being unconscious for so long, I would have taken the disinfectant and been gone by now. Seeing the turmoil in Wang Yi's heart scared Qin Xian. Disinfectant? Wang Yi was annoyed with him. You're reading my mind again. Didn't we agree that if I stayed, I would behave? No more mind reading, Qin Xian quickly promised. It was almost a big mistake. In fact, at first, Qin Xian did prepare a chain, but due to concerns about unexpected situations and the sudden influx of ominous memories, he gave up the idea of imprisoning him by force. Fortunately, Wang Yi was very angry beside him. Fortunately, what? I delayed the mission progress for your sake. Wang Yi still asked the question that was in his heart. What exactly do you like about me, Deputy Qin? Qin Xian thought for a moment, then told Wang Yi that he didn't like him. Wang Yi felt like cursing. You don't like me, yet you held on with a high fever to keep me around. However, Qin Xian was still stubborn, feeling that a confession would surely be rejected. He could never confess to him. He counter-asked Wang Yi, if you liked someone, would you agree to their pursuit? Wang Yi didn't know how to respond for a moment. Let's just forget it for this month, Qin Xian said as he came forward to tuck him in properly. When all this is over, Qin Xian stroked his hair. I can't tell him now. It's to give the city lord something to look forward to, so he can take better care of himself. He then gave Wang Yi a good-night kiss on the forehead. Lying in bed, blushing, with his heart pounding, Wang Yi thought, he clearly didn't show the expression I like, so why am I so excited? Speaking of which, Qin Xian's feverish appearance should have been my type, but I didn't feel particularly happy. Am I overthinking it, or do preferences shift too? The following days were relatively stable and peaceful. However, just as all the city residents firmly believed that the towering walls and solid border defenses could protect them and isolate them from danger forever, an accident occurred. Patrol officers discovered a large horde of zombies through their telescopes. The base quickly organized the closing of the city gates. There's a vanguard of mutated zombies. Deploy additional personnel to protect the walls. Don't let them in. Upon receiving news of the horde, Qin Xian immediately went to organize the border defense, telling Wang Yi to stay put. At this time, the system also received a message from the female lead system. It seemed that because the research team had successfully dismantled the Meteorite Mountain no longer held a strong attraction for the zombies. Therefore, a large number of zombies, following the scent of humans, surged towards the nearest base. Wang Yi was extremely worried. How many zombies are there in a whole mountain? Can the base hold up? Qin Xian opened the door. It has to hold up, whether it can or not. Anyway, your death day is in 3 days. Stay put during this time. Contact me if there's an emergency. He tossed a walkie-talkie to Wang Yi. Before Wang Yi could react, "Hey, wait. What's your plan?" The door had already closed. Wang Yi was so frustrated by this situation. The system told Wang Yi that his abilities were indeed not suited for combat. Maybe it would be better for him to come out and stabilize the public morale after the dust settles. Wang Yi felt that even when everyone else was trying their best, he couldn't just hide away like a coward. The system quickly reminded him to look in the direction it was pointing. Wang Yi saw a flying zombie carrying another one approaching. They were both mutant zombies and had even learned to cooperate. It seemed that the flying zombie intended to bypass the city walls by airdropping pathogens one trip at a time. They had evolved intelligence. Wang Yi quickly picked up the walkie-talkie. Mutated zombies capable of carrying companions into the base have appeared. Come and clear them out as soon as possible. I'll try to hold them off, but I don't know how long I can last. At that moment, Wang Yi could only pick up a bottle, cursing that Qin Xian didn't leave him any weapons. On the city wall, the soldiers told Qin Xian that there were too many zombies and machine gun fire wasn't efficient enough. They couldn't blast at the dense area near the wall's base without risking damage to the wall itself. Qin Xian suggested they try using electric fences with gasoline and incineration, but that was also just a temporary measure. If the horde of zombies accumulated to a certain extent, they might be able to scale the outer wall with sheer numbers. That would be the end. They had to hurry up and clear them out. Suddenly, Qin Xian noticed something was off. There were almost no mutant zombies within those hordes. Considering the ratio of normal to mutant zombies, this wasn't right. Then, Wang Yi's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Mutated zombies capable of carrying companions into the base have appeared. Come and clear them out as soon as possible. I'll try to hold them off, but I don't know how long I can last. Qin Xian quickly asked, "What's going on?" "Don't do anything rash, wait for me to handle it." The soldiers beside him were staring at the sky, shocked. "Vice Mayor, look at the sky." Qin Xian looks up. At this moment, a large number of flying zombies are appearing in the sky, bringing other mutants into the city. Qin Xian quickly orders to notify all border defenses to also be vigilant against aerial threats. Climbing mutants are dispersed into the city to patrol. They must not let the zombies run rampant again. Then he quickly calls Wang Yi. "How is it going on your end? I've already sent people over. Just stay inside the house. Don't run around," Wang Yi says, panting. "I didn't expect them to be so strong. They even broke through the burglar bars. But thanks to you, I have weapons now." The system is concerned beside him. "Are you okay?" Wang Yi tells him he's fine. "If I survive this time, I must give Qin Xian a good beating. How much grudge does he have against me to not give me weapons?" Saying this, he gives the zombie a final blow, then prepares to go to the base to get equipment. This war broke out very suddenly. People had lived in comfort for too long, almost forgetting that zombies could evolve too. On the way, Wang Yi dealt with a few more zombies. At this time, the streetlights went out. It seems the power grid has also been affected. He then asks Qin Xian about the situation on the city wall. Qin Xian tells him it's not good, and they've lost quite a few mutants. Many superhumans have been lost. Those who are still alive are almost exhausted and unable to fight. They are now relying on the military to keep watch and recover quickly. But the more serious issue is the huge consumption of ammunition, while the number of zombies keeps increasing. The outer wall is already piled up to a quarter. At this rate, they will eventually come up. Wang Yi is worried about what to do. Qin Xian tells him that they can only hold on. Surprisingly, did the original novel's base also encounter these problems? Wang Yi tells him that the original content did not mention completely disassembling the meteorite because the progress was much slower than by Mo. It only described the research process of the two brought hope to the base and held a grand wedding on New Year's Eve. Qin Xian thought it was wonderful. In light of the current situation, Wang Yi felt it was not that great. After all, we all know that as long as the meteorite is gone, it will trigger a zombie tide. Qin Xian took out a grenade. "Yes, but if we can't withstand the tide, I won't have to worry about you leaving. The ending might be that we die together, but turning into the most brilliant fireworks in the sky over this city seems quite romantic." Saying this, he threw the grenade down the wall. A loud explosion followed. Hearing his words, Wang Yi almost cried. "What a joke, you are the hope of the world. No matter what happens to me, you have to live well. Of course, I will also try my best to live. After all, I promised you." As soon as Qin Xian answered Wang Yi, the next second, the walkie-talkie fell. Wang Yi heard that mutated zombies were climbing up from the other side, and the scene was chaotic. Qin Xian didn't know who had been bitten. Wang Yi was so anxious listening to the sounds. "Qin Xian, are you okay?" Then he cursed, "How many are coming up? Stop now." Hearing Wang Yi's voice on the walkie-talkie, the zombies climbing up suddenly stopped moving. Qin Shihan seemed to understand something, then picked up the walkie-talkie on the ground. Wang Yi, try using your ability. Say something like, walk forward, or, stop. Qin Shihan told him not to worry and to just say something. So Wang Yi used his brainwashing ability and said, walk forward, into the walkie-talkie. The zombies actually followed the order. Wang Yi asked about the situation over there and suddenly saw a zombie approaching from behind, scaring him into quickly commanding it to stop. Magically, the zombie really stopped. Wang Yi looked incredulous. What is going on? Qin Shihan watched as Wang Yi, carrying explosives, jumped into the sea of fire, but still pretended to be calm in front of everyone. After everyone else left, Qin Shihan reverted to his youthful self and broke down crying. He never expected that zombies could be controlled by his ability. Wang Yi couldn't believe it. Hearing Wang Yi say he had a nosebleed, Qin Shihan immediately told him not to move and that he was coming right over. Then he told his subordinates to guard the wall. Wang Yi told him border defense was important, and besides, I can control the zombies, can't I? So he sent them all out. Qin Shihan couldn't hold back anymore. You've been infected. Can you stop laughing? Wang Yi quickly composed himself. Precisely because I've been infected, I can't be saved. Zombification is irreversible, so even if I'm sad, it's meaningless. It's better to think about what I can still do. Qin Shihan asked him if he was infected through an injury. Wang Yi told him no. Perhaps this is fate. God wants me to die, but I've taken such good precautions that there's no chance of accidental death. So it has to be through the virus. Qin Shihan's voice was slightly choked with sobs. But I don't want you to go. Wang Yi could only say, I'm sorry. I actually think this ending isn't bad. Zombies aren't affected by exhaustion. I can overuse my abilities, it's very convenient. Of course, only while I still retain my self-awareness. Qin Shihan asked, do you mean? Then he heard Wang Yi's voice, hey. All the zombies in the base, follow me. Humans, stay back. When everything is over tomorrow, everyone can live peacefully again. At this moment, Qin Shihan rushed over. Master Yi, your body is still human now. Don't act recklessly. Wang Yi looked up at him. Deputy Qin has arrived. I happen to have something to ask you. I plan to climb the city wall, to completely destroy the zombie tide. Qin Shihan felt extremely powerless at this moment. Why did it turn out like this? I clearly tried my best, but still. Wang Yi comforted him from below. I already said this is the best arrangement. Otherwise, even if we fought against the zombie tide, the losses would be huge. Sacrificing myself to protect the entire city, there won't be a better deal. So, let me go, okay? Qin Shihan struggled internally. If I say no, will you listen? Wang Yi was sure he wouldn't refuse, because Deputy Qin also knew clearly in his heart what needs to be done to save the base. Qin Shihan, send me off on my final journey. Qin Shihan felt extremely reluctant in his heart and couldn't bear to look back at him. Then, he gritted his teeth. All units, listen to orders. Gather gasoline from the city and pour it below the walls. At the same time, Wang Yi also activated his abilities towards the zombie horde. Follow my command, stay away and then happily kill each other. Whether it's a brawl or a gnaw, all struggles continue until there's no strength left to crawl. The soldiers were delighted to see the corpses fighting each other, as there were too many orders to follow. The zombie King Yi still felt a bit tired. At that moment, the system approached the host. You don't have much time left. The process that usually takes a day to complete is accelerated due to the overuse of your abilities. You will soon lose consciousness completely. King Yi told it he knew and asked to say goodbye. Hey, Qin Shihan, I have to go. Give me some gasoline and explosives. I don't want to become a burden to the organization, neither human nor ghost. Qin Shihan asked him if he was determined to drive himself mad, but still threw the gasoline to him. It can't be helped, thanks. Saying this, he doused himself with gasoline. If there's a next life and we meet again, let's be together. Hearing this, Qin Shihan turned around sharply. What, are you pitying me? Next life is such an endless topic. King Yi told him, it's not pity, it's a promise. I believe we will meet again in the future. Deputy Qin, why don't you believe it too? Then he strapped on the explosives. Alright, it's my turn to go. Qin Shihan, see you in the next life. With that, he turned and jumped into the sea of fire. At the moment he jumped, Qin Shihan rushed towards him, and then a violent explosion erupted below the city wall. The soldiers nearby were stunned. Deputy City Lord, Qin Shihan forced himself to remain calm. He died in the line of duty. You all go patrol the surroundings. Even though the zombie tide has been dealt with, we must still guard against mutant invasions. After everyone left, Qin Shihan could no longer hold back and fell to his knees. Using his powers, he reverted to his younger self. Wang Yi, you promised to stay. After everything was over, you said you'd tell me everything about the mind reading and all the dreams, but in the end, you're still gone. Liar, I will find you. The system saw that Wang Yi had successfully escaped. I feel like it's my turn to be reluctant this time. Xiao Bai, savor these last few fish snacks because there won't be any more. If I just disappear like this, I wonder if Xiao Bai will be very sad. I should leave it something to remember me by. How long does a cat live, anyway? Speaking of which, how long is the lifespan of a cat? After leaving the body here, the system went to find Wang Yi. Just blown to pieces, Wang Yi feels some pain in his body now, almost thinking he wouldn't wake up. At this time, he heard the system's voice. Host, you worked hard. Unexpectedly, you escaped in such a tragic way. If you had committed suicide early, it might not have hurt so much. Wang Yi asked, do I really have no chance of surviving in other spaces? The system told him, logically speaking, it's impossible. Humans are too insignificant compared to the heavenly Tao. The reason I didn't stop the male protagonist from saving you was because I thought he'd understand eventually that it was all futile, and I didn't bother to persuade him. Speaking of which, Wang Yi really wanted to punch it, and then he said to the system, Qin Xian can sense other people's memories. Can't you find any problems there? The system told him, bug reports were already submitted during the Cold School Heartthrob Falls in Love with Me, and the Apocalypse Gardenia, but everything showed normal. It can only be said that maybe it's a coincidence. We need to try another task to see. Wang Yi was speechless. So what's the next task? The system told him, since Bai Mo hasn't finished his world yet, the points for this round can't be settled temporarily. But looking at the current situation, it should be just right, within the safety line. The next arrangement, why not choose a relatively short and safe place to rest for a while? Hearing this, Wang Yi was puzzled. Is my condition so obviously bad that even the evil capitalist starts to care? The system told him, not really. It's just that I also just experienced a farewell and seem to understand that feeling of exhaustion. So Wang Yi listened to it, and the system introduced him to the vacation spot. He was from the novel world, The End of the Sky. The entire story basically takes place within a closed research institute. It's a rather peaceful place. The role I'm playing is the newest biological research scientist, a mad scientist obsessed with experiments, Dr. Wang. Wang Yi looked at the male merman in front of him, thinking he was Qin Xian. He tried to interact with him through his thoughts, but the merman just turned his head and swam away. The End of the Sky, the source material, has a very short plot. Within less than 200,000 words, it tells the story of a secret laboratory researching abnormal creatures. A newly hired female researcher falls in love with an experimental merman and eventually escapes the cold prison with him, heading towards the end of the sky, the ocean. The system told Wang Yi that his mission this time was also very simple: keep submitting applications to dissect the merman, creating a sense of urgency for the male and female protagonists. Because it's a light-hearted romance, the villain is dispensable. I can just laze around in the lab. Wang Yi wondered, isn't there any messy main mission this time? The system told him, yes. If the male protagonist can still fall in love with you under such tight security, the main system should lock onto the male protagonist in future missions for investigation and elimination. However, it seems I had made some kind of agreement with Qin Xian before. Was that sincere? At this moment, Wang Yi was still thinking about the elimination the system mentioned. Then I replied, how could that be sincere? It was just a way to appease him back then. I was afraid he'd overreact and do something extreme. Now the system can finally relax. Anyway, the setting of this instance is capturing creatures that normal people can't comprehend for underground research. There's no death, only mutated creatures everywhere waiting for you to dissect. Wang Yi didn't want to hear it ramble on. Alright, I get it, so crazy. I'll go check on the male lead first, then grab another sucker to experiment on. The system jumped onto his shoulder. Yes, just maintain the mad scientist persona. The rest of the time you can do whatever you want. Why is the system suddenly so gentle? Wang Yi wasn't used to it. The system told him, after all, it was my work mistake that brought you here. If I can recover quickly, maybe I'll go for something big in the next instance. Arriving at the lab's sample storage, Wang Yi showed his ID to the guard. Hello, I'm Dr. Wang, here to select a test subject. The guard then opened the door and let him in. Wang Yi sighed, security here is pretty tight. The system told him, after all, it's all dangerous creatures being managed here. Suddenly, a bizarre spider startled Wang Yi. Then, seeing a cat swimming in the water, Wang Yi asked the system, are these all mutated species? The system told him, some are. The test subjects kept in the sample storage, some have been exposed to strong radiation, some are from the deep sea, and there are even extraterrestrial creatures. Suddenly, Wang Yi saw a dark mass next to him. What is that thing? The introduction said that this slime is extremely bizarre, possessing the ability to regenerate no matter how it's cut. The system asked Wang Yi, are you interested in this one? Wang Yi thought, since it can regenerate, it'll be very convenient to bring it back. I can dissect it as I please without worrying about it getting hurt. Suddenly, the slime slammed into the glass. Wang Yi wondered, what's wrong with it? It's aggressive too? The system told him that the records didn't go into detail, only mentioning that seemingly no feeding was required. All data was unknown, and employees were urged to research quickly. Wang Yi thought it was still somewhat dangerous and decided to observe further. Then he headed to the area where the main character was. The slime kept bumping into the glass, and after tiring itself out, it began to slowly slide down. It kept making hungry sounds. The moment he saw the mermaid, Wang Yi was completely stunned. It was a mermaid that only existed in fairy tales. Although it was male, it was extremely beautiful. The system beside him thought of food upon seeing him. The next second, Wang Yi adjusted his state of mind. He had to play the role of a perverted doctor, and his mission was more than just this. What a beautiful creature. With such a dazzling appearance, anyone would instinctively wonder what the inside of their body looks like, thinking that if this mermaid was Qin Xian, he should be able to read his mind. So Wang Yi communicated with him in his mind. I won't hurt you. I'm here to fulfill the promise and rescue you back to the sea. Are you Qin Xian? Or do you go by another name but can read minds? If so, please nod. However, the next second, the mermaid swam away. Wang Yi's face was full of question marks. Did I think of something incomprehensible? Did he not understand? It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that the male protagonist hasn't awakened his mind-reading ability at this time, so he can't see anything? It's so frustrating. When will he be able to see it? Do I have to come and test it every day? That would be troublesome. Suddenly, the slime next to him started hitting the glass again. Wang Yi was attracted by it. Clearly, it was stable before, but it starts acting up when someone comes. The system didn't detect the specific origin of this creature, thinking it must be a fictional creation. Wang Yi valued its strong vitality, thinking it would be perfect to demonstrate Dr. Wang's madness. The system suggested that if he needed it, he might as well take it back. Anyway, the mermaid is protected by the plot and can't be taken away, so he has to fiddle with something. When Wang Yi reached out near the glass, he didn't expect the slime to stick to it. Wang Yi thought it was cute, as if it was playing with him. It seems like playing with himself, then starts the task. First encounter with the heroine, arriving at the sample registration office. Wang Yi starts to make things difficult for the heroine. That mermaid belongs to me. Just tell the higher-ups that Wang Yi is applying for dissection. After some questioning, the heroine tells Wang Yi that the institute doesn't allow dissection of the mermaid because it is too beautiful and too human-like. They plan to observe it for a while longer. Seeing that Wang Yi is about to lose his temper, the heroine quickly tries to make up for it, saying that if he needs, he can regularly collect some scales and hair as DNA samples and send them over. Wang Yi immediately shows her a fierce expression. Only those aren't enough. Seeing that the heroine is already scared, Wang Yi continues to worsen the situation. Even if we can't dissect it, I still want its flesh and blood. Nothing is impossible. I'll give you 1 week. If you can't handle this little task, you shouldn't stay in the institute anymore. It seems like the protagonist in this world is a relatively weak and timid type. As long as we keep pressuring her, she will secretly approach the male protagonist, right? But why does it feel like I'm persuading someone to NTR myself? Then he tells the heroine that he wants to mention an experimental subject named X. Since it is an undying creature, dissecting it shouldn't be a problem, right? The heroine tells him that the sample always hits the glass when researchers pass by, and everyone thinks it wants to attack humans, so they are afraid to take it away. As soon as she finishes speaking, she realizes she has said too much and quickly tells Wang Yi he can collect X, but she still reminds him to be careful. Wang Yi tells her it's fine. Since he chose this path, he must do it well. This is the fate of us researchers. Listening to him, the female lead looked at him with admiration, thinking this chief doctor was quite responsible. Then let me register for you. I'll have X sent to you later. Wang Yi told her to pick it up and take it away immediately. He then brought the slime back to the lab. It didn't look big, but it was quite heavy. The system also found it strange that this soft and squishy creature was actually a militant. Wang Yi thought it wasn't necessarily militant. Maybe it just simply liked to stick to humans. The system was speechless. You think an experimental subject that's been locked up and tortured would like the researcher who's hurting it? Hearing the system say this, he thought it made sense. The reason the merman fell in love with the female lead was because she was the only one in the base who treated him well and saw him as a friend. A utilitarian madman like me, who only brings back samples for dissection, should be lucky not to be hated. Saying this, Wang Yi put on his gloves. He opened the lid and prepared to start the experiment. He picked up the scalpel and cut off the protruding part of the slime. I didn't expect this thing to still move even after being cut. The slime inside kept yelling, it hurts. This human isn't the X I'm looking for either. I haven't been able to absorb energy for a long time. If this continues, I'll probably go berserk soon. Since he isn't the human I'm looking for, can X eat him? The moment Wang Yi touched the slime flew directly towards Wang Yi's face. Wang Yi panicked instantly and tried to get it off. It's about to crawl into my ear. Wang Yi pinched it, but unexpectedly, it broke off and the other part crawled into his ear. It turns out Wang Yi was the person the slime had been looking for. After being fed by Wang Yi, the slime was very happy and decided to protect him. Seeing the slime crawl into Wang Yi's ear, the system quickly brought tweezers. Wang Yi told it that his ear canal was too small for tweezers, so the system brought a straw. At this moment, the slime inside his ear was ready to start eating. The most delicious part of humans is indeed their emotions, especially after their minds have been tormented. Just then, Wang Yi screamed and fell to his knees. The system was terrified. What happened? Wang Yi felt as if something had touched his brain, like an electric shock. He couldn't tell if it was pain or pleasure. The system frantically searched for tools for him. Wang Yi felt his mind become unusually clear. Did this slime use a psychic attack? It's a feeling I can't understand at all. After seeing Wang Yi's memories, the slime feels so familiar. At this moment, Wang Yi seems to hear its voice. Who's talking? The slime saw Wang Yi's memories of the first world. They were all moments spent with Qin Xian. It kept saying something that sounded like, I remember. Wang Yi feels his mind is a mess, like there's something else there, but it's all static. I can't understand it. The system hurriedly handed him a medical rubber tube. Alright, host, stop rambling. Hurry up and suck that jelly out. Wang Yi asked if it wanted him to suck it out. The system told him, of course. Host, have you ever seen a cat that can use a straw? Wang Yi angrily snatched the straw. You're really good at nothing but annoying me. The system didn't forget to cheer him on from the side. While sucking, Wang Yi was still worried he might accidentally swallow it. After sucking for a while with no reaction, Wang Yi figured he wasn't using enough force, so he increased the suction. Finally, under this immense suction, the slime was sucked out. Sensing the slime was out, Wang Yi seized the opportunity. He spit it out in one gulp, and the system quickly brought over a plate to cover it. It gave me a scare. I thought I was going to die and leave this world right at the start of my vacation. Wang Yi was speechless. It seems that even in a peaceful copy, there are quite a few hidden dangers. One cannot be careless. Then he threw the slime back into the box, and it immediately fused with the larger one. The system suggested that we should get rid of this thing. Wang Yi told it okay. After it left his ear, there was no discomfort anymore. Other materials might be more difficult to handle. Observe a little longer and see. The system thought it made sense and then informed him that the Doomsday Gardenia world had just concluded, and the points were distributed. Wang Yi was instantly interested. How are the earnings? More or less? The system told him it was as predicted before, above average. Wang Yi was curious about the ending, who took over as the lord of the city between Bai Mo and Qin Xian. The system told him that after Z Gardenia destroyed the zombie meteorite, she united the base and became the first female city lord in the history of all Zhangzhou. And then she lived a happy and fulfilling life with the second male lead? Wang Yi listened with a face full of question marks. What about Qin Xian? The system checked and told him. Qin Xian seems to have sacrificed himself by rushing into the horde of zombies to protect Bai Gardenia during the next outbreak after you left the text. Wang Yi's eyes dimmed as he listened. In other words, the male protagonist was killed off before the story could even conclude. Alright, I got it. Keep the points. I won't buy anything for now. The system wondered what he was going to do. Wang Yi told it he was tired. I'm going to sleep for a while. The system saw that he was sad, but still reminded him to detach from the memories of the past life as soon as possible. After Wang Yi fell asleep, the remaining slime in the ear canal starts to come out. Luckily, humans are naive and haven't realized that they haven't sucked out all of me. The slime jumps onto the floor and then finds its own box. It starts to push against the lid and, incredibly, manages to open it. I'm finally going to be set free. Our kind is a rare species that drifts through the cosmos, soundless and formless. Those who come in contact with us either disappear completely or inexplicably collapse into madness. No one knows the purpose of this thing, just as no one knows why it appeared on Earth. The slime began to talk to itself. Human language is so hard to learn. Even after listening for a long time, it can't fully understand. Unable to convey it out, are the sound waves broken? But finally, I found the obsession I was missing. The next day, Wang Yi still felt very tired when he woke up. It was like he had been solving math problems all night. The system worried if he was unaccustomed to the environment. Maybe he should eat something to replenish his nutrition. It's strange, can a little cat like it really help the host complete the tasks? The system licked its cat paw. Oh well, to be honest, you're actually my first contracted host. Wang Yi suddenly felt very unfortunate. Am I an experiment? The system told him he wasn't unfortunate, because due to some past incidents, the senior ones either got promoted or left. So now, as you can see, only us newcomers are working. Wang Yi wondered what kind of incidents. The system also heard that a powerful predecessor tried to break away from the system, transforming into a human. Although the final result was unclear, since then, we are no longer allowed to mimic human forms. Wang Yi then understood why they were either cats or penguins. Every family has its own issues. Better take care of the present and check on yesterday's experiment. Looking at the slime in the box, Wang Yi felt it seemed a little smaller than yesterday. The system also thought so. What should they do? Although the previous breeding report said X does not need to eat, Wang Yi still tried to put a fried dough stick in for it. I didn't expect it to actually eat it. It seems it can eat normal food. Then Wang Yi prepared some soy milk for it. However, the slime ate the soy milk along with the spoon. Wang Yi was stunned. What's going on? Can it even distinguish food? The system thinks that species that defy common sense are very interesting. Suddenly, I realized something wasn't right. The host must not be charmed by other experimental subjects. Remember, our mission has always been to serve the male and female protagonists. If there's time, we should go and check in with the mermaid. Wang Yi told it. Haven't forgotten, I was just about to go out to complete the mission and, by the way, bring back a fully enclosed isolation suit. To deal with Mr. X, seal all the holes on the body, so it won't be like before, getting into the ear holes. The system sees his enthusiasm for scientific research. It asked him if he's interested in unknown creatures. Wang Yi told it, more or less. There's something so outrageous even I can't believe it, I want to confirm it. Hearing that Wang Yi left, the slime was very happy. That's great, my human is so cute. I really like him, but he's too fragile, he might die accidentally. After searching for so long, I must protect him seriously. For this, I must accelerate evolution. Split and go absorb some other materials. Suddenly, Wang Yi felt as if something had darted out, but the system thought it was his illusion. At that moment, behind them, the slime had already split into multiple clones to devour other test subjects. Looking at the child transformed from the slime in front of him, Wang Yi always felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. In the world at the end of the heavens he came from, Wang Yi's daily tasks were to go mad at a pair of male protagonists, to go mad at everyone, and to torment the test subjects. This time, Wang Yi put on a fully enclosed experimental suit. Looking at Wang Yi who was about to cut into himself, yet he opened his arms to him, human who likes me. Despite wanting to slice this body, you still like me, and that's good. But being cut open still hurts. X is the code humans assigned to the species with infinite healing, but in reality, I have no name. Just a cluster of particles drifting in endless darkness. When did consciousness begin? It seems as if I was merely summoned. The first second I opened my eyes, I knew I wanted to get close to a human. Unfortunately, human appearances are too similar. Until I was caught here, I couldn't find it. Fortunately, you were the one who took me away in the end. You were the one destined to end it. Humans are so violent. If it weren't for liking you, I would have eaten you last night, instead of staying quietly in the box waiting to be bullied. But he is my human, so it's okay. Clearly, I shouldn't have these feelings that only humans possess. Then why am I so attached to you? I like him so much, but he can't feel it? The system saw the slime being crushed by Wang Yi and thought he was kind of over the top. Wang Yi wiped his hands, saying it wasn't too over the top. The system told him the mission was accomplished. Now, Dr. Wang's character had almost turned into a psychotic glasses-wearing maniac. Given this, Wang Yi decided to pack up and leave work, letting the system slack off too. The system was very happy. Yay! Recently, it discovered a cute cat and went to play with it. Wang Yi was speechless. Truly a creature that doesn't learn from its mistakes. But as long as the plot progresses smoothly, slacking off is fine. It's gratifying to regain the feel of experiments after 2 lifetimes. Moreover, this slime seemed to suddenly become very docile. As long as it doesn't launch those messy psychic attacks, it's quite cute. Hearing Wang Yi say, cute, the slime, not fully understanding human language, didn't know what he meant. But seeing Wang Yi's expression, the slime guessed he was praising it. In the experimental sample storage, a slime clone took a fancy to this gem toad, and swallowed it whole without leaving a trace, then slipped away unnoticed. Wang Yi put the slime back into the box, planning to check on it again tomorrow. Looking at the slime in the box, Wang Yi felt like it had grown bigger than before. Feeling Wang Yi's gaze, the slime became somewhat panicked because its clone had consumed something rather troublesome. At this moment, the slime's body kept swelling. The next second, it exploded with a bang, and Wang Yi was knocked down by the force. That slime seemed to suddenly expand and explode. An immortal species, it would be funny if it ran into trouble in my hands. At this time, Wang Yi was attracted by the scene before him. After the smoke cleared, a child appeared where the slime had been. Thinking that the lab was well sealed and the slime couldn't possibly have escaped, Wang Yi pondered while the child already crawled towards him. Then the child smiled at him. Human. The slime, as usual, opened its arms to Wang Yi, and at that moment, he was surprised to find that his own body had changed. He stepped forward and grabbed Wang Yi's clothes. Humans can also make sounds. Then he touched Wang Yi on both sides. Suddenly, Wang Yi grabbed him forcefully. Kid, what's your name? Can you read minds? The kid stammered, no name. Humans call me X. What is mind reading? Wang Yi wondered if he was overthinking. Why did he feel this silly kid seemed more like Qin Xian than a merman, even though he had no resemblance to the Qin he knew before? But for some reason, there was a strong sense of familiarity. Since he didn't know what mind reading was, Wang Yi rephrased, can you see the things behind me? The kid looked puzzled. In fact, he could see, but because he was illiterate and not good at speaking, he didn't know how to express it. I don't know how to express it. When Wang Yi realized, he was also unclear about how Qin Xian's mind-reading abilities manifested. He couldn't explain it clearly to the child, so he explained that mind-reading means whether you can see the words in my heart or hear sounds other than conversation. Seeing the child's still confused face, Wang Yi was exasperated. Could it be that the child doesn't even know what words are? How did you become like this? He asked, feeling like he was talking to a wall after a long explanation. Let's confirm something simpler first. Since you call yourself that, you've already acknowledged that you're a variant of that soft and squishy creature from before, right? Can you transform back to your original form? The child told him he could but didn't want to. Wang Yi asked why not. The child, clutching his clothes, said because then he wouldn't be able to talk to humans and would be cut open and locked up by them. Annoyed after hearing his words, Wang Yi then realized that the child also had feelings. He continued to ask, don't you dislike humans? The child blushed slightly, humans like you. While sitting, he leaned forward and gave Wang Yi a kiss. Wang Yi was instantly dumbfounded. Is this thing kissing me? He quickly moved the child away. What are you doing? How could a child who can't even read know what like means? If he really is the reincarnation of Qin Xian, then he's awakened too early, Wang Yi thought. The slime creature stated it was not a child and unlike humans, it had existed for 10,000 years. It just hadn't swallowed anything lately, so it couldn't evolve. Wang Yi had a rough understanding of him but still told him that he must transform back into jelly before Fat Cat discovers him. Otherwise, it would arouse the system's suspicion. Thinking that he still couldn't determine his relationship with Qin for now, he decided to observe for a while longer. Seeing Wang Yi was about to change him back, the slime burst into tears. No, I finally managed to touch it. Don't change me back. Please, Wang Yi, I really can't do anything with you. He sighed. Alright, if you can promise not to attack me and listen to me, then I'll hold you while you're in your slime form. The system, returning from slacking off, said, Host, you're acting strange. I just went to play with the kittens and found all the researchers from the materials area mobilized. It seems like some experimental subject vanished into thin air. Seeing Wang Yi holding the large slime, the system was startled. It's gotten so big. Wang Yi, thinking the mermaid was Qin Xian, felt hurt seeing it only get close to the female lead and ignore him. The system was shocked seeing such a large slime in Wang Yi's arms. Wang Yi started feigning ignorance. Yeah, I don't know what happened either. Could it be because it nibbled on the spoon? I was thinking eating things might make it evolve, so I'll try it out in the future. Just then, the lab phone rang. Wang Yi answered impatiently. Hearing the other side asking him to help find the missing experimental subject, Wang Yi was speechless. The experimental subject disappearing has nothing to do with me. He hung up the phone without another word. The system asked curiously, what happened? Wang Yi told it, it's just what I said earlier. It seems a toad sample, parasitized by a cosmic energy stone, has disappeared. The higher-ups are afraid it'll run to a dead corner of the base and have mobilized all the research labs to look for it. Listening to this, the slime felt like it might have caused trouble. Was that something not to be eaten? Over here, the clone saw everyone searching for that toad. Could it be that eating indiscriminately would bring trouble to him? But the energy from that stone was much higher than from eating people. It seems I can only eat less. Taking advantage of the system slacking off, Wang Yi took out some food to continue experimenting on the slime. You can eat these, pick whatever you like. Since I'm not sure what you like, I prepared a bit of everything. In fact, what the slime liked most was Wang Yi's emotions. Other things were all the same to it. Seeing the slime eating a battery, Wang Yi was very surprised that it actually swallowed it. The slime told him that evolution was hard and it needed to eat a lot. Hearing this, Wang Yi felt it was like leveling up by fighting monsters in a game. Is there any food with high experience value? Seeing the slime's confused face, Wang Yi knew it didn't understand again, so he let it keep eating. If it's not enough, he'll just prepare more. At that moment, he heard someone ringing the doorbell outside. Thinking of the original Dr. Wang's poor popularity, it should be unlikely for someone to visit. Hearing the person outside say it's Xiao Yu, Wang Yi realized it was the female protagonist. Although it's annoying, the heroine still has to see Wang Yi for the sake of the plot. After opening the door, the heroine immediately apologized to Wang Yi, saying, "I've heard you are the most accomplished scholar in the academy. After much thought, I can only turn to you for help." Wang Yi, seeing her being so long-winded, was about to burst in anger. "If it's about that missing toad, get lost quickly. I have no interest in searching for it like an idiot." The heroine told him it was not about the toad. "It's about the mermaid you asked me to look after. Something seems off recently." As soon as he heard about the mermaid, Wang Yi immediately got serious. What's wrong with him? Could it be that someone has taken a fancy to him, or has he hurt his beautiful scales? The heroine told him no, the mermaid was fine, but every time she saw him, even though he didn't speak, he seemed to understand her emotions, as if he could read her mind. Hearing about mind reading, Wang Yi was instantly stunned. Mind reading ability of Qin Xian? Has he really become the male lead? The familiar feeling, could it just be an illusion? Since the heroine didn't know much about mermaids, she asked Wang Yi if mermaids are a mind reading race. Wang Yi told her he didn't know, then quickly rushed over to see him. The slime, seeing Wang Yi care so much about the mermaid, suddenly feeling a bit sad. Right now my other self is right above the mermaid, looking at the dark mass above. The mermaid is all question marks. Just as the slime was feeling down, Wang Yi came over. As soon as he entered, he directly asked the mermaid if it could read minds. While still trying to communicate with it in his mind, he recalled, "Do you remember now? I am Wang Yi. In this life, I plan to fulfill our promise and will not leave." However, the mermaid had no reaction. Instead, it got closer to the female lead. Wang Yi felt that maybe it also didn't recognize words, or perhaps it hadn't recalled the fragments of the past like Qin Xian. It was only in front of the feeder, Xiao Yu, that it could feel at ease. The slime next to him noticed that Wang Yi was troubled, wondering if it was because he couldn't understand his own heart. Wang Yi thought about it and felt that the protagonist ignoring the malicious male supporting character might be the normal situation. In the previous two worlds, the roles he played interacted with the male lead too early and too much, inadvertently stealing the female lead's limelight. But it wasn't the same here. Dr. Wang liked to lock himself in the lab and didn't interact much with the mermaid, cutting off the possibility of gaining favor as before. Therefore, if the male lead falls for the female lead first, it's only natural for him to not care about me. It's good that the storyline is finally back on track. No need to be caught in a maelstrom of emotions. Long live liberation. The world of the protagonists has finally let go of the poor malice. Thinking this, Wang Yi burst into loud laughter, startling the female lead next to him. Then he pointed at the merman. "Look, he's asking me why I'm happy. I didn't show any emotion on my face, but he still knew." Wang Yi told her, "This merman has a lot of research value. Since Assistant Xiao can control him, the next task of collecting blood and tissue samples should be just as simple, right?" The female lead hurriedly said she would do her best, but then asked if Wang Yi was feeling unwell.